GG.
Nice.
Good job, some girl.
Nacho, go.
And that's the end of FF2 for the relay this year.
Yeah, thanks to all our FF2 runners. And Down and Roy for commentating.
No Dame Crash this time.
Mm-hmm. And I shall leave you guys to it for FF2, and I'll be back in like half an hour for FF4. So good luck to the FF3 runners.
Yeah, Nacho, you can start. Go.
I'll catch you guys later.
So yeah, this is where I'm gonna lose time on. Well, we're gonna like our routes are gonna desync basically here.
Yeah, so it looks like Nakuri's already made it out of the fling.
Well, he's gonna do a grind at a different spot. He's gonna do it just outside of Water Cave.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Okay, I have to get 3 more C. Should be 2 more battles. He'll be doing it like a more dangerous, but he'll probably manipulate it, and I don't have that manipulation down to the point where I'm comfortable doing it in a marathon. Because those guys will kill you. Or poison you, which you have to reset for. Luckily, we have Uncharted Winds, which these guys are fairly susceptible to. Oh, Nacho's, I see. Nacho's naming is, like, that's cool.
Yeah, so the item you sold earlier in the shop. Yeah, the item you sold earlier, it was an Arctic Wind, so it's fine.
Oh, okay. That's
You
good.
have, yeah, loads more than you need.
I only need to do 1 more battle.
Nice.
Yeah, this is the beginner route, basically. So my route is like a full-blown hybrid of the beginner, like, Nacho route, the beginner Duckfist route and Nacho's world record route. Basically, Duckfist route doesn't work on console or properly emulated, emulators. So...
It's not really, like, properly emulated. It's just, like, different emulators handle memory slightly differently, which breaks all the RNG manipulation. It's not really, like, based on the accuracy of the emulator or anything.
Basically, FCEUX doesn't emulate, like, memory resets, which is where all the manipulation comes from. It doesn't, reset the memory, and that's a problem. So now we are done. So now I have to hope not to get lost in the Sunken World. I shouldn't, but... because I even do that safely.
Yeah, so Nacho is just fighting the turtle now.
Okay.
So hopefully he doesn't have a character die. Seems okay so far.
I know I'm going up, trust me. I'm looking for one of the 2 continents if I can find it, because it's easier to find the little island.
Yeah, it's definitely really hard to find your way around efficiently at this point.
Yeah.
Because the main overworld is incredibly large, and there's a lot of water in it at this point. So you can't really find your way that well.
Correct.
I guess you got lost.
Yeah, I just determined I was probably lost. I really dislike this overworld, but I think that's a general consensus. It's a neat gimmick, but
yeah. The only bad thing about this route is you don't get to hear the good music.
Oh, the good overworld music.
Boundless over ocean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Boundless Ocean's broken. Yeah. Because we never hit the trigger for it.
Yep. So yeah, Nacho didn't get anyone die on the turtle, which is good.
I agree. That's probably the only track that's like missed hardcore in that's like really good, because we get to hear like Saria or Area Maiden of the Water, which is this track, I think.
Yeah.
And this track is fantastic. Like,
yeah. Honestly, this game soundtrack is really good.
Fine little side thing on the soundtrack. The reason why it's so good is because Nobuo Uematsu figured out how to do bass in like NES games with this game. I think I just gave her a potion, but that's fine. But yeah, it's the fact that there's so much that there's actual base in this game. So.
Yep. So fly around, find the girl in the ship, revive her with a potion, and then head to the cave where Nakuri is currently.
Yeah, and
She
Nakuri is
follows us
doing
for a little bit.
lots of encounter skips, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Seems
So
to be doing
this is
them at,
kind of where
he's
the
doing them
encounter
at
skip
very
comes
different
back
spots
again.
than me, though. So he has a completely different
Yeah.
route, I guess.
Probably.
Interesting.
But yeah, we kind of seen these encounter skips come back again, where they'll be pausing often and using potions to skip encounters.
Oh no.
In other categories, you'd usually use like Cure or something, but since it's never obtained in this run, use potions because they're really easy.
I hope I went far enough. This is the most nerve-wracking part. Okay, I did. These two big like mountains are actually very close to the to that island, like in horizontally, but they're very far vertically, so it's much easier to find your way once you found one of them.
Yep.
Luckily, there's only like 2 spots that you need to be, but there's like no markers otherwise in the world. Oh, I got an encounter. This could be. Can I run? Is this battle runnable? Not if we die. Whoops, sorry, chat. And Maelstrom.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. I felt like I should have saved a reset, but I was...
So, Nakuri's just got to the Kraken fight.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Firing the arrow. Then you get pushed out of the way to save you, but then Kraken appears, and then... Oh, doesn't matter. So I think this is the first time you'll see the end battle command. Not sure. Let's see how Nakuri does this.
Yes, you should see end battle here.
Okay, so he's probably just doing some last... Yeah, there we go. So, one of the glitch job things you can get is an end battle command that just ends the battle instantly, but doesn't count as a death.
I'm really bad at this sound cue is the problem.
Okay, Nacho's now going for the eye drop manipulation. See how he does.
This is a 3-minute long speedrun.
It can be. So Nacho got a 3 skeleton encounter, so I'm not sure if he got the manipulation. Guess we'll find out in just a minute.
3 skeletons doesn't sound right. It should be 2, like with the right manipulation, unless he's changed it again, which is possible.
Yeah, I know he has several other manipulations that he uses.
Oh, well.
Like he has several seeds rooted out.
I see.
I think he did, actually.
Oh, cool. Good.
That's definitely a one of something, and it wasn't a potion, so I'm pretty sure it's an eye drop.
Yeah,
he's
I think those guys...
It's an eye drop.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those guys only
Nice.
drop eye drops. If they drop anything else, then... I'm glad I've never seen anything else.
So yeah, now that Nakuri killed Kraken, all the water floods away from the world in a week or something, and you go to sleep for a long time, and then you wake up, and there's a continent.
Mm-hmm. Multiple continents.
Yes. True. So there's a bit of a like sewer section that Nakuri has to go do now.
Yeah, if we don't do this, the game crashes.
Yeah. For as much as you can skip triggers in this game, this is one that you can't.
Yeah, if you don't do this trigger, I think it crashes during the final cutscene.
Although Nakuri has the best sprite currently.
Oh, it's got the... yeah.
The guy, yeah.
I don't know why this... I don't know where it chooses these sprites from for the overworld, but It chose some good ones. I don't know. I like the dancer sprite. If I wasn't falling behind, I'd also do the comedy strat, as Duckfist calls it.
Yeah. That one does some horrible things to your menu, though.
Well, you have to sit through the tet scroll, like this tet scroll the whole time.
Yeah.
So it's quite slow. If I was ahead, I'd do it just for the laughs. Okay, so I guess since I'm on commentary, in this dungeon, Maelstrom, you can explain why this dungeon sucks.
Right, yeah, water tiles.
Wow,
so,
I was tripped up by that.
Yeah, so although step manipulation is pretty easy in this game because obviously it's a NES game, you run on squares and you can kind of buffer inputs, you have to be very careful in areas with water tiles because if you are walking into a tile with water in it that you can't get into the water, so like a ledge or something that isn't a set of stairs, then every frame you hold the direction towards the water adds a step. So it's really, really easy to completely destroy your steps in these areas with a lot of water in them.
Oh. Improvising.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're not improvising.
Did you save?
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Oh!
What? I don't know why Rowan did that.
Uh-oh. It's fine.
It's fine. We're fine. I forgot to chuck a potion when I moved the potion. There.
So now, yeah, Nakuri is doing some things. Don't worry too much. We kind of glitched the original airship into being the Invincible, except it can also fly over rocks now, because why not?
Look at how high it is in the sky.
And now he's at the final dungeon. This game is a great game.
That also, you better show the audio for it at some point. That is some glorious audio.
When you get there.
Yeah, that is some. I don't know where it's sourcing that audio from, but. You know.
Too many questions.
This game is full of questions. Like, why does potions advance the step count is actually an ingenious way to make it more random than it actually is.
Well, that's not the purpose of it. It's just because everything uses the same set of RNG values.
Right, but it's still kind of... It works in their favor to make it, like, a seemingly more random game.
Yeah.
Because if there wasn't things other than steps that move it, people would notice very quickly that they're encounters on the exact same steps.
Yeah. So Nacho is currently doing his stat manipulation in the castle. Seems like he's a decent chunk of the way through it now.
Yeah. So because of what we said earlier, I'm just taking my time around the water, because I do not want to screw up my steps.
Yeah, it's definitely better to be safer with these and be very careful with your inputs.
Once I get past that little bridge, though, it's fine. Like I can brush up against things that won't screw up my step count. But yeah, like you said, if you attempt to move into water,
it's just water.
Yeah. And there's water on exactly like one floor of the final dungeon, and that you can actually get in the way of.
Yeah. And it's also only when you're like pushing into water, so like here, because he's in the water, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Although if there was a like standable higher ledge near him and he was pushing into that, it would also advance the steps. Okay, so Nacho's done with the stat manipulation. So you're getting glorious menus off everybody right now. He's gonna do the airship warp and then head over to the goblins.
Okay, I think my menus are actually okay at this point. Okay. So here's Kraken. We're gonna do the job glitch. We're gonna hopefully not crash it. That'll be great. I don't know why it crashed there when I was trying to do the job like glitch, but hopefully it doesn't do that again. Because that would be unfortunate.
Oh, on the encounter earlier.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened in the encounter.
That was probably because it was a multiple enemy encounter, I think.
Okay. Go back. Hey! Okay, we're good. We're good.
Nice.
Wait, I have to use an item here. So, is this item those Earth's Rages that or Earth's Drums that we were using earlier?
Yeah, Earth drums.
Are now going to be used to glitch our job. Which is, it's the job that corresponds. I also forgot to rearrange my inventory, so I have to do, this menu is going to take me a little bit longer than it should, because I have to move across my inventory way more, and scroll in. Menus in this game, like, you might not be able to notice this, but they are not the most responsive.
Yeah, there's some weird lag, especially with all. It makes them a bit laggier.
You're cutting out a little bit, Maelstrom.
Yeah, I'm noticing.
Okay. The trying to think of the menus aren't gonna get good until FF5. Which is okay. And then I think I want to defend. Yes. So we have to. So we can't actually use the end battle command on the first round that's created. If we do, everyone dies. Well, not everyone. He overflows his inventory, but there it is. Everything's skipped.
Nice.
So good. Yay! I was actually a little worried. I got my confidence shaken by that thing that happened. I was very worried. Okay, this part I always think I've frozen because I've done so many attempts, like just getting through the game as quickly as possible, like using frame skip. Also, if the audio was on mine, you get a little bit of a, and that's just that's an omen of what's to come. What has happened on Nacho's stream?
Yeah, we just dropped the connection.
Oh,
Trying to get
okay.
it back
Okay, I thought that he crashed in a like really strange way.
now. No.
Okay.
The video froze. We're getting it back, guys.
Oh, don't do that! That NPC got in the way. I have to take a different route. Okay, other guy, get out of the way of the door. Thank you. This place is the worst. But has the best music. Also, I'm not moving here, which is great. But yeah, so now we're in the sewers where we get to fight some goblins, meet some dwarves.
You mean meet the 4 warriors of light?
What? Sure.
Have you not seen the cutscene on it? Like,
no, I
English?
actually. It's been too long.
They claim to be the 4 warriors of light.
That's fantastic. That's good. They can't even beat 8 goblins. I mean, we don't beat 8 goblins. From here on out, this is a pacifist speedrun. Deal with it.
Pacifist, I guess. I kind of. So Nakuri's just coming up the counter with Xantha.
Yeah.
End battle command, easy.
Please, there we go. Don't. Well, easy, but we still technically lose. So luckily, the end battle command just sets it's whatever flayed the battle's supposed to end in.
Yeah, you don't get any experience or drops or anything. Don't game over, which is the important part.
So my step manip just kind of drops at this part, and I don't know why. And so I always get a fight here. Luckily, the end battle command has a side effect that it just fully heals your party. So like these encounters will not be able to kill player 1. Player 1 has way too much health at this point. So even though I have not been able to figure out why my manipulation ends there, it does not end anywhere else. So
Yep, so Nakuri is now...
Also, they knocked us out here.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, something.
It's just like,
No, they use warp.
Oh, do they? That's good. Also, you should switch the music. This is glorious.
It's fine. So, Nakuri is now in the world of darkness. And he's got 4 little mini-bosses to take out, and a lot more step manipulation to get through. And then he's on to the end of the run.
It's complicated because you have to double back. The world is also like, you die. You will die if you miss one of these, almost likely. If it ambushes you, and it almost certainly will. So World of Darkness is awful. There we go. The sound is over. Okay, so this is where I'm going to be very careful, because this floor has water on it. This entire final dungeon is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, especially because there's no point to save, so...
Yeah, very infamous part of this game is the fact that the final dungeon is extremely long and has 0 save points.
Yeah, and for keeping step manipulation, that's very difficult.
Yeah, it would be such a tremendous help if this game could save. There you go. And we use the silence key, which we have 99 of.
So that was Cerberus on the Curry stream.
Yeah.
As you may have guessed, and Battle Command.
It's the only boss with a the battle like the boss scroll thing for some reason. Like out of these 4 bosses, he's the only one who has that, which is a strange thing. Just making sure I have this step right. Also, some of these steps, a lot of these steps throughout this run are actually very easy to mark off, in your brain, but some of these steps are very difficult because they're just kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's like this one is easy because it's the first step up there. The next step is easy because it's the first step in the room, but a later step is just in the middle of 2 very obscure points. That's the right step.
Yeah, again, sorry guys about Team Tonberry's feed. We are trying to get back.
Okay, good. Whew. It's fine. It's easy to fit. So anytime that you miss, you just have to drink 2 potions to move it properly. So basically every time you would have skipped an encounter, you have to take a potion.
That's scary, dude. Don't.
I know.
Please.
Scroll inside of the rest of my counter steps listed. The encounters in Silence Tower are far less awful, but they are still dangerous. That ninja in particular can one-shot.
Yeah.
But luckily he doesn't often attack. He doesn't get preemptive as often as you'd think because he's a ninja, and he's always alone, so it's a 1 in 4 chance that he kills the party member that matters.
Yeah, that ninja isn't too bad. There's a multiple ninja encounter in the World of Darkness that's very scary.
Yeah, that one will... Yeah, that one's...
always kill you.
Yeah. That is why the World of Darkness is scary.
So just to explain encounter skips again, basically when you're walking around, there's a memory value that increases every time you take a step, and if it matches up with a certain RNG value, then you get an encounter. And to skip it, what we do is use a potion or some other curative item and because they use the same kind of set of RNG, it advances the counter by 1, basically. So the encounter is then on this tile you're stood on, and since it won't give you an encounter when you leave the menu, you can just walk off the tile and not get an encounter on the next step.
And we can buy 99 potions because we glitched an inventory of, like, everything. Okay, there we go. I'm almost done with Silence Tower. I think I'm only, like, 2 encounters. I think there's only just 1 more encounter. Oh, no, never mind. Apparently I'm 4 encounters away. I'm 1 floor away, that's what it was. So I'm on the last tower, the last floor. Luckily, so even though water has that weird property where if you're walking into water that isn't there, like if you walk into water that you can't enter, it increases the step value as well. Luckily, that doesn't happen in Silence Tower's like dark areas. Like luckily, dark abysses don't count for that because that would make this place horrendous.
They don't count because they're not tiles you can.
Yeah.
With water, the game kind of sees that you
should be able to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am moving on to Dark World. I'm in the Dark World, the pre-Dark World cutscene. I don't know if that's gonna screw up my step at all. Do you know if walking into that? You think? Okay.
I'm not sure, honestly. That could be bad.
Well, we'll find out. If it's 1 step off, then I just... Well, no, if it's 1 step off, I can fix it.
Yeah, as long as it isn't a ninja.
That's true. What is this emote?
Data face.
Oh. I'm guessing there are more. Well, yeah, if you wait till the next base of the net screen, you'll see.
Yep, so Nakuri is pretty much coming up to the final boss now.
Okay.
And luckily, just like every other fight, we can end battle, so things are gonna change pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, right.
Bring the FF4 people in a sec.
Entering the boss very soon. Okay.
Good job, Nakuri.
Yep. So
Nacho, take our data.
Second, and... Alright, go.
Okay. Mike, go.
Go! Ooh. There we go.
Yeah, very good job. Very clean run.
That's a very nice run. Thank you.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Looks like it's gonna be like a 53, which is fantastic, actually. Yeah, looks like it was 52 something.
Yeah, I'm quite glad about this run. It went all right. Nothing happened.
Yeah, it looks like everything actually went very well. You got the extra potion. You didn't get a kill. Nobody died on Adamantoise.
Yeah.
So, GG.
Yeah, the land turtle was a troll.
Now, Nakuri, do you know this? I accidentally stepped into one of the statues.
Oh.
Does that count as a step?
In the statues, no.
No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Oh, let's hope so.
Phew. Alright, I will actually already go.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thanks for running, dude.
Have fun with the relay. See ya.
Yep, see ya. Good job.
And welcome FF4 runners and commentators. I know it's Natera and Geno are in here.
That is correct. Hi, Zelly.
Hey.
So there's not a huge amount happening here at the beginning of Final Fantasy IV. It's a 7 to 8 minute intro, so we'll kind of pop in as the important things happen, but at the beginning there's not much.
I'm just being very careful because I made looks like what I thought could have been a mistake isn't a mistake, so we're good.
Yeah, looks like you're still fine.
Yeah. So this place is obviously very confusing because the entire place is hidden pathways. So it makes encounter skip in a little hard. Which is why I'm going to take it very slow, because we are almost at the end of the game. And I can't remember which FF4 runner is after me, but I don't want to let my team down and die, because it's like, it's a good 15 minutes.
I think it's Rory.
It is Rory.
I've still got a slice of pizza to eat.
The worst part is it's hard to see your sprite here. There. You can only see the sprite while it's moving. So... I also have to be very careful not to hit the other command other than end battle, because it does some funny stuff. And it does random stuff, as I've discovered. So. Okay, my next encounter is right here. Feel free once to explain the early game stuff if you want, because I know there's a lot of early game stuff to explain.
There is a bunch of early game stuff, but we need about another 30 seconds or so before we start getting started on that.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the final dungeon in FF3 is fine. As long as Zelly doesn't make mistake missteps.
Yeah, if I make a
all
misstep.
easy.
Yeah. There's a good chance that Tonberry will catch up. Just as I am less than confident. Just, well, it's more just race nerd or marathon nerds, I suppose. I've done this a bunch, but you can never be sure that you'll do it every time.
That is very true. So they in Final Fantasy IV, Mike has finally gotten control of Cecil, his main character, and he picked up the tent, which is going to be really important for the first major glitch, which they are going to be doing, called the Mist Clip, and that'll be in about 8 or so minutes once they finish the first boss, which is the Mist Dragon.
I don't know if it was intentional, but he also picked Cure 1.
Yes, Mike does actually purposefully pick up the Cure 1. He's one of the only runners I've seen do it. He uses that for a bit of safety in the Fabul Gauntlet, in case something happens to Edward or somebody else.
Yep, I was talking to him at GDQ about that.
Yeah.
He likes to be super safe, because he noticed that a lot of people lose races because they die. So.
Yeah, and I've actually seen him use it, and it's been really handy. He also just took a step off of that chair in Cecil's room. That is part of the encounter manipulation. Specifically, they have set up to be on seed 92 before the game started, and by being on this seed, they will get no encounters from the time they leave Baron Castle until once they've completed the Mist Clip. And that extra step in the room or elsewhere in Baron Castle does ensure that they will not get an encounter on the very first step after leaving Baron. So it is important they do take an extra step somewhere.
Nope. Hi, Dragon. Not like this. Yeah. Oh,
Oh no. Oh no.
Took 4 extra steps by accident. Still having to touch the crystal. Where's Nacho?
We don't know.
Is he in the voice, but not?
Actually, he just commented in the chat in RPG Limit Break. Apparently, he has 0 upload for some reason. He's working on it.
Yeah. But we don't know where he is in the... like, in the run.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, okay, I used a potion. Now I'm rattled. Ugh. Oh yeah, you guys are on a cutscene too.
We are on a cutscene. The only readable text, or some of the only readable text in this run.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're used to Paladin. There's at least one more.
There is.
The Myth of Mysidia. Mysidian Myth? I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I've seen some splits call it the Long Legend. Other such things.
It's like the only input break the game intentionally gives you.
Yeah.
Every other one it interrupts.
Yeah. No fun. But this big long cutscene also marks the end of the intro. So as soon as this intro does finish for Mike, he will start really into the bulk of the game. And other than, you know, the cutscenes here and there, the game really gets started. So one of the things that Mike did previously is he made sure to change his battle speed and message speed to 1 in order to make sure his battle timings will be correct, and of course the game will be faster. Some of the newer runners in certain spots will change those settings in order to make some of the timings a little easier in battles, but you're probably not going to see these guys doing it right now at least, but that's a treat for later.
You also did see a carrot.
Yes, he did definitely pick up the carrot while picking up his chocobo. That will be used in about 50 or so minutes as part of the Mimic glitch, otherwise known as Carrot Trash Can against Mylon and Mylon Z. So we'll see if he actually uses it.
Okay, so it looks like Nacho's stream is back up now,
Oh, fantastic.
Oh,
and he's just finishing up this segment. So he'll be heading to the final dungeon pretty soon.
Nakuri really pulled Choco ahead.
Yeah, and I do want to note, you see Mike here is getting encounters in the Mist Cave, so that means he didn't actually get Seed 92 set up. So that is unfortunately going to cost him a bit of time, but he has reached the first boss battle, which is designed as the tutorial boss battle for this game, for the shiny new ATB system which was introduced.
Yep.
And there's two things they're going to be doing there. First off, trying to get 7 hits in on the Mist Dragon, so to set up the timing so Kane can jump before it tells him he's safe. And then they'll be starting the item duplication glitch, which is going to give us all the money.
All of the money.
All of it. All 6.5 million GP of it.
We're really
Free
just a bunch
money.
of thieves on this stream right now.
It's so
Yeah.
true.
We're basically gonna sell a town at nothing. They'll show up at nothing. We'll rob a town, burn it down, and then just kill somebody and leave.
I sold them counterfeit magic.
Wow. We're a bunch of really great people.
As long
Broad
as I'm on-
fantasy.
just let me know when dancing somethings come on the screen.
Yeah. Daggers or daggers?
Daggers.
Not sure
of course.
which. So Mike getting through Mist Dragon with just 2 rounds, no counterattack, so that was great. But now comes the first kind of really big glitch now after he gets away from this battle, which is the Mist Clip. And Mist Clip takes advantage of map positioning. He's doing a safety save, you know, for the marathon setting, because Mist Clip can go very wrong. So he is making sure to remove the Iron Glove, sorry, from Kane, which is going to be used much later in the run. He's completing the item duplication to give him those 65,000 invisible shields. And what he did is anywhere on that map before Mist, you interrupt your movement with the menu, so it looks like Cecil just turns in place, and use a tent. And by doing that, it moves Cecil's position on the map over by 1. And you then can take the first step onto Mist without triggering it. You buffer another partial step, save and reset, and then you're able to walk right over and enter into this wonderfully pristine and not burned to the ground town.
Yes. Give it a minute.
Yeah, give it a minute. Where we then sell our invisible shields in order to buy dancing daggers, which will be very useful, very well used in this run, and looting Rydia's house here for both the tiara and the change rod. So for those who have been tuning into our Paladin % tournament, most runners do not pick up the change rod for that run, but it is pretty essential to have for no CW, no credit warp.
Yeah, Maelstrom, I got your message. I can do that. Okay, so I'm just watching back up to the final boss quotations.
So now with all of that looting done, it is time to trigger the cutscene and make Mist inaccessible until you get back to Baron.
In the speedrun, do you guys go back to Mist?
No.
No, I didn't think so. It's
No.
really just optional stuff in there, right?
Well, we got everything we needed to get
Yeah.
on this run. We had all the money we needed to buy anything here, and we looted the few treasure chests. So yeah, there's no reason to come back.
I can't remember if there was a forced story trigger there.
Right? No,
No,
thankfully not. And I know in some of the other versions of this game, you do come back to Mist afterwards because you can't do the Mist clip, but not in this one. This one we burn and run.
I believe you come back in glitchless.
Yes.
Yeah, PSP or glitchless, anything.
Good items in there. So
Yeah, so during this cutscene where Rydia is trying to stop you from helping her, it's one of the key points to start doing some inventory management, which is extraordinarily important in this particular run especially. So you will see a lot of that happening during like any sort of pause in all of the battles.
no, never mind. PSP doesn't do it.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, we'll see who does and does not move the trash can. We are not guaranteed to see trash can in this run. So we have some of the runners doing marathon save strats, which trash can is generally not.
With equipment, it's probably like 90% chance to work, but 90 is 0.
Yeah, exactly.
If people wonder why I take so much time on that first Dark World step, it's because it's the hardest one for me to just eyeball. So I count out a step by looking at a map. It's the reason why I take so long. As we saw, getting a encounter here is generally game over. As long as player 1 survives any encounter, we get out of it.
Yeah.
So that's why it's very careful. Because if player 1 dies, we can't run away. It's impossible to run away from these fights. Something like a 0.1% chance. It might be 0. Another thing FF3 is notorious for is the lack of... It's actually the opposite of FF4. In FF4, it's extremely easy to run away. There's very few unrunnables, but in FF3, it's notorious for having lots of unrunnable encounters. That one.
Okay, so here in FF4, you see Cecil is fighting some soldiers, and this is generally a push A to win fight. However, in order to save a bit of extra time, we like to use the run buffer strategy, which is if you try and run in a battle which is unrunnable, you can input a command while the message is up and kind of push it to the front of the queue, because while any sort of battle messages are up during these sort of fights, the ATB gauge for everyone in battle is paused. So that is definitely very helpful. And I can confirm Mike has finished moving his trash can to the top of the menu, his inventory, so could see some great things.
See zombie vegetables.
Yeah, lots of zombie vegetables. Now Mike is
The
making...
right team...
Go ahead.
Sorry. The
Oh,
right
yeah.
team just had a lot of technical, real-life issues as well as some in-game RNG problems throughout this. So that's why they fell so far behind, but are catching up now.
Absolutely. And we saw Mike do a menu there, which is really quite critically important, and that's he equipped Rydia with the tiara and put her in the back row, because the next boss coming up can easily one-shot her, and even with the tiara on and having her in the back row, she can just be two-shot no problem if Octomam so feels like it. So best to get that menu done and out of the way so you don't forget. Also made sure to talk to Rosa, because if there's one skip you do not want to get in Final Fantasy IV, it is Rosa skip. Because you will waste about 5 minutes.
It's a mistake you only make once.
That is correct, because as you'll see shortly as you go through this this cave, Tella is on a bridge blocking your path, and so long as you've talked to Rosa, he will join your party and you can proceed. But if you did not talk to Rosa, he basically screams at you that there are strong monsters, go back to Kaipo, and you're like, what? What do you mean, go back to Kaipo? Yeah.
Which is weird, because he shouldn't know that you talked to her, but he still changes what he says.
Yeah, exactly. Tella life.
It's RNG.
Oh, there's back attack 1.
Oh, hopefully one of very few. Yeah, unfortunately we don't currently have any back attack manipulation for Final Fantasy IV yet. So we kind of just have to hope and pray that there are little to no back attacks.
There's like very early stuff on Seed 43 only, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pull it off. Nope.
There's my spot. Okay. I'm getting lost in a sea of images. As you can see, this place is very samey.
Yes, it really is.
There I am.
I cannot
Okay.
even imagine. So it's from the save room on, from where Mike is, where you can start seeing the different runners taking extra steps in rooms. Like you'll watch them walking back and forth in different spots, and that's again due to the step routing. Depending on what seed they end up on after the mist clip. There are certain spots where they will take extra steps, where the encounter steps still increase, but it's impossible to get encounters, or where the encounter rate is lower than where they're heading. So you see there, Mike is taking extra steps. So that will avoid either just encounters in like number of encounters in general, or worse encounters. So yeah, hopefully he doesn't have a lot of extra steps he needs to take.
The difference between best and worst seed in this category is like under 80 seconds, so it's not the biggest deal in the world of seed on.
No, it's not.
Has it been said what category you guys are doing?
No credit word.
Okay. Wasn't sure if that was said in stream or if it's even displayed anywhere on stream.
It is.
Okay. Oh, hey, it is.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite any percent category.
The 64 is kind of a mess at the moment for routing.
Yes. It is, and it's definitely a fun route, but I find this one, for a viewer perspective, is a lot more exciting.
No.
Never seen the ending.
No, why do you have to? Oh, okay, we're good.
We're good?
We're good.
Excellent.
Where did that encounter come from, though? Why did I get that encounter? This is bad.
So
What?
in Final Fantasy IV, just picked up the Darkness Sword, which picking up that sword is routed into all of the step routes because it is another really important item. It is the next boss, Octomam, is weak to the element on that sword. Plus, it is the last weapon upgrade that you get for Cecil until after the Fabul Gauntlet. So that is quite a bit of time to go without any sort of upgrade. And even by the Fabul Gauntlet, there are times where Cecil's hitting for no more than like 11 damage. Sounds like we have some FF3 disaster.
Well, I don't know why my step route went off. There's no reason it should have gone off. So, Zwanzig not proud at all. Wow, I don't actually know why my step route fell off. That's infuriating.
Sounds it.
Damn,
And
dude.
also, Puexel mentioning grindless no 64. Why? Why would you do that?
I've seen that happen once, and it almost worked.
Almost. I'm sure it took a lot more work. So we have hit our next boss here, Octomam. At the beginning of this fight, Octomam is the fastest boss in the game. But thankfully, he does slow down as his tentacles get destroyed, and they're destroyed by numbers of hits. So 3 hits will destroy the first tentacle, and it's 2 hits thereafter for every other tentacle. You also want to do, of course, the amount of damage needed to kill Octomam. So, for the first, say, 3 or so turns, along with Cecil attacking with the Darkness Sword equipped, and Rydia being our main damage dealer with those dancing daggers, we will have Tella attacking with a Lit 1. But after about 2 or 3 hits, he's not doing enough hits to help with the tentacles, and he's not doing enough damage to help get rid of the boss. So rather than just parry with him, so long as Rydia's health is high enough, we usually just stop Tella and hope he doesn't miss that, because Tella tends to miss his spells because he's Tella. So that is exactly what Mike has done, so it saves us from having to input anything with Tella.
Okay, so I have to. Sorry, I'm gonna mute my mic because I want to focus to make sure I don't screw up anymore.
Good luck.
Cecil's very low on health.
Yes, he really is, and usually it's Rydia we're, scared for, as she is so squishy, but in this case, yeah, him being that low, but Mike taking it safe, and once Tella is unstopped, which doesn't take too long, casting that Cure 2.
Okay, so Nacho's just at the final boss now. Rivers, get ready.
That was a really clean Octomam fight for Mike. He made sure Rydia was alive at the end, which is really important for the next few battles because.
Go, Rivers.
Yeah. Okay.
And GG, Nacho.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, but you want both Rydia and Edward, when you get him, to survive any and all boss encounters up to Mom Bomb, and for Edward as well, including Mom Bomb, so they can get the HP required to for both of them to survive Mom Bomb, and for Edward to survive the Fabul Gauntlet. For everyone who likes Final Fantasy IV and loves memes, it's time for our Spoony Bard. And in the meantime, it's Rivers' turn to go through the cutscene at the beginning. So we'll see if there's anything which needs to be explained there, which was missed the first time round.
You should also be doing step routing, carrot crash and all that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
He did pause in the flow dive fight as well.
Yeah, and that's something you're gonna see a lot of in this particular run is what's called pause buffering. In parts of the battle where pausing doesn't affect it, like animations, dying, things like that, you'll see people pausing and just letting it happen because while the animations may continue, the in-game timer does not move while paused. So that's going to be very critical for the end of this run.
Considering it's a marathon, he'll probably go for like a 1:43 in game time.
Yeah. Now there are two types of runs, like kind of routes that you can do for this particular run. Either 9 item or 12 item. And that has to do with some of the specific manipulation we do for the glitch at the end. And 12 item is the safer route as it gives you access to a save room in the middle of the giant glitch, which is going to happen at the end. So both Rory and when he joins us and Mike are going to be doing 12 item, but Rivers is going to be continuing doing his regular 9 items. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
As you can guess, 9 items much easier to manage. But
Yeah.
in the end, 12 items safer.
Yeah, it is because what can go wrong if things go wrong? It's about how much time you will lose, and it's much less time that you lose. Oh, Mike having some step route problems.
If you save in the glitch with 12 item and you pick and you lose what, maybe 30 seconds at most?
Yeah, basically.
A 9 item, if you save outside your last possible save point, you can say goodbye to about 15 minutes.
Yeah,
So
it's a huge difference. And because the glitch is so involved and the different parts of the game memory that it looks at, can be incredibly difficult, but Rivers is a very experienced runner, so I have no doubt he will have it under control. And Mike, he has reached the Antlion Cave, and he made sure to pick up the safety life on his way.
a whole 7 frames wasted.
Yeah.
No, seriously though, in a marathon, a race setting, you usually pick it up.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes, depending on your step route, you know that encounter-wise, it's not going to be a problem. Because if you get a back attack on your way to Antlion and Rydia dies, you really want to have that safety life. But this game tends to be pretty mean with the RNG, so even if you don't need that safety life on your way to Antlion, it's really handy to have for just the rest of the run to try and counter what may or may not happen.
The average FF4 run for this category will be over 2 hours.
Yes.
A very good run will be under 2 hours. So, in this kind of setting, I'd say about 2:10. Sure.
Yeah, isn't the world record 157?
156.
156. I knew it was close to there. So to put that in perspective. Yeah, Team Mog had some step route problems, I believe. Okay, and it looks like Mike's doing a bit of counting, trying to see. I think he's realizing there might be some problems with his step route. But again, even when on the best step route, while it is good, it does save you quite a bit of time. It's not critical if he does happen to lose his step route. Not like you're seeing in Final Fantasy 3, where you need that step route. It's definitely, again, it's a bit of a time loss, but it's not a run loss if you lose your step route. And no, we do not want any telelife here.
Don't give us the good luck. We're gonna give them the bad luck.
Yeah.
They're more relaxed now.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat. I still don't know why my step dropped there. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
We knew you could do it.
But, I mean, I'm not done yet. I still have Dark World to do again.
Right.
Like, I've practiced this a lot, like, over the last few days. So, I don't know what happened there.
Oh no? Well, you've got the rest of the run.
Alright, so
Well,
in
unless my
about...
step count is off. Like, my step route. Then we have a problem, but it shouldn't be. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Alright, so in like, I'd say about 1 to 2 minutes, we'll have the first dangerous fight of the run.
Oh yes. Yeah, it is.
It's 45,000 health and hits Edward very hard.
Yeah. 45,672 HP, to be specific, because that is a beautiful number. Yeah, it is definitely the scariest of all the fights in this run. Rivers did make sure to pick up his carrot when getting his chocobo, so that's more people getting set up for the mimic glitch. And we already had 65,535 for those for our shields, so don't worry about it. We gotta share that number, love. So it is now time for Edward's the fight of his life against this water hag. So yeah, this water hag does actually have 45,672 HP. Thankfully though, Edward only needs to hit the water hag 3 times, and because of the version of Final Fantasy IV we're playing, plus the fact that we have dancing daggers and he's in the middle position, Edward has the equivalent of 100% accuracy for Final Fantasy IV. Before dancing daggers and in other versions of this game, Edward only has a harp. You generally don't have him in the middle, and the accuracy rate just isn't so good. So, there's a chance of Edward dying, and there's also a chance of just wasting lots of time while Edward and the water hag just miss at each other for literal minutes.
In the Japanese version, for whatever reason, he just has half the accuracy. Like,
Yeah.
there's no real point to that. It's a scripted fight, but you can die there.
Yeah, exactly. And especially when you're speedrunning, you just haven't gotten him the health, so he definitely can't take those hits.
I can only imagine what his accuracy would be with the harp in the Japanese version.
Oh my gosh. Probably like flat out 0. Just, we're not even gonna try, you have no accuracy. Oh, Mike getting a little trolled by the NPCs. Kaipo hunk there.
What?
So you'll see he specifically left Kaipo on the left side, and that allowed him to appear on the world map on the left side of Kaipo. So he did appear right on his hovercraft, which is really important for keeping your step route, which for Mike unfortunately isn't so much an issue, but definitely have it. Something that is really important though is the location of where he just parked his hovercraft. That is one of the many things that these guys are going to be doing along the way to set up the big 64 floor glitch at the end of the run. So if they do not park it right there, it's rip run. So, but Rivers has completed the misclip. I will note he did not duplicate the Shadow Shield, which Cecil has, which gives you the 6.5 million GP. He instead duplicated Kane's Shield, which gives you a lower money amount, which is still more than enough for this game, for this run, but it is also a safer money amount, I believe.
I did the
or
math
actually-
on this.
Okay.
Okay, so this game is weird, and that's all I know.
Yeah, I think it's also, it's partially just because you have to go into Kane's menu anyways in order to remove his iron glove. So since you're going to be in there anyways, might as well do the duplication from there. But the 3.5 million GP is still plenty.
Just to interject here for a second,
Yeah.
we are actually going to move on Team Mog to FF4.
Oh, lovely.
Just unfortunately, we're not really sure. Like, both Runner and us aren't really sure what's going wrong with Steppers, so we're, in the interest of time, we're going to just move on.
Okay.
But
Thanks
I
for
do want to
that.
thank all the FF3 guys for running, and chat gives Zelly your energy, because it really sucks for him.
Yeah. But now, talking about actual difficult bosses, this boss coming up for Mike is actually the first kind of difficult boss of this run and of the game, and that will be Mom Bomb. First, though, he has a scripted fight with these imp captains, which can run anywhere between 3 and 5 turns. Of course, we want it to be a 3-turn. So we'll see what happens, and it was. So that's great for Mike. There is some pause buffer strategies you can do in order to manipulate that. You can tell by whatever damages are done to the first 3 on that first turn, how many turns it's going to be. Now, Mom Bomb is a 3-phase fight. First phase, they are trying to do 800 damage in order to trigger her move into the second phase. And in that second phase, that is where she will queue up and explode on the entire group. Now, it is for this exact move why we really need both Rydia and Edward to have survived all the previous bosses, so that they have enough HP to even probably survive this. So you also see Mike making sure to heal Edward with Rosa before that explode goes off. Both Edward and Rydia, having the dancing daggers, are our main damage dealers. And in the third phase, there are 6 bombs, and the gray bombs have 100 HP each. So the only way to consistently one-shot those gray bombs is by using the dancing daggers.
So, there is a difference in this fight between 1.0 and 1.1, which is the
Yes.
timing.
Mhm.
It matters a lot here. If you time everything right, then you only get hit by the bombs once. And, I mean, never die in that way, but
Which he
most
did.
likely.
And he died after the Rydia had the dancing dagger queued. So unfortunately, Edward is going to be a little short on HP for the Fabul Gauntlet, which may not even be necessary. It is just a safety. And Mike did have that safety life, but unfortunately, just because of the timing of that Edward death, there was nothing that could be done. And River's doing some pause buffering and having a perfect soldier fight where the soldiers didn't even get a chance to attack. While Rory is just handing in his crystal, doing all the plot. Now, Mike is doing his walk down Mount Hobbs, and the walk down Mount Hobbs isn't that bad, but the walk to Fabul from here can be kind of scary depending on the state of your party after Mom Bomb, because it's a decently long walk with a high encounter rate, and it is the first part of the game where you can start getting 6 enemy party formations. So if you happen to just get one of those in that wrong back attack, it is bad news bears.
Just to double check, Mike just did Mom Bomb, right?
Yes, he did, sorry. We'll make sure the all the rest of the splits are
Oh, and a 6 impact attack for...
So, but thankfully, both Yang and Cecil have over 100 HP, and if even just Cecil has over 100 HP for that walk, you're pretty safe because he can take most of the damage from these enemies. Yeah, 39-26 was Mike's split for MyOhMyke. Rory taking his extra step for his C92. And Rivers is on his way to pick up Mr. Grumpy Tella.
What are you doing here? Go back to Kaipo.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to stay here. So Mike has reached the Fabul Gauntlet, which is even more terrifying than Mom Bomb, and there's so many factors as to why. You have a party of just Cecil, Edward, and Yang. You have no or little to no curative items, though Mike has both a cure and a life, so he's got a bit of a bonus there. And even though the boss battle music is playing, these battles are all 6 of them are encoded as random encounters. So if Edward happens to go down into critical HP during these fights, he will automatically hide. And that is not ideal. Yeah, Mike did take his safety save outside of Fabul. My guess is that I didn't even see whether Edward got hit or not.
He just reset the side of the run buffer not working.
Yeah.
That's not, shouldn't do that.
Be interesting to see what happens. Yeah, sometimes you can just see right from the first fight that things are not going your way, and rather than wasting the 5 minutes of doing and not completing the Fabul Gauntlet, it's sometimes better to just reset. So I'm a big advocate for safety saving anyways, but in this sort of race, and definitely in a marathon setting, outside of Fabul is one of those ones which, if you do know others, that's one of the key ones. So yeah, so Edward can go into hide, and in most cases, but not all, you would prefer a dead word to a hide word. Because an Edward who's hiding is just going to cause problems. He's going to waste time because his menu is still going to come up. But I have seen a hide word save a run before, because if everyone else is dead, Edward will unhide. So it doesn't happen often.
He only wants to reappear to save himself.
Yeah.
Oh, and we just saw 2 steps in the 3rd floor of the stage.
We did, yeah. Not a lot of the step routes have those particular extra steps, but that's right before the encounter rate changes. So, and yeah, so run buffers that we talked about earlier are really heavily utilized here in the Fabul Gauntlet in order to try and kill whoever we can with Edward and his dancing daggers before they get a chance to potentially hit him. So again, run buffers are where you try and run in an unrunnable battle, and the message that comes up pauses the ATB. So any commands that are entered while that can't run message is up kind of pushes those commands to the front of the queue, as it were, for anything that hasn't already been queued up. So it saves time, and in this case, it's safety. Because many of the different fights here, especially like these soldiers, are they hit very hard.
Alright, so I'm going to just explain this quickly.
Yeah.
This fight, okay, last one.
Yeah.
He did another item duplicate before for the fire claws, or knew something different on this one. It's just specifically for the glitch, but we won't be selling these. We'll be turning them into just 255. Actually did it pretty early. You can do it as late as last general and guard fight without having to swap hands.
Yeah, and you don't even need to put the claw back on. It doesn't affect Yang's damage.
Just makes him blind.
Yeah.
His accuracy goes down to something like 40% without it.
Oh wow. So we currently have each of our runners on a boss. We've got Miss Dragon for Rory, Octomam for Rivers, and we've got Fabul Gauntlet for Mike. That's pretty neat. And again, you see Rivers making real heavy use of the pause buffers. But yeah, in terms of that duplication with Yang, because he is one of your few ambidextrous characters, you can do the dupe and then put that claw immediately back on Yang, but on the opposite hand, and not ruin the duplication. So with most characters, when you're duplicating things, that is not something you can do. And Mike is on the last of the 6 fights.
Edward didn't even take one hit the entire time.
Yeah, see, and that's what I mean. It is a safety to have that extra health, but in cases like Mike's run there, it's not even necessary. So that's the sort of run we want to see. And next up for him is another scripted fight, but this is a scripted fight that you cannot win, so we're not even going to try. In fact, we're going to help Kane here in defeating us. And the ideal situation here is, or one of the main situation we're looking for is for Kane to get one jump off, and between his jump and Cecil hitting himself, Cecil goes down into critical HP. And that sends Kane immediately into another jump and skips all extra text which would have happened in this battle. The perfect situation is where Kane hits Cecil to almost critical HP, and then Cecil manages to just outright kill himself, because the battle will immediately end at that point. However, that is complete RNG, so you just have to hope and pray. What you don't want is between the jump and the hit from Cecil, for Cecil to still be a strong guy and standing, because you get those extra text boxes, and we don't have time for extra text boxes. Looks like the other bosses were also defeated without a problem. Rory getting his extra gear of Tiara and Change Rod.
Oh, I thought we were going to see a dancing clip there for a second.
Oh, that would have been awesome. And to quickly explain Dancing Clip, if you do the same strategy you do for the Miss Clip, which is where you buffer a forward input, like you interrupt it with your menu and then save and reset right where that trigger is for the Damsian cutscene, you when you start up the game, you just walk right across and you don't have to see it at all, see that cutscene. So it saves very little time, and you do lose whatever seed you're on. So most people don't do it unless they're not step routing, or unless they're on a really terrible seed. Like, we do have some resources in order to be able to pick up your step routing again afterwards, but most people don't bother.
Yeah, Fred made a thing that
Yeah.
covers stuff from like 5 different places. It's actually really cool.
It is, it's really cool, and he does that as well. So one of our runners, Fred Coughlin, will actually do that sort of thing, to just reset his seed because he doesn't like it. It's really impressive to see.
Hey, Couch got sub 2. Now it's my turn.
Yeah. Yeah, Couch has already got sub 2, guys. One of our community memes is about who does and does not have a sub 2-hour time for this no CW run. Yeah, Rory doing his inventory maintenance. And we just finished Spoony Bards for Rivers, so... making sure here after the Fabul Gauntlet with Mike to remove the tiara from Rydia and equip the Black Sword on Cecil. The tiara is going to be used now shortly by a different character, and Rydia, we don't want her to... she's about to leave our party, and we don't want to lose that. And the Black Sword is, the reason we equip that now, it's the last menu until the effect of it is useful, but it gives a bonus to agility. So, and there's some not very nice back attacks on Mount Ordeals, which is the next place we're going. So you want to make sure to have that as soon as possible. So since you're in the menu to remove the tiara from Rydia anyways, it's the best time to equip that Black Sword.
Some
And it's
people,
also...
some people don't take off the tiara because it's more useful in 064.
Yes.
You
Or
can
Paladin.
get away with Yeah, because in Paladin you get the change rod. But,
Yes.
in No Credit Warper you have the change rod. Basically the twins work very... It makes sense in some ways and some not, but Porum, the white mage, has 10, and the black mage, the change rod gives 5, which only Pound can equip. Tiara gives 10, so they equal each other out. But Tiara takes more menuing for it to work correctly. Or not correctly,
Yeah,
but
it does. Got to manipulate your party, and if you're going to be trying for the mimic glitch, you may not necessarily want Porm to have that tiara equipped. So getting our soldier fight here with Rory. And he did get the ideal one with the run buffers and no attacks from the officer, so perfect. Mike, though, has to deal with a long stretch of cutscenes here.
like we said before, this game does not like to give you breaks.
No, it does not, because you still have to mash all the text here. The next break for these runners is during the Long Legend in Mysidia, and that's not even that long. And then the next one after that is the telecutscene, so that's the first kind of real longish break. It's one of the ways FF4 is not kind. So we're here on Antline on River's screen, which I don't remember getting a chance to explain earlier. So, this fight casually is fairly difficult, but because every time you physical attack Antline, he does counterattack with quite a nasty move. However, dancing daggers, when used as an item as we're doing, count as a magic attack. So no counters by using them, and after 3 or 4 dancing daggers, Antline's dead, so he's basically free experience. It's beautiful.
There are riff FFs for Rydia and Edward, that's...
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you can come into Antline with Rydia being as low as like 4 or 5 HP, and that's still plenty. You just need her not to be dead.
So here's where buying routes can definitely change based on how they want to do things. You need to hit a certain money range to get the glitch. Every 65,000, well, we'll just say 65,000 make it easier. It's, every area of that, you divide your money by that much, and the remainder decides whether you get through or not. So people are going to do exactly what they need to and not make a mistake in buying if they want to get through.
Yeah. Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, any of the buying and selling from here on out is really precise. You would have seen Mike sell 2 stacks of 70 from his duplicated stack of Fire Claws, and that was extraordinarily precise. Like, that was exactly what was needed there. If you sell more or less, rip run.
There's ways to recover it. It's
Well,
just,
there are.
At that point, it's... yeah.
It's just time loss at that point. But yeah, you can definitely recover, you're right.
Do we know what shields he dupes?
He did the Shadow, and Rivers did the Iron.
Okay, so...
I did not see what Rory did.
If he copies the route that I do, I believe he'll still be... Oh no, he's doing 12 items.
Yeah, he's doing 12 items, so as long as he doesn't accidentally buy extra stacks of things or sell extra stacks of things, he's fine. Because I know I do 12 item and I do Shadow Shield, so...
Everybody should be doing 12 items until you get your time really low, because it's safer, but I don't listen.
Yeah. A lot of people like to YOLO it. They're like, but the other way is slightly faster, and it's easier to manage from what I understand.
It is, because you only need a top, what is it, 6, 3, 4, yeah, 7 rows. So it's much easier to deal with, but
Okay.
is not safer at all.
No. No, it is most certainly not. So, fun thing about the Sand Ruby and the Safety Life, if you pick up the Safety Life in the Antlion Cave and you don't do some menuing in the Antlion battle or use that Safety Life, your Sand Ruby is not going to be in the first slot in your inventory. So it means sometimes if you're not paying attention, you can end up accidentally giving Rosa other items rather than the Sand Ruby, which triggers the plot. And thankfully, you don't use up any items you try and give her, but you definitely waste time because you get the nothing happens text box and you have to go and talk to her again and give her the actual Sand Ruby.
Just keep feeding her carrots.
Yeah,
and
here,
that'll help.
carrots. They're good for your eyes. It'll help you feel better. So it's Rivers' turn to fight the Almighty Water Hag. And Rory has just picked up the Darkness Sword and is on his way to Octomam. So this is also Mount Ordeals is pretty bad for cutscenes, and again, you've still got to stick around because you have to mash your way through them. But there's quite a few of them, like even before you're halfway, like by the time you're halfway up. Well, Mike picked up the carrot and trash can, so we'll definitely see whether he chooses to do them or not. He is definitely quite ahead because of his team advantage. However, where he did lose his step route and he is going against, Rivers, it'll be interesting.
If he were to either mess up trash can or have tell him to stop, and he were to die to Milo and Z, well, this race would be a lot closer.
Yes, it would. Also, we have Octomam here on RoryExtraLife's screen, and his Rydia is not in a good state, so you are seeing, of course, rather than doing another Lit 1 or stopping Tella, he is making sure to do that cure, because 7 HP is far too low to have her at, especially with that many arms still left for Octomam. However, Mike's climbing the mountain, and he has picked up Tella, who for some reason was coming from the wrong direction. But we don't question Tella, it's safest. Actually, we question Tella a lot.
I think at this point he's starting to question himself.
That would be wise. And to answer your question, FF4 in this particular any percent run, which is no credit warp, it's approximately a little over 2 hours. It can be as low as just under 2 hours.
And there's another.
This is no credit warps, not no 64. This is yes 64.
We have our carrot set up.
Oh yeah, carrot. That's good. Yeah,
Okay.
one of the setups for carrot is to get Porm either dead or low HP.
Oh, it's not the way you want to do it, but that's just how it happens.
Yeah, no, for sure. And if she's dead, then when you bring her back to life, she's at the perfect amount of low HP, so either way works. No 64 is closer to 3.5 hours.
He's saving before.
Yeah.
Probably smart.
Yeah, definitely, especially where he didn't do the safety save prior.
Alright, well, should it go well, we'll get to see at least both glitches once.
Yeah, absolutely. So, to start the explanation of the Mimic glitch, because it is quite involved. Okay, well, good thing he had just saved. Yeah, he got one of, again, Mount Ordeals has a lot of really nasty encounters, so if you get that 7 encounter, especially where he's already off his step route, might as well. Why is Rivers a bad person? I want to say that doesn't sound like him, but no. So a Mimic glitch takes advantage of one of the properties of the Mimic, the Twin Cast spell. And what that is one twin initiates twin, and the other twin gets put into a Mimic status. So what we're going to do is we're going to have Palom right away set up to try and kill Porum. And but before that happens, we're gonna get a run buffer in, and she is gonna start the twin cast. That will, and then by killing her, that will put Palom into a mimic status. Next, Porum gets brought back to life, and I think Cecil just works on killing more of those gas or parrying.
For Carrot setup, if any of the zombies were to kill Porum in this state, it's over.
Yeah.
Question. Also, there are not supposed to be 3 zombies alive right now.
There aren't, but Palom is in the mimic status, so that's good. So
Is it recoverable?
yeah, we'll see what happens.
Oh, I think he's abandoning it.
Yeah, I think he might be. What would usually happen if he hadn't had that problem is Tella would then run buffer and cast Stop on Cecil, and on Cecil's turn, before the stop went off, he would half use an item and swap it with the item which he wanted Palom to throw, which for Mylon has to be Carrot. Carrot and Trash Can both are associated to different magic spells. Most items like that, which are not supposed to be able to be thrown, are associated with things like that. So Carrot is 8 times Fire 3, and Trash Can is 8 times White or Holy. So both Mylon and Mylon Z are weak to Fire, but only Mylon Z is weak to Holy. So if you're going to be doing both Carrot and Trash Can, it must be Carrot on Mylon and Trash Can on Mylon Z. So if you don't do Carrot on Mylon, well then you can just use your Carrot or the Trash Can on Mylon Z.
If you use the Carrot on Mylon Z, well, you're doing a good thing because you're giving this zombie vegetables for once.
Exactly. He just wants some vegetables. He's angry. He wants some salad. He's just sad of rot.
Carrot will actually do more than Trash Can, not that it matters. But
Yeah, Trash
there's
Can will
some
do
crazy
more than
numbers.
enough, but yeah, Carrot will absolutely do more damage. So what he did do instead is he went to the twin strats, which is just having the twins cast their twin cast, and with that they want to have Flare come up. Now Flare has a 75% chance of happening and only costs 10 MP. Flare also does more damage to a single target enemy, so which is the case we have here. Comet, which is the other twin spell, costs 20 MP and does more damage to multiple targets. So in the single target, it does less. So we definitely don't want that, especially where the twins only have a little over 50 MP. So with that, if you get one too many comets, it's entirely possible for the twins to run out of MP, and that is not fun. You do have ethers, but it's a big time sink.
so here he's going to change rows, Tella up on Forum spot, and then, well, we're going to feed Mylon Z some vegetables.
Yep, he is so hungry. Is moving his items around a little bit and making sure to heal up, because again, for both of these strategies where they are so particular, you want to make sure to have your backup strat just ready to go. Yeah, because otherwise you can lose quite a bit of time to these strategies. But thankfully, there's less run buffering and less steps into doing the mimic glitch on Mylon Z. Ooh, Rivers has a dead Yang. That he killed Yang? Or something else?
I think it was intentional. It was his last fight. There's a thing people used to. Nope,
Nope, it was not intentional. He just reset.
Okay, so there used to be a very old thing where you kill Yang Infobol and give Stace one more level for Trash.
So that's unfortunate. Luckily, that was one of the save points that Rivers is choosing to take, the safety saves here. So he does lose about 5 minutes though with that, which is unfortunate, but he'll get through fine the second time for sure. Now we'll see. Oh, it looks like Trash Can did fail. There was a problem there, so Mike did revert back to twin strategy. I didn't see what happened to make it fail, but
Mylon Z wasn't hungry.
yeah, he did not want his special. He's like, no, I'm not eating them. How this strategy would work is, again, you would have Palom try and kill Porum with Ice 2 in this case, and she would run buffer and do twin. After that, Tella would have run buffered and stop on Cecil, and again with the half using of items. So the backup strategy for MyLonZ is tossing lots of Cure 2s. You can also use Twin Cast with the twins, but depending on what they're equipped with prior, it's often not even worth it. You're just going to be faster to just chuck Cure 2s at MyLonZ. So I will note though that getting poisoned in this battle is common and unfortunate because for some reason the message speed is incredibly slow in the MyLonZ fight. So any sort of poison you get, when the poison message comes up, it is really slow.
So
Okay.
in fights like Dragon and MyLonZ where there's text box, fight, full flat the deep green, don't hit me while I'm missed, stuff like that. All text boxes are slow, because some are hard to be in that fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And it apparently it looks like he didn't allow enough time for Ice 2, so it went straight to Twin and jumped the Ice 2 cast. Yeah, that is unfortunate, but again, if you're going to have a trash can fail, that was one of the more ideal spots for it to happen because he was able to jump right into the backup strategies, and that was good. Like, you can lose quite a lot of time. Vic, we saved FF4 just for you. So Mike is almost a Paladin. That is the next step. He has, I was going to say one battle to complete, but unfortunately he did get one of those unfortunate random encounters before he initiates that sequence of events. Okay, and Rory is in the process of waking Rosa up.
Paladin's not done yet.
No, Paladin is not done. It will be shortly. We will tell you exactly when it's done. Yeah, it looks like it's done, but it's not. When the message comes up saying that Cecil is now become a Paladin or is now a Paladin, that's the Paladin split. First, though, he has to fight his inner darkness, which is his Dark Knight self. And in the casual playthrough, this is a bit more annoying because you just have to sit there and you kind of get preached at and hit on by the Dark Knight. You sit there and cure yourself and just try not to die. But we found out that Dark Knight actually only has 1,000 HP in this version, and Paladin Cecil can use Dancing Daggers. So 3 to 4 and very rarely 5 Dancing Daggers later, and Dark Knight dies, and you get to skip all of that extra text.
Remember, don't be violent, you'll save time.
Yeah.
Here.
And the text box will be coming up right now from Mike saying he has completed Paladin. So this is the point in our Paladin % run. This is where we end the run officially, where the timer stops. But this is any %, so we're going to keep running. So anyone who is familiar with Paladin % but is new to this run will get to see some really neat things.
No victory medials today. Sorry.
Yeah.
There will be medials.
And unfortunately, Rivers had bad luck on the Kane fight and did not get Cecil down into critical HP.
Don't worry, the 15 seconds will go away sometime the next few days.
Yeah, it will. Yeah, sadly, we will probably not be seeing any Piggy Paladin in this tournament. That is where, for the MyLonZ fight, you turn your party or part of your party into pigs in order to dodge the poison effect due to a glitch in that fight. And you just toss Cure 2s at MyLonZ. And due to the programming, Cecil will walk into that Paladin room as a pig. So you get a pigged Cecil receiving the Legend Sword. It's pretty epic.
But if you don't do that, you get access to the DLC, which we're seeing now.
Oh yeah. So. But Piggy Pally. We'll do some Piggy Pallies in chat just for the Piggy Pally hype since we won't see it.
Yes, it is, Ultimo. Go get ready for GDQ.
So RoryExtraLife is on his way to Mom Bomb. That is the boss at the top of Mount Hobbs here. So that will be in a few minutes. But for now, it's time for Rivers to get a new sword and get on a boat. Now, MyOhMyke is going to be doing something which is more glitch manipulation here, and that does have to do with the Chocobo and what side of the screen it leaves on.
Oh, that was close.
That was close. Isn't it the top of the Chocobo, which is
Yeah.
the effect? So, what you saw there very briefly on his screen was an overlay, which we all use. It is legal to use in these runs, as long as it's agreed on by all of the runners, which it has been. And what that shows is those red spots on the screen are bad spots. If your Chocobo, your yellow Chocobo, when it leaves, if the top of its head touches any of those red bars, that is what's called a bad yellow Chocobo, and you need to get another one. You must have a good Chocobo, which is one who leaves in one of the gaps between those red things for this glitch to work. That is one of the bacon spots, as it were. I think that's no, or is it? No, it's not. That's not bacon.
Yeah, his Chocobo was good. It was just
Yeah.
very close.
Yeah, it was definitely close, but it was a solid good. And now it's time
Yang,
for
please.
yeah.
This is like a 5 round or
Oh,
something.
you're getting the 5-round Yang. That is not good.
Should
Oh
take it
yeah, I
long.
see that. I just saw fourth turn happen. So poor Rory is getting the unfortunate 5-turn Yang, which, yeah, Yang life. Not as bad as Telelife, but. So yeah, the FF4 community actually allows a lot of different things. We allow emulator running, like you're allowed to run emulators as long as you follow the speedrun live rules regarding them. There's certain overlays which are allowed to be used, and a lot of the glitches like Carrot Trash Can is generally legal to use in runs unless, again, agreed upon by both runners or stated previous to the race or tournament that it is not allowed. So, because there's two different versions of Final Fantasy IV, 1.0 and 1.1, or at least of the Final Fantasy IV US version. And it has been patched out of 1.1. So if you are using a cart and it's a 1.1 cart, it is impossible for you to do the carrot and trash can glitch. So, but right now, Mike is doing the guard fight in Baron, and that is just tossing dancing daggers at both of those and doing a little bit of inventory maintenance there. Rivers showing off his overlay. He wants to make sure there's room for the Baron key at the top of his inventory, which he's already done. And in this fight with Yang, you actually can do nothing and have no effect on Yang until he has kicked you twice. And at that point, Cecil just needs to attack him. He doesn't need to actually hit him to trigger the fight to end. He just needs to attack. So that's exactly what happened with Mike. He attacked and he missed, but battle over.
The miss
So,
hurts more than the 20 damages Cecil can do.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a really good fight during the kicks and the messages to do inventory maintenance and management. So, because again, there's a lot of that in this run, though there's one key point where you're going to see a whole lot of it.
And right here, after they go to sleep, you're going to see
And
the
Mom
biggest
Bomb is
menu.
done for Rory, sorry. In case that wasn't caught.
In 9 item here, you'd buy about, what is it, 11 things?
I'm not the
and
one to
12
talk about
items
9
are about
items.
the same. 9 item, you get advanced karates, a bunch of claws and cure staves.
Yeah.
So 12 item, I'm sure it's probably close to the same actually.
Yeah, because you do buy quite a few items, and yeah, in this shopping trip that Mike's about to do, you're going to see some very peculiar, whatever, I can't even say that word today. You're going to see some very interesting numbers in the stacks he's buying, and those are on purpose. That is absolutely glitch manipulation. So, but now that Rory's done Mom Bomb, he is on his way to Fabool, so wish him some good Fabool luck.
Okay, so he did buy one extra headband. I know we said that going off money route is a huge deal, but that doesn't matter.
One headband might be okay.
It's only 450 gold.
He
and the range is
also doesn't need
30,000.
thunder. He also bought thunder rods, which he does not need for 12 item.
There's 2 12 item routes, I think.
Okay, so maybe in one of them it's okay for the money buying. So yeah, he's buying 4 stacks of 13 cure rods, 120 stack of cure rods, 58 ice claws, 68 fire claws, and I think and also another stack of ice claws, which are 96. So yeah, you need all of those to initiate the glitch at the end. Who just said that? Who's talking about the DS version?
We had a long
won't-
talk about this.
Yeah,
It's
we don't
not-
talk about that here.
It doesn't exist. Just ignore
Uh-uh.
it.
Exactly. So, okay.
Just a running joke. Don't take it personally.
Yeah. So doing some menuing here for usually not a spot where you do menu, but he's pre-doing it so he doesn't have to try and do it before the next boss or during the battle for some of it. So it's definitely safer, even if it's a little slower. And he wanted that ice claw that he equipped, he did very specifically take out of the stack of 58 ice claws, not the stack of 96. Okay, so we're just starting the Fabool Gauntlet here for Rory, and Rivers is starting his trek up Mount Ordeals.
I actually already reset because just right near the end of the for the second soldier, both Yang and Cecil hit low, so the soldier survived and hit Edward for exactly how much HP he had. So
Oh, yeah, that's one of those things that can do. And again, this is why the Fabool Gauntlet is terrifying, because if sometimes the RNG just works out, so they just one-shot Edward. It doesn't matter that he's in the back row, and sometimes even that you got the extra health. So it looks like Rory also did not get that extra level from Mom Bomb. So yeah, a little short on HP there.
Alright, so just an important thing quickly.
Mhm.
The fact that he bought extra thunder rods and extra headband do push him over in limits in terms of money.
Okay, that is not
Clearly. He could still be fine depending on running,
good. Right.
but basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to check his GPA publish, do the math out of myself,
Right.
and if he's okay, I'll let him know. Just I need to make sure I catch it.
Yeah, there's in the 64 floor glitch, there are literally 64 floors, and there are 3 of them which we refer to as our bacon rooms, because they are the rooms where your run can literally end. And one of the charts we use to help determine that literally looks like a slice of bacon. So and one of those factors is your money. It's your what your time is, your in-game timer when you get there, how much money you have, and also how much time you spent in the save screen. I think specifically for loading saves, but
That's the title screen, not the save screen.
the title screen, sorry. So how much time you spent in the title screen. So those are the 3 really big important factors.
Oh wait, no, it's the save screen. You're right.
Okay, I thought it was the save screen.
Seed manip.
Whoa. Yeah, no, the seed manipulation is done through the title screen, but the save screen is for one of our bacon rooms, so,
Okay, so about that medio,
Uh-oh. We'd
This
love that.
this could be a hard fight, but oh, gee.
This will be the hardest fight. Yeah, these are 2 hard fights coming up. There's a lot of things they have to keep in mind.
The second one's hard to tell. Doesn't like you.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I've definitely had that happen. Or if you forget to equip the change rod. Oh, Hide Road. Yeah. Oh, we definitely do have a Hide Road. That's not great. But again, Hide Road can still save your run, so we'll see what happens here. Oh, that would have been a nasty encounter for Rivers had that been a back attack. But it was not. Okay, so he did all of Mike did all of his menuing prior to this room, but yeah, you do want to make sure to do some menuing here. You will also notice that he forgot to resurrect. Was it Palom or Porum who's dead?
Oh, if
Hopefully-
Porum's dead, that's better because you don't need to kill her off.
Yeah. Yeah. Spoilers. We're actually gonna kill them.
So we want to kill certain people. What was Palom? It's not
Okay.
So we want certain people dead at certain times to get Kane's level 19 for Valvalus. Speeds up the fight so much.
Yeah, any characters who are playable who we currently don't have with us right now are in what's called a shadow party. So they do still gain experience even though they're not here. So yeah, like Gino said, we're purposely manipulating. So when Kane rejoins us right before Valvalus, he will have level 19 or be at level 19, and that's specifically to make sure he is fast enough, that he has enough agility.
Oh, look at Dagon helping us out.
Oh, so nice.
That was so
Also-
bad. That was
yeah,
a bad
also-
fool.
But you made it.
I made it.
You made it. Which,
Bad.
yeah, still, you made it without having to redo it. But yeah, no, it wasn't great.
Look Rivers quickly. You'll see Carrot.
Yep. Oh, you did see Carrot. That was beautiful. Yeah, so he got Rivers getting the carrot set up, no problem. So he will almost definitely go for Trash Can. And on Mike's screen, you guys just saw Meteo, but Tella doesn't have enough MP to cast a Meteo. Wrong.
It's
Well,
Boomerang
right,
26.
but yeah, he has Boomerang 07 right now, or actually he has Line 07 right now. So what Mike did and what the other runners will be doing is we did an MP underflow on Tella, and this can be done with any of your magic using characters. And to implement that, you use up all of his MP, or most of his MP, and either with a usable spell or an empty space, you try and quickly switch. It is frame perfect between a spell you can't use because you don't have enough P, and either a spell you do have enough MP to use, or an empty space. And if you get the timings correct, it will allow you to use the spell you don't have enough MP for, and this game doesn't do negative, so instead you get excessive amounts of MP, which can unfortunately only be used during battle. So, but that does mean we have lots of Meteos. Meteo is not what is used in this battle, though. We use Lit 3, which unfortunately, Kainazo has 4,000 HP. So the reason you come in with both Cecil and Yang alive is to do that little bit of extra damage in case Tella rolls low. However, when he rolls as low as he just did, it's not going to help. Generally, you just need to do a second Lit 3. So that was unfortunate, but that is what we like to refer to in the Final Fantasy IV community as Tella life. So, Tella, if he did not miss and roll low on things, would be one of your more useful characters. However, that is not the case.
Rivers also did get both Carrot. Another 3,200.
Oh my god. Does he have the Change Rod equipped? Because I know I had that happen to me, and it was because I didn't have the Change Rod equipped.
Yes.
Actually, I
Oh,
see
no, he
change in
doesn't.
the inventory right there.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that can happen. If you forget to equip Tella with the Change Rod, you're gonna get low damage rolls, and you have to deal with more waves, and it's a waste of time. So now we get a long cutscene sequence for Mike, and Rivers is just getting ready to do his Dark Knight fight before he officially becomes a Paladin.
At least everybody's passable. That's like one out of your control run killer, basically.
It really is, because like Rory mentioned, he did have a bad for Bull run, but you can get right to that last fight and die, which can either ruin your run or lose you time. So yeah, it's definitely not great. I just want to note about that Fire Cloud dupe that Rory did. One of the things you also do is you complete the dupe, but then you also make sure that you have a Fire Claw in both hands for Yang, and by doing that, you make sure you have the stack at the exact right amount. So while the twins say goodbye, we're just getting ready for our Paladin split here for Rivers. And that's Paladin for Rivers. While in the meantime, Rory just is getting on the boat. So, and he's got his overlay all up and ready, Rivers does, in order to do his chocobos. So you can have a nice long look at it. We have a couple of different overlays, but the ones these guys are using is the one which is just the red bars. We do have one which is literally just a screenshot of the screen, which can be good to use, but less fun in a marathon setting, right?
Well, it kind of, if you're in the exact same tile, it looks very weird. Oh, the twins are dead. Well, that's...
Oh, boo-hoo, I'm crying. Well, it is a bit sad because I'm sure there's a lot, like if we didn't use the carrot or trash can on Mylon and Mylon Z, it would be so fun to use that on, future bosses, but I guess they just knew the twins were too OP and they're like, nope, gotta turn them to stone. Cry.
One of these days, somebody's gonna use the carrot on Bagon. I hope so.
That would be amazing. Providing it actually hit, Bagon's body and not his arms. That would be unfortunate.
You'd have to target it and then time it just right. It'd be very hard.
Yeah. So, doing our not-so-fun walk down the Mount Ordeals for Rivers, and he got one of those less fun back attacks because those souls like to cast Fire 1, which you don't have to worry too much about the damage, but between the message and the time for the animation, it's a bit of a time loss. But Mike is getting himself an airship, so he is set. And poor Rory is, wow, we're losing all the kids here. Mike just lost the twins. Rory just lost Rydia. Wow.
Oh, and this is a little mash X joke, if you want to... I should even explain that.
Yes.
Don't actually mash X. Please.
Yes, just don't mash X. X is your menu button, and you can use many different buttons, most of the buttons in fact, though not all, to mash through text. And so we've practiced using a variety different of buttons, but what we've learned that there are key points in the game where if you mash X, you can soft lock the game because it tries to go to the menu, I believe, before it's available, and everything just freaks out. And that airship cutscene is one of those such moments. So just do yourself a favor, and if you ever do run this game, just don't mash with X. Y is an ideal one. Some people use the, I think the right and left trigger buttons.
Yeah, I mash with the left a lot. It's
Yeah.
because, usually walk left.
Oh, that makes sense. So Mike has reached Terraria, where he is supposed to be he's going to be getting a crystal for the bad guys. And who do we find but Edward? So one of the interesting and kind of fun things about this run is at this point you start using exit to get out of places a lot more because walking is hard. Like, we don't have time for walking. So this is one of those first spots where you do that. And when you're new to this run, it's really easy to forget to do that. You just, by habit, just walk back out and you're like, no, don't do that. Oh yeah, spoilers. You'll see it in a minute. And it looks like Rory and Rivers are in the same spot.
Yeah, Rivers Choco was pretty close. I'm checking it now.
Oh, I didn't see it. So even though we have our wonderful airship, unfortunately we are in that part of the game, and actually most of this run where it's not of much use to us. It gets us to point A, from point A to point B for a couple of locations, but otherwise it's just not used a lot. And you will see that Mike has not yet bothered to bring Yang back from where he had perished during the Kainazo fight. This is not a mistake. You will see from now until much later, I think until we get Kane back, just a lot of the time leaving certain characters dead, either for the battles themselves or just for the plot triggers. Chocobo is awful. There is specific ways to manipulate that chocobo, that black chocobo, so you know exactly where it is, and it does have to do with watching the frog locations in Toria and other such things, but if you're not doing that, yeah, you can chase that chocobo around for quite a long time, and as you know from the casual run, you need that black chocobo to progress.
Okay, so Rivers Chocobo is good.
Okay, excellent. So again, Rivers is on the Karate Man fight, so doing his inventory management, which he may not even need to do while waiting. Yeah, and he's pause buffering, because during kicks, they're already happening. You don't pause that.
Cecil crit on Yang.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was the exact opposite of Mike's.
You actually can Medio Yang as well, and end the fight that way.
Oh, can you? I didn't realize that. I had been told it was just you have to hit him with Cecil. That's it.
I hit him for 4,000, but you can end it that way.
Yeah, Medio is used quite a bit for the rest of this run while we have it, because it's Medio. And not just even for the novelty, it does an excessive amount of damage. It is extraordinarily useful. River's also getting that effect where during that cutscene while you're walking to the inn, that lady NPC will just freeze wherever she is when the cutscene starts. So you will often just walk right through her. She's our ghost NPC. Yeah, Rivers is definitely caught up quite a bit. I don't have timers for them on my screen, so I can neither confirm nor deny exactly how much, but it is quite close.
I wouldn't compare the times anyway until like
No.
sisters because of encounters.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've never been so scared of a back attack in my life.
I just saw it, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry.
I'm just gonna take a few seconds here to just do some healing.
You're fine. Cecil can tank most of that.
I bet half it was fire, and it was like,
Oh, is your money okay?
Hmm?
Is your money okay? You bought like...
I mean, it's the same purchases I make every single time.
Then
and
it should be
works
fine.
every single time.
Yeah. I know
Yeah.
I only have problems when I'm too eager on the A button and buy extra stacks of things. That's when it goes bad.
Yeah.
So it is time for the true hero of this game to show his face to us through Mike's stream. And you're going to see some kind of interesting equipment happening here. And the most key one, you're finally seeing why we took the Iron Glove off of Kane at the beginning of the run. And that's because we want to put that on Sid.
So, you know, he doesn't like this run anymore. He wants it to die. The relay's over.
Yep.
No, it's over. See ya.
She's like, well, it's Dark Elf. They know they can't fight the true hero. Dead. Oh no, Mike is dead. What happened?
Running
So, yeah, so the key thing about this, where they are, is everything metal causes you to be frozen. And when you walk into this cave, Sid's the only one not wearing metal. So you need to make sure he doesn't die or get paralyzed, so he's available to run from all the battles. And just before Dark Elf, we make sure to give him his own metal item so he can be part of the metal group. And that will cause the scripted, or not the scripted battle, but the unwinnable fight with Dark Elf to immediately end. You know when you forgot to remove that, either remove or to equip that Iron Glove, because you actually have to wait to die, and we don't have time for that.
Oh, and Rivers back attack.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's no fun. But thankfully, once again, Edward is coming to the rescue with his, but this time, not with dancing daggers. This time it's with his beautiful music. So, which Dark Elf also doesn't like. There's a lot of people in this game who just don't like Edward's music.
Can't blame them, I really can't.
Yeah, Mike making sure to put the change rod on Dark Elf. So this is a easy but particular fight. Mike is going to hold A to attack with Sid, Cecil, and Yang. And then we're going to see a bit of murder happening here. We are purposely going to kill Sid with Virus. And again, this is more Shadow Party experience manipulation. Ooh, Tella just got weaked though. Dark Elf likes to cast weak, but you're gonna see the fun part of this fight, and this is where he turns into the Dark Dragon. So most bosses have a flag on them, making them immune to having weak cast on them, but for some reason, Dark Dragon form of Dark Elf does not. So.
Well, he missed.
What's that?
Okay, so another part of Tella being Tella is he can miss weak in this fight.
Yes, he can. He can miss quite a lot of spells, but thankfully we did not get TeleLife here, so literally anyone can just hit Dark Dragon after he's been weaked and done. There is a lot that can go wrong, but so providing you just get your timings right and don't stress out too much about that fight, it is pretty easy. Yeah, guys, get your metal hands out. This is the Metal Cave. It's so metal. And of course, we're getting more child murder here. Getting off those twins, getting them. There's a lot of that.
That fight also did not go well.
No, it really.
Nothing's going well.
You can get to trash can now. Yeah. You just have to explain MyOhMyke.
Why can't he do trash can?
Paladin was.
Oh, so he doesn't have ice too. Gotcha. I was like, why not? Yeah, okay. So, piggy strats. You know, you want a piggy valley.
Mike set the black choco in a very specific spot.
Yes, he did.
The glitch. So the way the glitch works is we use a certain room to go to all the other rooms we need to go to. The black choco is a very big factor in our position in that room when we start. If it's too far off in any way, we're going to walk off the map. Then go to the room we need to and it's over. So it's not hard to find the spot you need because it's about, I think, 8 tiles up and down. Don't mess that up. Otherwise it's over.
And one of the fears there as well is if you have a good chocobo going back into that chocobo forest and you're trying to get your black chocobo and you accidentally pick up a yellow chocobo, you again need to check to make sure it's a good one, because as soon as you've picked up another yellow chocobo, that's it. It's the one that's counting. So there's sometimes you have to just go back to Baron once you get the airship before you head underground and just kind of grind out grind out chocobos until you get a good one.
And let me say, the black chocobo is trying to run from you as you're trying to chase it. The yellow ones will swarm in on it just so you get them instead.
It is so true. So, no problems with Kainazo for Rivers, and we're heading to Tower of Zot for Mike. So this is where he will fight Valvalis, but he's got a bit of time there yet. Wow, Cecil's dead on Rory's screen. Oh, but so is MyOhMyke, so that's the important thing.
That's actually a good thing. If somebody's dead on MyOhMyke, it's much easier to level 19 Kane. It's like the counter to level 19 Kane starts right after Miss Dragon, so any death would count towards the XP total, even though, like, you know, the earlier fights don't give too much.
Yeah, and if you happen to get Kane and he's at level 20, that's not a problem. It doesn't throw anything off at all.
I was hoping and praying for not a back attack then. Because I felt I could feel it. I could
Yeah.
feel it thinking about it. I was like, "Ooh."
Yeah, that would have
Get a
been a
free
bad
heal.
situation.
It's a Paladin get free heals, so attack between MyOhMyke and Paladin goes like 5 steps. It's like incredible. That's FF4.
Yeah, it is. Mike about to do the fire dog fight, so we're doing this to get a specific sword, the fire sword, which is going to be very, very needed later. And this can be a bit of a scary fight because Flame Dog does quite a bit of damage, and we're waiting on on Tella to cast Ice 2, which you should just have enough MP for, because in order to use exit to get out of different locations, you have to use an ether to cancel the MP underflow. So no problem with Flame Dog, and he did remember to actually take the fire sword, so good. We like listing all the little things that can go wrong, and he did his duplication there. The reason being is things go a lot better on a Golbez fight later on if you have 2 fire swords, but you need a minimum of 1 to give to Kayn.
If you don't
And it
have
looks-
2, you can play with it, but in
Yeah.
general, it's better. than
Also,
FF3.
Rory is a paladin.
Alright. This is for... Okay, so he just got Tower Zot. Tower Zot is known for, among many things, the incredibly long, dangerous, and very annoying back attacks. So... Oh. I spoke too soon.
Why? Commentator curse.
Considering how bad my run's been going, 105 for a paladin time is not bad.
That is quite excellent, in fact.
It's quite good considering how everything has gone really badly.
Yeah. Oh, you're doing great.
I did a practice run this morning and got a 102 though, so I'm like,
Hey, you
Oh,
still
well.
got lots of time to catch up that time.
That's true. That's entirely true.
Okay. And we'll keep an eye out for your Chocobo as well. So yeah, Tower of Zod, yeah, it's one of those places, you know, due to what Gino said, you just want to keep Cecil and Tella just cured. Oh,
Don't want Yang alive for the Maggie Sisters because they give
You do
so
not.
much EXP.
yeah.
The Valveless, if the fight is done well, it looks really cool.
It really does. Ooh, speaking of back attacks, it's not a back attack, but it's a surprise attack. Thankfully, we got that free cure beforehand.
Wasn't
And it's
me.
just, yeah, it's just the zombie dance party, but that's Rory jinxing his own run. So Mike did take a safety save in the save room right before the Mega Sisters, because it's Mega Sisters and then you basically, after some nice cutscenes, immediately go on to Valvalis. So it's a
Wonderful.
really good place to save.
Did Mike underflow MP?
I saw him do so. Looked like it. We'll find out really quickly. So yeah, we don't want anyone alive other than Tella and Cecil for the Mega Sisters. And Cecil, as in many of these fights, is going to just purposefully cover Tella. And then he is going to do some inventory maintenance, hopefully. And maybe not. Again, there's a point later on where you can do a lot of it. Oh, he's trying to kill Cecil off. That's interesting.
That I would not recommend here because it's
I would
very
not
slow.
either, but
He pulled it off.
he really did. That was perfect. What he tried was perfect. So again, I think he's worried about the experience route. This is the last chance to get that extra experience for Kayn. So he is
Okay.
definitely set for at least level 19, Kayn.
Here's the other problem with it. So Cecil loses a lot of levels.
I
don't know
think
if
that was good.
The
Okay.
top of the head was free of the red, but
Yeah.
so I
I
think
The
always-
that's
body
all that
wasn't,
matters.
but the top of the head was.
Yes.
That top is all that matters.
Okay, so yeah, top of the head made it, so I think you're good.
Woo!
So that was
How many
3
close
good
Chocobos
chocobos.
today?
So if we were talking about good long cutscenes, this is one of the only long, you know, cutscenes where you don't need to press anything. You can just sit and be a little sad for
I
Tella.
am
I'm not sad.
standing up for this one. I haven't
Yeah.
sat down for too long.
Why would I be sad Atella's dying?
Yeah.
Look at all he's done today.
Hey, he's done a couple of really good meteos.
He's done some videos.
Yeah. That's what I mean. He's worth it for that point. In Paladin, he really does nothing except often fail. After the Paladin part, he does some neat things, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of better people.
Just in the Valveless menu, if you can catch his money rolls off, we'll work together on that. Oh no, back by mages. So basically, get away, okay. If you get back attacked by mages and they use their ability on you, it's a different name in every version. I can't keep up. They hit Sid, you're stuck. It goes off. Could take 30 seconds. Could take a minute. You just gotta wait it out, and it's very frustrating. But yeah, anybody happen to catch his GP in the menu coming up, give or take 2.5 minutes, feel free to type it out in chat so we can make sure he won't suffer.
Time for a guard fight for Rory. While it's Rivers' turn to get metal. Another fairly cutscene heavy part for Mike, but next up is his next big boss, Valvalis, which again, when this fight is done correctly, and you have the good level 4 Cane, it looks pretty spiffy.
Another miss on Yang.
They just don't want to hit their friends. Even if he's being a bit mean right now. So Edward's rocking out, Kane's joining the party, and Yang's joining the party. Look at that, guys. Team effort. Now this is an important menu. As soon as you get Rosa and Kane, you need to make sure not to move, because or definitely don't move forward, because as soon as you do, you trigger the boss fight. So, and there is quite a bit of menuing you want to do here to make sure you're equipped with all the relevant items, because timing is really important for this coming fight. And you want to make sure everyone is alive for this fight. We no longer are worried about experience routing. We have done that. So we just need to make sure everyone is alive.
Am I a bit louder because people say they can't? Can you still... Like, everybody's saying that I'm kind of quiet, so...
You are quiet, but you usually are quiet. I can hear you. You just, you fade in and out a little bit.
It's okay. I'm just checking his money route right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Go right ahead. So, Valvalis. This is, of course, we are relying on our Rockstar of Kane for this fight and his jump ability. So, and we're also relying on Cecil and his automatic cover to protect everyone. So anyone except for Cecil who is in critical HP, not a problem, because Cecil is there to handle them. The next really important thing is we're going to have Rosa cast slow on Valvalis twice, because she's a bit fast right now. We don't want that.
Oh, Cecil's on critical. That's very bad. Also,
yes,
his
it
money
is.
route's good.
Oh, good. Fantastic. So, yeah, it does take away from the timings of this fight for someone to cure Cecil, but it is much better to have him not in critical, because again, we need Cecil to be tanking the hits for everybody else. So that's one of the reasons he's in the back row.
After Years isn't really given too much attention.
Yeah.
So
Though there has been some work on the speedrun for that recently, I believe.
yeah, it's being looked into. It's just like it's
Yeah.
a 7-hour final dungeon with a bunch of nothing but fights.
Yep.
I don't think there is a record for the entire After Years.
No, I don't know if there is either.
My guess for a full run, like fully routed and done well, would probably be about 12 hours.
Yeah. Little excessive.
I mean, we have 10-hour games in this already, but I can't see it being in this relay.
No, I can't either. Yeah, some of the other sequels can and are, but yeah, not that one. Of course, the timings for this fight are set up so no one is attacking while Val is in her tornado, but because they had to do the extra move there with to heal Cecil, that has thrown the timings off a bit. Thankfully, there's no huge consequence if you do attack Val while she's in her tornado, but it's useless. It is a waste of an attack. There's much better things you could be doing while she is in the tornado. So thankfully,
that's
though,
killing tornado.
yeah, dead in tornado form. So that is Val Valis down, though usually it's I don't know when we're doing the split for whether it's I do black screen. Some people do when the boss is dead. So either way, now we can split for Val.
In terms of After Years, I didn't mean that nobody's tried it. I just mean nobody's done a full, like, single segment 10-story run that's on speedrun.com.
Yeah.
So feel free to try it, you know?
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Okay, got the run buffer all set up for Rory here before the Baigen fight, and get a not very nice getting slimed here for Rivers and Tower of Zot. So
Okay, not single segment because you're gonna reset, but
yeah,
close enough. All right, we have. Oh,
I'm gonna be completely honest here. Even after doing tons and tons of DRS runs, I still have no idea what my form should be there. Like, I have no clue.
People do different things.
Yeah, they do.
I usually have
Like
forms
Tella
for
at top?
Palom Yang.
No, no.
I know some do Tella at the top.
It doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. As long as Tella's in front and Cecil's in the back row, I think. It's the main thing.
Yeah, that change rod might be handy.
Yes, that might be. Not so much for Baigen, but definitely for Kainazo. So River's doing his flame dog fight.
I know it looks like he's far behind, but keep in mind that this is the fourth game. Like, you know, there's more to come, and there's already been a lot. So there's no such thing as the race being over.
Absolutely, especially with Final Fantasy IV. It's not over until it's literally over. Yeah, with the RNG for the back attacks and everything, it's not FF3 sort of, not FF3, sorry, FF2 sort of RNG, but it is not very nice sometimes, and especially with the major glitches. Yeah, don't do it, Mike. Don't do it. So we are actually nearing the end of this run for Mike. He's still got quite a bit to go, but yeah, if you wanted to see the last third of this game, this is not the run for you. So, I will note Rory did have Yang alive, which...
That's not the worst thing. You just
No.
need to adjust. And he had somebody at MyOhMyke too, so it's okay. You just need to have somebody at Dark Elf.
Yeah, also, there's no way any of the Final Fantasy IV runners know what I mean when I say this game is not very nice. We've all had that run.
No, this game's super friendly. It's fair to
Super
everybody.
friendly. So nice. Everyone should run it. Well, actually, I do agree on the last point. Everyone should run it. It's a great game. But it's not very nice at all. Okay, let's see how Kainazo goes while we have Mike and cutscenes. And Rivers walking. Okay, yeah, so usually for Kainazo, you don't want to cure up Yang. Because you want him just to do that extra hit and want him to die for the experience round. And just a note, if your Kane does come to you at level 18 when you get him back, that is it isn't the end of the world. It isn't a run killer, but it's a much slower and much less fun Val fight.
Another 3,200.
Yeah. ZellyFF, and he does have the change rod, so that's...
Oh, what? Look at that crit for 528 from Yang.
That was amazing. Okay, so...
Good crit. I like crits. Crits are good.
So it's time for some Stairmaster work, guys. I think Rosa, she wants her workout for the day. So we are going to see many stairs happening right now. For Mike, this is part of the glitch. He is walking until he has done 63 sets of stairs. Though to note, when he starts the counting from the throne room, he's already done 3. So yeah, so Medio, great there for the Mega Sisters with Yang dead, of course.
Oh, he's definitely level 19, no question.
Oh yeah, there's no problem there. I'm a little worried about Rory's level 19.
We'll see how Dark Elf goes.
Yep. Yeah, this is Yes 64, otherwise known as No Credit Warp. So things are gonna get really fun. I'm not sure which speed run is long. This speed run is a little over 2 hours, and there are so many glitches. It's beautiful. Less glitches in the No 64 run, though still plenty of them. Just not quite so epic.
Oh, no credit warp and doing stairs is because credit warp is actually a much more complicated item route
Yeah.
in which you go to the glitch room and walk into the second warp, hold down, press A, and you're at the credits.
Quickly interrupt. Gino, are you 100% positive that Rivers' Chocobo was good? I didn't see it, so I can either confirm or deny.
I think Ringer was the one who checked it as well.
Yeah,
I
okay.
asked him.
Yeah, because after this fight with Golbez and after the Val fight, that is when if you're going to need to do another Chocobo, that is the time.
I'll check it again just in case.
Yeah. What caused Team Mog to catch up?
FF3 step routing things.
Yeah. It's something about the memory getting overloaded when you go up and down stairs 64 times. Yeah, I can't count past that for some reason. So it just kind of trips everything and it loses its mind a bit. So so Tella down on Rivers, so he's going to do some cutscenes, and then it's time for his Valvalis fight. So things are getting closer between Team Chocobo and Team Tonberry, so... But first, Mike has to do the Calcabrina fight, which I don't know about anyone else, but this fight is the bane of my run.
It is not fair.
It's a really precise fight. The aim for the battle is to kill all before they join into become the big Calcabrina doll, and you have to make sure to kill the last two, one blue and one orange doll, basically at the same time. And if that timing is off even by a little bit, even if you just have one doll left, you will get the big doll. And that is, as long as you know the strategy, you can absolutely survive, but it is absolutely a time waster. Okay, yeah, Tonberry and Mug are not currently on the same. Oh, unless you're talking about the timers, because I'm like there. I haven't seen the timers recently, so I cannot confirm what you are saying. Okay, cool. Oh, we've got a dead Cecil on Mike's screen, so he is going to have to recover that. The strategy here is dancing daggers on the front dolls by Cecil, jumps from Kane on the back dolls, kicking with Yang. Rosa is going to slow all the dolls and then do some curing. And then a really important thing for her to do is we need her to mute the party. Everyone or everyone but Kane. If she doesn't catch Kane in it, it is not a huge deal.
Alright, so I just put a link in the chat. If anybody wants to
Yes.
confirm Chocobo, feel free, but I think it's good.
Mike's run, providing everything goes well, I want to say 20 minutes? Would you agree with that time estimate? For how much is left?
Let's see, 5. I'd say 15.
Yeah, somewhere between 15 and 20 for Mike's run. Yeah, we're definitely at near the end. I'm gonna quickly bring up this Chocobo too, see what we're doing. So, Rivers is fighting Valvalis now. Should be a really nice looking round.
It's nice.
Oh yeah, that Chocobo looked good to me. Okay, so Mike did get through the Calcabrina, no problem. And now we're going to see why he cast Mute on the party. And so the reasoning being is pretty early on in this fight, Golbez freezes your entire party. But this is like when we would use the pig status ailment against Mylon Z. We're using the status ailment priority chart, and Mute trumps the paralyze, the hold that he uses. So as long as you're muted, you can't be frozen like that. So we can still input moves and do things. Now the real thing you're seeing here that Mike is doing is he is doing inventory maintenance management, and this is non-negotiable. While he could do some of it afterwards, it is much safer due to the stacks of items we have to do this inventory maintenance and management here during this fight. And you have until the "and you" that's up there right now message. That is the last message that'll come up. So anything that Mike wants to do in his menu now, he must do without leaving the menu. So he is putting his items in very specific spots. There's the top 4 rows and the bottom 4 rows, making sure certain things are where they belong. So to just quickly summarize where he is putting his items, he's having a stack of 13 cure staffs on in the top left, 86 fire claws in the top right. So I'm just going to go left to right. Then it'll be 8 thunder claws on the left, anything on the right, anything on the below the thunder claws, another empty space or anything on the 3rd row. 4th row is 96 ice claws on the left and 20 cure staffs on the right. I do also want to note these items I'm listing. This is only for the 12 item route. You will not see Rivers doing the same thing, and he is through Valvalis, for in case that was not noted. And then
Golbez is down.
Okay, good.
So, I believe all of his items are in the right place. I know 9 item way better than 12, so...
Yeah, exactly. He wanted, yeah, and at the bottom it's the bottom 4 rows is 13 Cure Staves, 114 Fire Claws, 13 Cure Staves, anything in the third last row, more Cure Staves, the 13 stack, and then right at the bottom row is the 57 Ice Claws and 1 staff. So we've got a whole guide, which is really helps you with it, because trying to memorize that takes you quite a few runs.
Oh yeah, there's. I still have the notes on the side sometimes.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely do too. And you need those. Those items are all in very specific places to manage the different floor warps that are going to be happening. And there are some items that get moved during this glitch you're going to see here now shortly, in order to manipulate where they are going to go. But first, we do still have another glitch left, and that is we are going to, well, first we're changing
Cast warp.
our,
Yes, please.
oh, he's changing his items first thing first.
I know there's important things going on, but if you don't cast warp in either category,
Even
it's
run over.
just this is the one time you want to mash X.
Yes, you absolutely do. So you, one of the glitches in this game, and it's only in this version, is immediately after that cutscene, if you cast Warp with Rydia, you will go back into the crystal room, or it looks like you go back into the crystal room, but actually it is the crystal room of the sealed cave, and you pick up the crystal and leave. But that is what triggers our 64 floor glitch, so things are gonna look really darn weird. And so we have a map telling us exactly where to go, but in a lot of cases it is just move left in those the screens. Ooh, that is not where he wanted to be.
Ooh,
He may have baconed.
nah.
So
If you get stuck in the desert room in the house, if you're stuck there, you can just cast exit on yourself.
Yeah. But I mean,
have
he's
to-
stuck in the wall next to the sealed cave.
Huh?
Yeah.
I was looking at Rory's stream.
No,
What?
yeah, he is.
Let me see.
He's
there
trying
might
to
be a
see if
way
Rosa
out.
has exit out of the wall.
Oh.
Yeah, he has just baconed, unfortunately.
What went wrong?
I don't know. I didn't
Under-
look at his items. So depending
Wait a
on what
minute.
depending on what items he used, because he's new to, or somewhat new to 12 item.
So I can explain this.
Yeah.
He bought the Thunder Rods he bought were not incorrect. Well, I mean they were nice weakness. He bought rods instead of claws, which put you on the wrong part of the room. He goes back and buys Thunder Claws and his items, he'll be fine. But you know what?
Yeah.
This just makes for a closer race.
Absolutely, it does, and he's heading to. He knows that now. He's heading to Baron to get his items. He's a little thrown off though, but he'll get his stride back here, because it's, yeah, getting a bacon, especially in a spot you don't expect to get bacon, is really quite. It can be a bit disheartening, but he's gonna get the item he missed. But it does mean he's gonna have to redo his floors and redo Calcabrina and Golbez. So right now, Rivers is in the lead. So that is a big comeback for Team Tonberry, for those who are cheering for them. And Rory did not forget to pick up the Earth Crystal, which after you fight Dark Elf, that is something which is entirely possible. You're so excited that you're done there. Plenty of people just walk out, which is no fun. So, but he and all the other runners remembered to pick up that crystal, so everything seems to be good. And yes, Final Fantasy IV, when it was released here for the first time, was released as Final Fantasy II, because the Final Fantasy II and III Japanese versions were never released here originally. So since, this was the first Final Fantasy to come out over here and be localized after Final Fantasy I, they decided to renumber it. And they also changed the game quite a bit. They removed items and abilities and made things easier. This is, But it's also pretty darn glitchy in spots, so that's why we run it. Yeah,
Yeah, there are some fun bacons. Like
there
I,
are
I
some
fought
fun
Wyvern in the glitch room one time.
Yeah. I've also had the screen where Cecil's just walking. He's walking right, and he just walks right. You're not even touching the controller, and he's on a stroll. Oh.
You can do basically anything in that glitch room if you know you land in the right frame.
Yeah, if you know the different item warps and everything. So, but for now, so that means things are much closer here between Chocobo and Tonberry, and giving plenty of time for Mog to catch up. So, time for more Stairmaster work. This time Cecil's getting the work out. And we'll see how the doll fight goes for Rivers. Well, it's off to the Tower of Zot, I believe, for Rory.
The DS
Yellow?
remake never happened.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Did someone have a heart bacon emoticon? That's amazing. It's really sad, but it's amazing. So, yeah, again, in Calcabrina, you really have to keep an eye on how many dolls there are at all times. And it's Flame Dog time for Rory, and you'd think this is a fairly easy fight, but it actually has. I've seen the Flame Dog fight claim, a number of runs. Yeah, it's one of the bacon rooms. Oh,
Why did he do that?
I don't know why he did that. I'm not sure. I didn't see a problem there.
He was just casting ice too, wasn't he?
Huh.
Oh, you might have cast the wrong spell or something.
Yeah, could have.
I forgot to ether it beforehand, so Tella had 0 MP.
Oh.
Why didn't you just cast a spell?
At 0 MP. Like, none. At all.
Spell animation went off, I thought. Oh well.
Yeah, I didn't. I just. So,
Okay, yeah, because weakness. Yeah. So, I didn't
Let's
mean
try
to
that
call
again.
this exactly. But, you get a free heal before Dark Elf too. But if Tella misses weak, which Tella, then you're short on MP and you don't usually realize it. So, what can you do?
That's true. So, yeah, I don't know if and when Rivers does any sort of inventory management, because he's doing the night item, which I'm less familiar with.
That one I can handle though.
Yeah, because he's not doing anything here in the Golbez fight. He may have done it right at the beginning of the fight, as well.
Yeah, there's also time to do it like as to when the 4 fiends is dying.
Yeah.
$15.60. What is wrong with you, Kane?
So one of the goals for the Golbez fight is to kill Golbez before Rydia appears, so you get Rydia skip, which saves a bit of time, because with the strategy on that fight, she's not helpful anyways. And this is where the fire swords really help, to have that extra one to be equipped on Cecil. And not being frozen, if you get the timings off with Kane, he will be in the air when the perish happens, so he will not die. So you guys are free to attack as soon as the dragon is blown away by the Mist Dragon. So it is almost time for Rivers to start his glitch. Okay, and more successful Flame Dog this time for Rory. Okay, and we're down to $2 here for Mike. Rivers, of course. Rivers in his run, I believe, will have more background color changes than are in the 12 item. There's only one at the very beginning for 12 item. And that is, again, more time, which is, or more kind of information that is grabbed by the game in order to know where to send them. So now he has entered the 64 floor glitch, so enjoy these tan rooms.
I
They're-
believe that 9 item has less glitch movement than 12.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't know 12 at all. So
No, I don't know
No.
9 at all.
so basically, he just warped right to the sealed cave because Yang wanted to wear a cape or something.
Yeah, he wanted to cosplay as ninja. And one of the, and by warping into the crystal room and picking up the crystal the way we did, as soon as you hit on the trigger tile, which checks to see if you have the crystal, Kane immediately betrays you and steals the crystal and leaves. So you don't actually have to do the sealed cave at all. I know that's one of those glitches which many of us knew or was more likely to be known when playing casually.
So next up, he's gonna be holding left a lot because now he's going right to Fusoya's palace. So I can explain this a bit. Basically, the Underworld and Moon share the same maps, so you can warp between them based on your, like your in-game time, your anything. Because you can't do it from the Overworld. If you try to, you soft lock on floor -3. The Mage Room, as some people call it, which is the main room that we warp from, is -7, so you can never reach it.
Yeah.
But right now, he's going to floor -43 for Fusoya.
And I think, yeah. Because the
And,
bacon rooms.
44 to 46.
Yeah.
So 44
45.
is.
Actually, it's 45. Well, in 12 item, it's 45, 46, and 47 are the 3 bacon rooms.
Well, the first bacon room is based off how long you stay on the save screen, which is if you just mash, you're fine. 46 is in-game timer, which I mean, you can't see seconds, so you're kind of just hoping a bit. And 47 is your money, which we know is fine because of our playing routes.
Yeah.
And
And
after
one of the
that-
differences I want to note about Fusoya's room is in 9 item, you appear at the back and have to walk all the way down for the trigger, while in 12 item, you appear just 2 steps above the trigger.
I wonder. Oh, I know why. Because battle speed stuff.
Right.
But once you pass -45, 46, 47, whatever it is,
Yeah.
you're pretty much set. You just walk down -60 something, get a normal spell, not glitched at all, and you exit back to the mage room, walk to Zeramis, and it's over.
Yep. It is truly beautiful. So again, you're going to see battle speed and message speed and background color modifications by Rivers, which you will not see other than at the very beginning from Rory or Mike. You only change the background color, which Mike probably has already done before you start the glitch, and that's it. Oh, and you see here in Fusoya's menu, he is moving some specific spells around. He's just really particular with how his menu looks. Those spells have to be in the right spot, so he feels good about his run. So don't worry about it. There's nothing to see here. I can tell you that the color numbers that Mike changed it to in order of the different colors are it's 11, 7, and 6 are the values. Oh, Holy Frost, don't get me started on the different groups. Don't even. So we've got two in the glitch. And so yeah, you see Rivers did reorganize some spells again. Again, he's just really particular. Don't worry about it. And specifically casting Exit. And bam! On for Zeromus. So a fun thing we like to do in the community is, as you see here, we've got Sid in there instead of Fusoya because of our glitching. And in the second fight we're going to have here, he will actually try and cast Meteor. And because Sid and not Fusoya, his damage roll is really rather quite low. So we like to take guesses on anywhere between 1600 and 2100 as to how much his damage roll will be. Some people also do white guesses, but it's too late for that one for Rivers. But yeah, get your guesses in here. Mine is 1812, as always. Oh no, this is just the beginning. And Mike getting to Fusoya. And again, as you saw, he appeared in that room much closer to the door, but we'll see in a moment on Mike's stream why we keep saying that 12 item is safer. Yeah, I don't pick 1812 because of the Battle of 1812, but it is a great number. So again, don't worry about Mike's screen. He's just also he's another person who's really particular about his spells. Okay, we're getting our equipment ready and everything on Rory's screen before he fights Valvalis. Okay, this is the cutoff. There's no lies here. Would I lie to you guys? So our official media count is 1654. That's rather low. So anyone on that end of the spectrum, you're a winner. Mike, however, he's still having a stroll. Okay. So it is time. It is time for things to get epic here for Rivers. It is the big bad. Well, you know, Mike's having a sandy stroll. And Rory, fighting some Valvalis here. He just wants the tornado. So this is the room where in 12 item, you get a save point right in the middle of the glitch, and it's right before the bacon rooms. So that is extraordinarily helpful. Okay, so he's in a room where he can't move. So what he's going to try here now is he's going to try to cast Warp, and then he's going to try and cast Exit. If neither of those worked, it means he has baconed. I think that one was the time room. And as such, he will just have to follow his chart. And for his, so he's at 158 there. So the great thing about the timer is you can just sit and wait for a correct time in order to not bacon. But yeah, one of the sounds you can get in a bacon room, it literally is a black screen and it sizzles. Or if it's the money room, there's also somewhere where you can buy or sell items to get your money route back on track. So yeah, that is not available in 9 item. You need to make sure everything is good before you start 9 item, because if you hit bacon in 9 item, you just have to reset and start from your last save point, which is usually just outside of the dwarf castle, and it's going to depend on what was the problem as to whether that's far back enough. It's why Rivers saved both before going underground and underground, so in case there was an item problem. Also, you see on Rivers' screen, he has everyone running and has all throughout these cutscenes in this battle. He is actually saving frames by doing this, and these messages disappear a little faster. So I think it's about 14 seconds you save by running all throughout this battle, or this cutscene.
12?
12. It's 12 or 14. Anyways, now, turns out we were not just moving items around for no reason. Okay, FF5, get in here. We were glitching out Fusoya's spells, because that's time. And as part of that glitch, if you put those spells in that order, it gives us a new spell called Uptco, which when used is actually a reaction command, or it's the reaction where, yeah, he explodes himself on Zeromus and ends it. So yeah, we're also having FF5 starting here now for Team Tonberry. Yay, welcome FF5.
Hello.
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 Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Oh no, Mike is lost.
Come on, Mike. I believe.
Yeah, I'm quickly checking his items, making sure they're good. He moved the cure status. That's what he's doing. Well.
That's finally Val, by the way.
Oh, his rod is in the wrong spot. He has his. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So because he had that item in the wrong space, it broke the item warp and was bringing him to a wrong spot. But luckily he was able to correct it, and he is safe now. He is out of the glitch. So loses him a little bit of time, but he is here, and Valvalis is down for RoryExtraLife as well. So feel free to place your bets again for our second round of how much is Sid's Meteo going to do. Oh yeah, you can get your white counters into. Oh, white's already happened. It's too late for that. We see what you're doing, MDI. And that's an excellent question. Okay, so about to head into the boss, but again, there's not a huge amount of commentary happening right now. So if there's anything cool about FF5, feel free to cut in.
Let me tell you
There's a
something
4-minute
cool.
cutscene.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You cut me off, man.
I'm sorry.
Gotta go fast.
I was gonna say,
Hey.
do you like dragons? I like dragons.
Did you call me in just to embarrass me?
That's what I do.
That's fair. The wind is dying. You can go back to FF4 now.
Oh, awesome. So we're, of course, beating Zeromus again, because he feeds on our hateness. Our hateness, wow. Our hate. Are we still apologizing to Sereth?
I think so. And I'm not sure anyone knows why.
No.
Sorry, Sereth. I don't
Yeah,
even
sorry,
know why.
Sereth. So the catch-up happened because Mike had a bit of a problem with his setup for his glitch, and so he did lose about 5-10 minutes and had to catch up. And Rivers is one of, if not the top runner for this category in our community, so he is was able to make up quite a bit of time.
He does hold the world's record.
He does certainly hold that. For now, people are trying really hard. Apparently, we cannot stop Zeromus even with our Meteo. But now it's Rory's turn to go underground. Join the party. I will note that Team Tonberry currently has a Chocobo on their screen. That seems like fraternization with the enemy. Like, what? We didn't agree to this.
We're gonna leave it behind like 10 minutes into the run, so.
Yeah. I love that about 5. The transportation woes.
The transportation woes. They are real. Hey, a boat! Oh.
We thought we had boat issues with Leviathan. They got nothing on Final Fantasy 5. Okay, now it's time for Mike to do his Zeromus fight. And again, recently discovered tech shows that when running during these sort of battle message scenes, you can save some frames. And there's enough of them in this fight in order to save, you know, literal seconds. It may also help doing that having to do with the background. That part I haven't confirmed.
I'm going to go ahead and just mute everything while I count.
Yep. Good luck. So yeah, as you have to count, like he's on floor 3 now, and then will every floor he takes now is 4, 5. So he has to count all the way up to 63. So let me tell you, doing that with any sort of distraction is quite difficult.
Even doing it without distractions is pretty hard.
Accurate.
5.
I love how we're getting lots of different characters getting their Legmaster workout here.
Alright, there is one glitch we won't be able to do.
Which one's that?
It's I mean, obviously you wouldn't do this in a relay, but I might as well mention it.
Yeah.
If you delay the upgo and use a crystal first, the upgo hits whoever's in the top slot and then Zeromus. So they both die.
That's amazing. Yeah, that is obviously not marathon safe whatsoever. So we're getting our reaction, and Mike is done. So Final Fantasy 5 can move on in.
Go, Zwanzig.
I am going.
And right around in time, I am almost done with the introduction.
Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes early on in FF5, so not much has happened. A lot of the early fights, you just kind of hold down A, attack everything to death.
Yeah, it is quite nice about FF5 that if you just hold A, you'll just do whatever you last did, because memory cursor on this game is really, really nice. It persists through basically anything.
I think that was 63.
We'll find out.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, it is possible to miscount, and if you don't know that, you have to start counting from 3. Luckily, there is a backup spot where you can take more steps, and that's if you head to the right room and go to the cafe in between the 2 shops there, the weapon shop and the armor shop. You can or you can do the steps just in that room and then go into the cafe to trigger it. Go in and leave the cafe, so the developer's room area. So, but hopefully that won't be necessary because no one's got time to do more stairs.
If it is, we'll help you do it if you don't know how.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was a really good. I just noticed Rivers' final time was 2:02, which is really quite good. It's not sub 2, but it is an excellent time.
When sub 2, Rivers?
Yeah, when sub 2 Rivers. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm being corrected. On Rivers' timer, it was actually 2:01:11, which is even better.
It's not sub 2 though. I'm disappointed, Rivers.
Yeah,
hope
no
you can
sub
hear
2.
me.
Yeah. Go home, man. Go home. So time for our dolls with Rory. Hopefully, no big dolls, but now the Bic's here. That's another story. So again, making sure to mute the entire party in order to set up for the Golbez fight next. Hope you guys have Galoof.
Yeah, we're just about done with the intro on FF5.
Yeah,
This is
almost.
kind of the FF where they really take off with the cutscenes.
About how long does
getting
it take
longer
to
and
get
longer.
through the intro part of 5?
Depends on what you define as the intro part.
Okay.
Like, before you get any control, it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds ish.
Okay.
And
But
then
even where Zin is right now, you would still consider the very much the slow part of the game.
I shouldn't
Absolutely.
realize.
I mean, I imagine he is in the pirate cave by now.
Yeah, he
almost. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what the time difference is between us, but
Do you want to know, really?
eh.
Like 6.5 minutes.
All right, yeah, fair.
That's
So that's the
not very
good
much
sense.
considering.
Yeah, we got 3 days to go.
Oh dang, I have to do things. This is where everything falls apart, guys.
Oh no! But you've just started.
This first menu we didn't mention earlier here, but the menu ZellyFF's going to be doing here is just kind of setting up pretty much the whole config for the whole run. This won't change, except maybe 1 or 2 fights.
The
main
battle
thing is
speed gets changed a few times, but yeah.
Yeah, the main thing is the battle speed. For this game and all the SNES games, the battle speed is actually usually better to be set at a slower speed, because the battle speed only affects enemies, doesn't affect your ATB at all.
Yeah, that's the new thing for 5. For 4, battle speed affects everything, but for 5, only them. So you don't want to get beat up more often than you need to.
Right. So here's my question related to this, because I've heard this a few times before, and I don't actually know. So why don't we just make it the slowest battle speed then?
Depending on your battle speed setting, the game adds some buffer for you to make inputs before your every action. Much like in FF4, we got an active battle system. Like, this game takes a lot of mechanics from the previous Final Fantasy games. So everything happens in real time. And whenever you execute an action, depending on your battle speed, the game gives you like maybe half a second to 5 seconds, depending on which you choose. Furthermore, you would imagine that setting battle speed 1 would be best since we want to go zoom fast. But what battle speed does is give you less time to input your actions, and it also makes the enemies faster. So this is the reason we go for the slower battle speed settings. Battle speed 4 is the sweet spot to have enough reaction time to make inputs compared to the other battle speeds, and battle speed 6 is just way too slow. So it's BS4 is a preferred for speedrunning. Of
And
course,
battle
it
speed
all
4 is slow without being too slow. There you
Mhm.
go. We did it.
So Rory did get through. He didn't get Big Doll, and he defeated Golbez without Rydia showing up. So it's about his turn for the 64 floor glitch. So long as he, makes sure to go and pick up the crystal first, of course.
Wow, no one has data face. I'm sad.
I know at least one runner, and this does.
There
I
was
know
lots of it
Albrecht.
earlier.
Right.
Okay.
There was a lot of it during FF3 as well, so someone there had it. No time like the present. So I could go at it right now.
That's interesting. Rory just changed his battle speed, but he said he was doing 12 item.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not really sure what the difference is between the two. Not gonna lie.
Just
Okay.
less management and stuff,
Yeah.
and less save.
Yeah, because if you are doing 12 item, I would not recommend changing the battle speed. I don't know if it actually changes anything, but
Yeah, it warps, or changes your warp.
yeah. And yes, this run used to be called, for Final Fantasy IV, used to be called Die Hard %, or is maybe meme called Die Hard %. Yep, so far so good for Team Mog. We'll definitely see how the rest of it goes. And reaching the mage room is always a great thing, because that's somewhere where you can modify your items and change anything you need to fix things.
Oh, I thought you didn't set it to the... Alright, so the first warp you do in the room is to set it to the world map. So that room becomes the new world map. If you don't do it, just do it. I thought you didn't for a second.
I blanked for a second and did the sealed cave before setting exit, but I don't think that'll be an issue. I'm not sure.
It's only an issue if you do it, like if you don't do it before first layer.
Cool. That's all I need to know. Thank God.
Like, you'll waste, like, 20 seconds, but you won't go back to the actual world map.
The Zinf is coming up to the first boss here. It's basically a simple hold down A fight and attack, but he does need to change the weapon of one of the characters to equip the broadswords. Because Galuf does not come equipped with a weapon at the start.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely not the 12 item strategies. Which is totally fine. That could have to do with that battle speed though, so.
Yeah, the only thing I really worry about in that fight is low damage rolls, making it so you don't kill him before he closes up, but thankfully it didn't happen.
Yeah, if you don't kill him quickly enough, he kind of goes defensive on his third turn. And then if you attack him, he counters attacks. Waste a bunch of time.
And then they're gonna take that one battle there to level up to level 2.
Now we unlock the first 6 jobs for the game. This is the second FF game with a job system.
I'm not sure whereabouts in 151 I am right now, so I'm just going to wait till it ticks over.
Yeah, that's probably safest.
Even
So
though it's
again-
like literally 1 possible second in this minute, I'm still going to wait for it to tick over.
Yeah, best not to mess with it. So again, one of the rooms which can bacon on us is time dependent, in-game timer time. So if you're not at all sure, because where you can't see the seconds, it's best just to wait. There you go. And any
think
room you can warp in is a good room.
Ooh.
I
That
just saw
sounded
that
like a
black
very
screen for a
frustrating.
minute. I think it's because there was a black screen that came up for a minute and it looked like he may have baconed, but he was fine.
Mm-hmm. I think I forgot one small thing in the menu then, but I might have caught it in time.
What was
Find
that?
out.
It looks like I have. I forgot to switch the 2 items, and I forgot to change my battle speed back.
Oh, you can
But-
do that. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, it seems like I'm fine.
Oh, beautiful.
Yay.
So a note about Fusoya's spells with the up to ko. You do the spell moving around earlier, but it's not until you go down that set of stairs that
That was
it actually
kind of
completes.
strange, but okay.
That was strange. Why did you just appear in the crystal room?
I mean, okay. All right then. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, you made it there. That's the
I
big
made it.
thing.
I've got Upco. I'm happy. I'm
So
gonna
Team
eat
Mog
that.
has made it to the Zemus and Zeromus fight, so he is safely out of the glitch. So for anyone who wants to guess, this is your last chance to get a Meteo guess for Sid. So anywhere between 1600 and 2100.
Can it be literally any number? It's not like specific increments.
An
That's
even
an excellent.
number.
Yeah. I think I've seen. Yeah, it can be quite a bit.
Because I know people do a similar thing with FF9, and the new
Right.
people always guess numbers that can't actually happen because it's only increments of 50.
Aha. I feel like I've seen ones that were not even before, but I didn't realize it was just even. Excellent.
So all these people guessing uneven in the chat are wrong by default.
Wrong by default, but they could be closest.
Yeah.
Price is
Fair
right
enough.
rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Sword, get ready.
You've got like 3.5 to 4 minutes.
Okay, Zinf is going to be going through this town and looting pretty much everything, especially in this beginner's house. There's a bunch of useful items that sell for a lot of money later on. He's also going to be setting up some blue mages for this chest fight here. There's a goblin in this chest, which is very useful to learn Goblin Punch from. But it uses Goblin Punch pretty randomly, so it could be a while before it uses it.
He's got like 1/3 chance of using a Goblin Punch, so it's pretty unfortunate if he exceeds like the 5 or 6 attempts.
You got what, 3? That wasn't bad at all.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
average, yeah. And switching back to Thief. Thief is one of the jobs we're going to have a Thief in the party for almost the entire game, or at least a character with the dash ability equipped, just to be able to run around faster.
And they'll prevent back attacks, and they'll get that escape ability later on as well.
1948?
So it
Yeah.
should be pretty good.
Thieves are critically important for the run. Like they just offer a lot of utility skills that you wouldn't think it would be too important, but they make the run very, very consistent.
And
Oh,
you'll
that
see a
looks like-
fair amount of looting too. Just because money is really tight in this game, you really don't have the luxury to just buy a bunch of safety items. You have to pick them up.
No money glitches yet in this game.
Yeah, and
There'll be a way to get money
1948 was
later.
the Meteo winner.
Should have plenty of spare money later on, but for the first couple hours of the run, you gotta buy lots of expensive items.
Yeah.
I see a 1947 in chat.
Nice.
Oh, crud. I messed up slightly on Galura. I accidentally attacked with Galuf before equipping his weapon.
Wing Raptor, not
Wing
Galura.
Raptor, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
That
pretty much
thing,
right at the
yes.
end now.
Different boss.
Sometimes Gallup sneaks in there instead of Bart's.
Yeah, I thought I saw Bart's ATB fill up before his, but I must have seen wrong. So he's probably. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna see on Zwanzig, he's gonna eat that counter attack.
Nice. Takes quite a while for him to open up because the battle speed is low.
Yeah.
Well, this has never happened before.
It's quite.
I guess I might as well get it out of the way on a boss where it doesn't kill you by making a mistake.
You can kill one of the
like most other
Kill a
bosses.
character, though, yeah. Hopefully
Yeah.
not. Oh,
It just did.
Oh, Lena died. Yeah.
that's yeah.
I'm not actually sure how to deal with that because I get a Phoenix down from it. I guess I'm gonna have to use it.
You're gonna have to use it. You just lose a safety Phoenix down.
Yeah.
basically.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll pick up the Phoenix down that I normally don't pick up in the town. Because I do need Lena to get this experience.
Okay, so we're just about done with FF4, so whoever the next FF5 runner is, get ready. You have seconds.
Yep, it's sweat.
Reaction, and he's dead. That's time.
Yeah, and we'll see it
Nice.
here now in a second on our stream.
Ooh,
Done.
Great job.
that was good.
Congrats, guys.
Great, yeah, and thanks to everyone for tuning in. And this is Natara and Gino signing off. And of course, our runners.
Thanks a lot.
GG, guys.
Yeah,
Yep,
good luck.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah, nice job.
Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Right. I'm gonna disappear now then, and I will see you guys on Monday for 15 for commentary. So
Rory.
see you later.
See ya.
Now
Alright,
it's our time to shine, while all three of them are in cutscenes.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
Sweat's just starting. Zwanzig's just getting his jobs. This first 6, as mentioned earlier. Thieves is used a lot. Blue Mage is also used a lot. Black Mage is going to be used early, and then the other 3 aren't used as much. White Mage is fairly useless. Monk is incredibly useless, and Knight might be used in this route. And
Mine does use Knight. Zin's changed it up a little bit, but he also uses it. Like I think the difference is that I level up Knight to be able to use cover outside of it, whereas Zin is just going to use Knight for a particular battle, I believe.
Also, I don't mean to bring any hype, but I'm gonna be using Monk during the speedrun. It'll be great.
What?
Oh baby.
What?
I don't even know, but I guess we can get hype for that.
This is why Zin is my man right there. Screw the mold.
Bring the strats.
Yeah, so like for the people that don't know, FF5 gets rerouted frequently, I guess you could say. Like
Yeah.
most of the top runners for this game are also like crazy route happy people.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this game. This game is just so open-ended with all the gajillion jobs. They'll be doing a lot of the same stuff in the beginning, but later on they can really do whatever the heck they want just because there's so many options. It's like probably a router's dream.
Okay, so Zinfogel is about to fight Carla-Boss. It's another kind of all-day fight, but you have to set up the first turn first to use Thunder. He bought Thunder. He bought a few spells back in the last town. I think it's Thunder, Fire, Cure, and Poisoner, Antidote, or whatever it's called in this version. Yeah, Carla-Boss is weak to Thunder, so it's pretty easy to just set 4 Black Mages and just have all of them bolt.
And he didn't stun anybody yet. Nice.
Yeah.
Carlos is not threatening, but it can get nasty depending on what he decides to do, which is a common running theme for all the bosses in this game. Like most bosses have like that one thing they can do to screw you over really bad, and that's how you mostly lose time. For Carlos here, he can paralyze your characters, and that disables them for like an entire round. And if he paralyzes the characters, then it can delay you quite a bit. But again, it's another tutorial.
I got first try Goblin Punch, but then I got Goblin Punched again because I was actually trying to figure out. I was trying to do some in-battle menuing, but because I had to use the Phoenix Down earlier, it actually looked a little bit different from what I was used to. So I'm gonna pick up an extra Phoenix Down here. This one's a little bit out of the way.
Relay safety.
Well, I mean, normally I might have picked it up for relay safety. Now I pick it up almost out of, well, yeah, out of necessity because I had to use the one.
I don't think it's that far out of the way anyway.
Yeah. It's far enough that I usually don't do it.
I mean, sure, if you're talking being like super optimal, but otherwise in other situations, it's not very out of the way.
But hey, at least I got first try Goblin Punch, so why get good if you can get lucky?
That's what I live my life by. So personally for me, this is where the game picks up somewhat for Zin starting at the ship. You know, he's been step routing the whole time, so has everybody else. But now he's got the added benefit of trying to do it while he's dashing. Even though you can only dash 4 directions, up, down, left, right. Moving fast and correctly is harder than you think it is. So everything these guys are doing is well calculated, and they really, for the most part, will not be able to afford any mistakes in it. That is probably the one thing that makes this game maybe intimidating to run. Not that you have to step route, but if you want to go fast, then you're going to do that. And it can be tough to deal with at times.
Yeah, when I started learning this game, my immediate reaction was like, this is impossible. I got to this shipwreck area and like I just couldn't do it at all. And I just thought, how the heck can anybody do this? But by now, the other day, I finished a run with full step count. So I guess if you practice it enough, it's not that bad. But the thing you kind of have to realize is that you don't need to constantly sprint at full speed at all times. Like if you need to round a tricky corner, just slow down.
Yeah, exactly.
Because losing step route is just not worth like frame perfect movement everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Losing a step route is like opening a can of worms, so things you just snowball from there and you lose like 30 seconds per split. It's much more important to be careful, maintain it, and hope for the best. And speaking of a step route, I don't think we really went over the mechanics of that.
No, not quite. We could probably do that now. I'm sure you can correct me anywhere, but the way encounters work in this game is taking steps in places you can get in encounters kind of increases I don't know how you want to call it, but like a threat value. And once you meet a certain threshold, you're gonna get into an encounter. And they can kind of make use of that. They can play tricks with it. So in dungeons like this, where there's nothing really they can do, but they can actually still minimize encounters. You see them take extra steps and kind of mess with the threat value, and then go into a transition, which is going to change it somehow. I'm sure Zen can follow up on that. But they're going to minimize the encounters they get in here or any other dungeon by doing that. And then on the overworld, you can hop into a menu and change the threat value and lower it as well. And so every time they would get an encounter, the next step after, they're going to pop into the menu.
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason this is possible is because whenever you start the game, you always have the same seed, so to speak. So your everything that's related to the step manipulation increments by how Bart's moves around the maps. Each time you take a step, it increments some values, and then the game determines, oh, this is where you need to get an encounter. So because the game always starts at the same seed, it means that it's possible to route here because it's consistent. So that's basically what we did. We just picked up the consistent seed we always have at the start of the game, and just went from there, just trying to mitigate encounters through rune transitions as much as possible. And that makes FF5 a very consistent speed game, but at the same time it's super punishing because if you make a mistake, it's all over, dude.
Yeah, exactly. You're literally routing around, ensuring that you get specific encounters in specific places. And if you mess that up, then Lord knows what's going to happen from there.
The seed also changes if you load a save, so if we die or for whatever reason have to load a save, then the step count is also automatically gone.
But the basic premise of the encounter manipulation is just making it so that you get an encounter as you go through a screen transition, like a door or something. So you just go into a door on the step that you otherwise would have gotten an encounter, and it gets skipped. Oops. So that's why they'll be taking extra steps here and there.
Oh boy, haste.
Oof. Yikes. So here you're going to see the magic of Goblin Punch as an early game thing. Goblin Punch is a physical attack that happens to do 8 times damage if you Goblin Punch something that's the same level as you are. And Siren's level 2, and so is the party. And so they're doing 240 damage or 220 depending on what weapon they have equipped. There is some RNG here. Haste is bad, and pretty much everything Siren using is pretty bad, except that she didn't kill anybody. But this is not ideal.
Haste and armor to reduce the Goblin Punch damage. It's pretty rough.
And she cured, so like so outside of killing someone, yeah.
She tried to delay the inevitable.
So outside of her killing someone, that's probably the worst fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, if you're unlucky, she can like haste and then cast 2 black magic spells and just one-shot 2 people.
Yeah.
You can get pretty out of hand, especially if you've already used backup Phoenix Downs or if you just don't have any. And the reason I say backup Phoenix Downs is because sometimes, like, we're kind of intentionally dying to an extent. So we kind of have usages of Phoenix Downs later on. And then also some Assault later on as well for money.
Fortunately, the game is routed, so even if a character dies on literally every single battle up to the Air Crystal, I think, you are still going to be fine. But again, it's less than ideal, because if you have to ride people over and over again, it's wasted time.
Or at least that would be the case, but for me, I could get screwed if every single boss kills me.
Yeah.
Because, well, again, I had to use the 1 Phoenix Down. But we'll just get lucky. It's gonna be fine.
So one of the things the step route is routing around is getting specific encounters that they need to grind later on and making sure they get them. And if I recall correctly, the game is kind of pulling encounters from a list, and so if they don't get enough encounters or get too many, they'll actually miss the encounters they need. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that's why Zen took 1 encounter in the world map to kind of push 1 down.
Yeah, I believe that's also a mandatory encounter, so even if I paused beforehand, it wouldn't have cleared it.
Okay. But hopefully you saw he menued like around 5 times on that overworld to skip encounters he would have otherwise gotten. And here he's going to eat the poison on purpose to get his party at a lower HP pool.
Yeah, if you were to avoid the poison, you'd also have to take a bunch of extra steps here.
Yeah, exactly.
This is kind of the reason the antidote spell was bought in the first town.
You'll see a lot of inventory management also, trying to keep things they're going to be using pretty soon up towards the top, so that to minimize the amount of inputs it takes to get to what they want. Good players are going to actually have their inventory pretty carefully mapped out, whereas like when I was running this game and I didn't care, then everything was everywhere, and it took forever to find stuff that you needed. And not a huge deal, but it's just one of those things that, like, at a top level, you're going to try to maximize every single second you can, even in a 4-hour or sub 4-hour speedrun.
So in the last town, Zinfogel picked up an ice rod from one of the chests, which you'll see used here on this fight.
Yeah, extremely out of his way, but extremely useful, extremely important.
Yeah, if you don't fight this battle in this specific way, or if you're not like over-leveled or something, this fight is actually pretty tough.
Yeah, this is definitely a very tough casual.
So in this fight, she'll always kill off one party member. If it's Elena, it doesn't matter, you don't need to revive her, but if it's any of the other characters, you do need to revive them.
Yeah, for my round, I can let Bats die, because he's gonna be my night tank for Nakuri. So that went pretty nicely.
And there you kind of see it does the, if you break the rod, it does, what is that, the level 3 spell?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, we can.
And just destroys bosses at this early portion of the game.
The rod is consumed though, which is where money is so useful later on, because you need to buy a lot of rods to use those spells.
Yeah, thankfully, rods become available very, very early, and they are expensive, and that's, as Sarah already mentioned, it just makes money really tight, but you make it work, and you can progress through bosses that should actually just be destroying them at such a low level.
Right, especially because they're elemental as well, so obviously we can abuse the elemental weaknesses of various bosses.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
the rods can be doing up to like 1500 damage if there's a weakness. They also increase the damage of the spells that you use by 50% if you have them equipped. So if you have a fire rod equipped, you deal 50% more damage of fire spells, which we'll see used in one fight, maybe two.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is kind of why they're available early. I guess the damage scaling is kind of bad when you break rods. But since they're consumed and they cost so much, I guess it's not so bad. So you have to deal with this screen blurring for a while now since Zinf is still poisoned. You could clear the poison now, but it's kind of a waste of time because he has to menu later anyway. So it makes more sense to just do more menuing so you don't have to open the menu twice. So when he changes his job later for the next boss, he'll clear the poison then. So we'll see what happens with MrZwanzig's Siren fight and see what spells she likes to use in this one. She has
Fully better luck than Zen.
she has a pretty huge arsenal of spells. She can use a whole number of things.
Oh. Oops.
Slow is not too bad.
So I like to
Actually,
call
not
it Siren's spell roulette.
It made me accidentally defend with the wrong person because it pushed Ferris's turn back.
No.
That's fine. She used Cure, which isn't really a problem.
Yeah, Cure's fine. So yeah, Goblin Punch is an 8 times damage multiplier if the
Okay.
enemy is the same level as you.
There you go.
Yeah, so if you saw Swed take that White Snake Goblin battle, that's exactly why they take it to hit level 2.
Yeah, I guess to circumvent Goblin Punch, I guess they made the early bosses really low level or something. Like Siren is only level 2.
Yeah. In a
And the
casual
boss-
playthrough, you're probably not going to be fighting these bosses at level 2, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Luckily, it works out quite well for the run.
Oh, yes.
And I'll see Goblin Punch used again on Zinf's side. Basically the same premise. Galura is level 3, and back on the mountain a moment ago, Zinf got level 3. So it's essentially the same fight. The difference here is everyone is level 1 HP, and Butts is a knight right now. And knights passively cover any party members that are in critical HP, so he'll take any physical hits for the rest of the party because they're all critical HP. He's also using the guard ability, which makes all physicals deal 0 damage to that target. So he's essentially invincible in this fight now, because Galura only does physical hits.
Yeah, he's meant to be super dangerous, because as you can see, he counters a lot, and then also has his own turns, but it doesn't matter when it's all physical. So you just kind of slowly get to death in 3 rounds or so.
Is Zin not using the whip strat?
Yes, he is using the whip. Yeah, the whip has a chance to paralyze. I don't know what the chance is, but it has a chance to paralyze Galura, and then that'll stop the counterattacks and save a bit of time.
Emphasis on chance because I tried multiple times, but it just wasn't working.
Yeah, did not happen.
So this is the fight Zwanzig's fighting now for level 3.
Shoutouts to Ferris missing this guy.
Frickin' Ferris.
Yeah, my inventory is kind of out of whack because of like the start, so it's gonna be probably messed up throughout a bunch of the run now. Hang on. All right.
It's important to mention this point as well, that it's really important which jobs are being used for the fights. Beyond just being able to kill the boss, it's also important for certain characters to get AAP their need to learn certain abilities. So depending on the route these guys are doing, and I think they're all doing slightly different routes, they're going to need to learn certain abilities by certain places in the game. So something like Blue Magic is pretty important. Faris is going to be learning Escape on the Thief to escape battles faster and more consistently. Black Magic needs to be learned on a few other characters as well. Just level 1 Black Magic. So it's very careful like job choices on the characters for these bosses as well. AP is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, the job choices can get pretty intricate because we don't only want it to work on skills that we can learn from those job classes. Those are the classes that are functional for the bosses we're doing, so that limits the strategies we can employ a little bit. Ciudadano.
And the reason you might have seen Zwanzig attack Galuf there after reviving him, the reason he does that is to put Galuf back into critical HP. Because the Phoenix Down gives you 1/8 of your HP when you use it to revive someone, but you need to have less than 1/8 of your HP to be in critical. So after a revive of the Phoenix Down, you still need to attack them to put them into critical. No, sorry, a Phoenix Down is 1/4. But critical HP is 1/8 HP, so you need to take a hit to get back into critical.
Yeah, if you get lucky on that fight, the one that gets hit will actually be Ferris, which is useful because you don't need to revive her and then proceed to hit them. You can just defend and then end the fight immediately, but that's obviously only a 1 in 4 chance.
It seems to happen less than you might think. I don't know, I rarely saw it.
I've not had it in a long time.
Yeah, they were. We were talking about backup Phoenix Downs earlier, and that's just one of those situations where, should things work out, you wouldn't need a PD there. But so far, everybody has needed it.
Yeah, but I should be fine because I didn't need to Phoenix Down on Siren, so
yeah,
I
should be good for Phoenix Downs.
So, on my screen I'm killing some white max. Much like in the normal time, we still need a bit of experience to set levels properly for bosses and whatnot. And in this battle, I'm going to be killing a character, so we can create a gap between our levels, and this will be important later on to learn level 5 Doom, because if we keep everybody alive, then everybody will share the same level, and it could be catastrophic.
Yeah, in this game, to learn blue magic, you need to get hit by the blue magic. So obviously to learn level 5 Doom, you need to get hit by level 5 Doom. So not everyone can be the same level.
Yeah. So there you're seeing Zin sell practically everything he has, except for the few things he needs, like Phoenix Downs and whatnot, to get as much money as possible. He gets 1 rod right there at a super discount, even though it says you didn't buy it. You still did. The next time he goes to a shop, though, those rods are going to be a lot more expensive.
No, man, after seeing the price in FF6, it's not quite that bad.
That's true.
I like the Walls Tower dungeon in the step route because you literally just run through it. There's no extra steps or anything at all, just minimal steps and you're good.
So you're pretty much seeing now probably what I would consider the only knock to this game as a speedrun. There's just a lot of exposition, a lot of cutscenes to get through, especially in the beginning, but kind of throughout the game also. That being said, though, super technical, very execution heavy, not a lot of RNG. So this is probably my favorite one on the Super Nintendo at the very least. Easily the most punishing, but then that also means, in my opinion, the most rewarding when you get it down.
Yeah, I agree. It's really nice in this game because you can menu really fast in this game. So it kind of shows off a lot of runner skill.
Absolutely. They're so fun.
A lot of games, particularly the newer games, are kind of limited by animation speed and how fast you can really menu. rotating in and out of different menus, but in this game you can menu insanely fast, which is pretty nice to watch sometimes with the better runners. Also, the castle that Zinfogel just ran through, whilst you don't get encounters the first run through here, since you do get encounters later on, the steps you take here do add to the encounter manipulation.
That's another caveat of learning step routing. You have to learn which rooms in the game do register steps and which don't. In general, safe areas such as towns don't bother you with random encounters, but there are tricky ones such as a Karnak Castle that do register steps, and you have to be careful about stepping on those.
And then there's also certain tiles in dungeon that don't count steps.
Oh yeah.
Which is usually like specific event tiles, like next to switches or certain, I don't know, certain tiles.
Yeah. One of the first being on the ship, actually, before Siren.
Yeah, I actually had a run die because I didn't realize that. Even though it's in the step route document, I just forgot about it.
Yeah, same here.
It's kind of funny. Basically, from what I can tell, almost all the runners that have good times in this game, they like all have done some amount of routing, and I'm like the one exception. I learned this game like maybe like half a year ago, a bit less, and I just used Zin's excellent guide which he made, and I just, you know, I just execute what he says. So I actually
enough of our hard work.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
If it makes you feel better, I did exactly the same thing a year prior to you doing it, so...
Yeah, me too. It's a difficult game to kind of route small changes. Like, if you change one thing, it changes the whole route.
Yeah,
so if you want to make changes, you gotta change like everything.
Yeah. Like, it's something I very much recognized from FF9, and I was never any good at routing in that game either. And that game I actually understand. This game I am actually really not very knowledgeable about, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is kind of what they said. Everything is a chain reaction. Everything has its place where it's supposed to get its AP, and if you take that out, where do you put it back in, and blah, blah, blah. Yo, we got Liquid Flame.
Everyone's favorite.
And he kind of is mine. He almost always gives me good RNG. I think I've only had one run where he didn't.
Wow. Now you've jinxed it.
I get so lucky with that boss. I fully expect him to be a jerk today. I wouldn't even be mad.
So this boss dies to 2 ice rods, but the gimmick is after you use 1 ice rod, he's gonna transform into one of 2 forms: the tornado form or the hand form. If it gets tornado form, that's good. You can just throw another. You can just throw another ice rod and the fight ends. If it's hand form, it becomes immune to magic damage, and you need to attack it to get it to change again. And when you attack it, it counterattacks and kills off a Paladin on the.
We made the most of it. Because even after he turns from the hand, he could just go back to a human again. And you can kill him, but the tornado gives a nice item.
Yeah, the drop you get changes depending on what form it's in when you kill it. I believe with the tornado form when you kill it, you get the ice bow.
Fire bow, but yeah.
Fire bow. Close enough, same thing. It's money.
It's a fire boss, he drops a fire bow, you know.
Yeah, dice to ice, right? It's something. I think if you kill it in the human form, it just drops a flame scroll.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
As much.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which roll we get because it's possible to correct it by selling some armor that we get later. But it's more than ideal that we get a flame bow because it's a nice to keep the armor we would sell otherwise.
There's a shop.
I'm going very careful on the selling here because, like, my stuff is not where it usually is, so don't want to accidentally sell the wrong things.
You sure don't.
And this is my break.
We got Swed coming up on Siren. We'll see what kind of rolls he gets. And then we got Zen at the escape coming up soon.
So if you ever want to pick up this game, you definitely want to learn step manipulation, at least after to the next area, because this is where a lot of things can go horrifically wrong. The step route culminates in the Karnak explosion sequence because now enemies will start appearing inside the castle, and these enemies are extremely hard to run away from. You can run away from them, but it's nearly impossible. It's like a 1 out of 255 chance, so it's quite impossible. So very, very important that you keep your step route for this area, so it makes things easier for you down the line. Furthermore, even if we get the encounter, it's not. We should not kill the encounter because, like we said, we have a lot of tide experience management, specifically for level 5 Doom. So if we kill any randoms in the area, then that will mess up our experience. So this is where things go horribly wrong outside of a step route.
Yeah, if you did get an encounter, you'd probably have to kill off the party member that's learning level 5 Doom, so they don't get experience. And then you'd have to have some way to be able to kill the encounters as well, which normally you wouldn't.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's got some pretty good luck. It's just mute on butts, which does nothing. Fortunately, you can still use Goblin Punch while muted, I believe.
Yeah.
Zinf's also going to take this time to loot some of the chests that were inaccessible earlier because of the fire. Which is basically just more money for more rods.
No rods, actually. We're done buying rods.
Oh, is it the flame scrolls now, I guess?
The scrolls are...
Yeah.
Those are going to become available relatively soon, and they are rather similar to rods, except a lot cheaper.
Yeah, about half as powerful, but way cheaper. You also use them the throw command instead of equipping them, so you kind of have to be a ninja.
So for Zen, you saw something Sereth mentioned earlier about rods increasing your magic damage. Also, if you can cast Fire 2 on those dogs, and you won't actually kill them unless he's got the Fire Rod equipped also to do extra damage. And then you want to one-shot the sergeant or whatever he is, or else he changes into a Iron Claw or whatever. Just wastes a ton of time. And I just want to make mention again, if you're interested in this game and Step Rat's something that kind of scares you, I mean, you can also honestly just try to practice up until this exact point and then not worry about it for the whole rest of the game. It's not really an issue at all.
There's the mini dragons as well, right?
Yeah, but we can always cheese it with the trick you found, so.
I wouldn't know what happened, but sure.
What, you mean just saving and resetting?
Yep.
Yeah. I've when I was practicing no step route for this relay, because I'm not entirely confident in my ability to keep it up through the whole run. I was running around trying to find mini dragons for like a good 7 minutes or so before getting frustrated and asking help on Discord, and Sarah was like, try saving and resetting, and then I got them fairly quickly.
Yep. Yeah, they are not common in that zone at all.
Even worse, the common encounter will actually murder you.
Yeah. So that particular case is new for me, but in general, even on previous routes, what do they call it in this version? Mediator?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
Right, yeah. Beastmaster or whatever.
Yeah. It's still used in pretty much every iteration the route is seen at some point in time, where you weaken a monster, and then you can catch it, and you might either use that just for expediency, or you'll more often use it just because the release is something that's really powerful or really useful for wherever you happen to be.
It's a pretty underused job, I think, for most people that play this game casually, but it can be pretty powerful. It's just a lot of effort. You have to capture certain enemies. Each enemy you capture kind of has an ability attached to it that gets used when you release it, and it's just a one-time use when you do release it. I think an enemy has to be under like 1/8 of its max HP or something. So you have to get it really weak before you can capture enemies.
There are a couple of instances in this route where it is quite useful.
Obviously, you have careful damage rolls and like just careful routing. You can capture things pretty quickly if you know what's gonna make an enemy into a weak stats, like critical HP.
Alright, we'll see if Liquid Flame wants to be a jerk.
Good luck. After you jinxed it earlier.
What a guy, dude.
Easy to
Always lucky, baby.
See the frame. Good lord. Okay.
Wow, first trying level 5 then. Let's go.
Wow.
Very nice. So this is a very important fight in the run for Zinf's side. He's to learn level 5 Doom on the Blue Mage. Very broken blue magic spell. He's also going to capture the page 64 itself. This one is not to release, but just to end the fight sooner. Because if he were to kill off that page 64, there's a chance it would just transform into another page, like a page 32 or another page 64. And those fights can go on for a while, you just keep killing pages until the fight ends. But if you capture it instead of killing it, the fight ends. So you'll probably never see that page 64 get released from Lena.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it is actually going to get used.
Oh, does it? I'm not surprised. It is a really powerful attack. It does too. I'm not familiar with this new route.
It's one of the best boss fights in the run where it gets used.
I'm looking forward to it.
Or something?
It's Archeo, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
Classic Magic Hammer. Free boss.
Fire rods. He also has a lot of spells you can use, but none of them are particularly threatening.
Where possible, you really want to end the Bible Laws on the first round of combat, because on the second round you can use Wind Slash and just wipe out your party.
Oh, nice.
And that's also a reason why we keep a thief on for these bosses, even though it's not strictly necessary. If Red and Bylaws can back attack you, so if Bylaws back attacks you and gets into a second round and then murders you, like this game is amazing, dude.
Dude, I did not know that. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying from experience or anything.
I know it could back attack you from 4-drop Fiestas, but I've not seen it wipe a speedrun. Well, I guess you would never see it wipe a speedrun because you'd always have a thief, but never really thought about it. Thief is the MVP.
Definitely taking a quick safety save before the Karnak escape. Not even so much because of the escape itself. I do have step count still. But I have screwed up the boss at the end of this, like, multiple times in runs. Like most bosses in this game, it looks easy if done right, but it's actually one that the execution is relatively tight for.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are playing on active. It didn't used to be the case way back in the day, so their
I'm not.
inputs do have to...
No, we're not.
Oh, you're not?
I'm not crazy.
Oh. I guess I just saw it earlier then. Maybe that's just crazy Frenchman thing.
Right. Next relay active BS1, let's go.
There you go. Touche. Was that just for the opening sequence?
Yes, exactly. To help with the Wing Raptor.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you can switch while he's doing stuff. I got it.
The battle configurations doesn't seem like a big deal on a so fast level that they dramatically change the speedrun. I assume Sweat is doing active spreads, which is absolutely insane.
My hat is
all the
off to
bosses-
him if that's what he's doing, yeah.
Yeah, all the bosses will be outspeeding him. He has to do run buffer strats to know that to not get murdered. It makes it intriguing.
Oh. Bloody equipment's not being in the correct place. Oh man. I can't do menuing today. There we go. Got there eventually.
We actually do have the fortune of having very, very competitive runners for this game in the relay. I mean, Swed's the current god, but Zin and ZellyFF have really good times too. They're actually all pretty close. Yeah, what happened there?
And just both of them attacking Lena, so I'll just have to grab the healing pot real quick at the start of this place. Because she died.
Slouching.
Yeah, remember that idea for later because it will be important. It will be part of a very important boss escape in an hour or so.
Hopefully less.
Is there a specific steal you're going for Ifrit, or?
You can get a Phoenix down, which I don't know, would be kind of nice to have. I don't think it really matters.
Certainly can't hurt.
If I get the turn, I just go for it.
That makes sense.
I think I've got enough to be more than fine regardless. In fact, yeah. Almost nobody... I almost had to use no Phoenix Downs.
Right now I am embarking on a beautiful quest on the oceans.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty tricky world map section here, because this ocean, some of it that you go through won't increase the your encounter chance. So obviously I want to stay in that section for as long as possible to reduce the number of encounters. It's going to be very carefully going near the edge of the land at one point. So the part he's in right now isn't going to give him any encounters. As he goes further south, he can get them.
Yeah, this is definitely one part that takes a lot of practice to get down, at least for me.
Alright, go then.
Look at that, right on the step. Talk about intense routing.
I got second try level 5 Doom, which is perfectly okay.
So in that fight, Faris learned the ability escape. So now to escape battles, instead of holding L and R, he can use the ability escape. This makes it so that you are basically guaranteed to run away as long as you can run away from the fight.
Just in time, the next dungeon is notorious for the fact that it's rather tough to escape from random encounters. So far, we've had the fortune of having encounters that are practically guaranteed to escape as long as you issue the runaway. But as the game progresses, the enemies start having more... start reducing their chances of letting you run away from battle, so that makes the escape command critical, so you can escape regardless of what enemy you're facing.
Yeah, exactly. The early fights are easy to run away from, so you don't need it, but learning flee just in time for when you do need it.
Yeah, I'm actually going to take a bit of time here to just set up my stuff, because I can't really do it right now without wasting time, but I'm kind of tired of having everything in the wrong place, so... Alright, now stuff is where I expect it to be.
Yeah. Take a small time loss now to save more overall, I guess.
That's an example of a chain reaction in this game. He just grabbed a single extra item and that threw off his entire inventory. It's wonderful.
Funny thing is that despite that, still the first split of this run where I've saved time on my PB.
Nice.
I think that was one of the worst splits of my PB. Alright.
So Zimp's gonna head to a town, I think, called Lix now, to be able to buy a bunch of scrolls for the first time. Special items we briefly mentioned earlier, they're basically elemental items that you can throw. For quite a bit of damage. They only cost 200 each, so they're really efficient. I think he's going to be buying a bunch of Thunder Scrolls for some mechanical enemies later that are weak to lightning. And then a couple Fire Scrolls and a couple Water Scrolls. One of the few sources of water damage in the game, so those are particularly useful as well.
I'm just making sure I purchase the correct scrolls. Because it could be quite bad if I got the incorrect element. The scrolls have elemental affinities, so the water scrolls deal water damage, etc. And we need a specific elements for the enemies we'll be facing.
It's also worth mentioning that the Black Magic ability learned from the Black Mage is also attached to the Ninja. having just black magic on the ninja, like the ability, will increase the damage of the scrolls. So that's why it's important to use black mages earlier and learn that ability. Not to be able to use black magic with the ninja, but just because it increases the damage of black magic.
Yeah, a lot of the skills you can learn in the game have that you just increase your stats at random, based off of the class you're gonna learn them from. Alright, looks like I did the step menu correct because my run didn't crash and burn. Let's go.
GG.
Very carefully menuing there on the step before each encounter to skip it. So the boss Zinf is doing now is one of the splits, Sandworm. It's really weak to water. I don't know what the multiplier is on water damage here. I think it's like 8 times or something silly, 4 times? I'm not sure.
No, it's a lot.
it's yeah. This guy is really weak to water. He does not like water. So it's just gonna be using 2 water scrolls that he bought from Lix earlier. Killing it pretty easily. Unfortunately, the downside to using those scrolls is that they're AoE, so he's also going to be hitting these holes that are in the fight. If you attack these holes in any way, they counter-attack by using Demi. So each hole that gets hit from the water scroll is going to use Demi on a random character. Doesn't matter who it hits, but the animation just kind of wastes some time. Oh, sorry, it's going to take 3 water scrolls, I think, not 2.
I also take the mic counters as a chance to menu a little bit. Just fix my inventory for later. It's a nice chance, so we might as well take it.
Yeah, just make use of the long animation. Very easy fight. If you do let him get a turn, though, it's probably death. Because the characters are so weak at this point, and the ability he uses, like, I forget what it's called, like Whirlpool or something.
Quicksand, something like that, yeah.
That'll kill off everybody pretty quickly.
This is kind of, in my opinion, where the game gets a bit easier for a while. It's like, pretty much the half-hour mark to the hour and 10 minutes mark-ish is a pretty, like, intense, relatively difficult section, and the next few bits, I think, are relatively simple.
See what Swed gets here with the Liquid Flame. 1 hand and 1 tornado so far. Yes, tornado, nice. So only Zinf got unlucky. Which works out because he's in the lead.
Alright, our good friend Kick Tycoon just wants to spend some good family time and play hide and seek with the party. It's rather simple, you just have to step into some event tiles and then you can just corner him at the center of the town. So, not a whole lot going on here.
Yeah, interestingly, there's a few different routes you can take with that, because you're supposed to just follow him around the town, like, in the direction that he goes. Which, if you do that, he moves, like, 4 times or something, but if you go in other directions in a specific way, he only moves, like, twice or something, which is much faster.
Yeah, certainly this next section probably feels a lot lighter at the very least. Since they're going to be coming up on an airship soon, that kind of cuts out half the step routing you have to do for a chunk of time, just because you don't have to walk on the overworld anymore. And then even then, like, only one, I guess like 2 real dungeons and some other really just short bursts of stuff. Until they move to World 2, where they lose their transportation.
This game's great at giving and taking away transportation from you.
Yeah.
You'll get a boat or an airship and lose it 5 seconds later, all the time.
It's also fortunate that we meet people that use give boats for free, so making progress.
Speaking of which, my boat is about to disappear.
But Sid just gave it to you.
And you won't be glitching Crayclaw anymore, right?
No, we will Paladin some normal soon.
Yeah, gotcha.
This Choco with the jukes.
Yeah. The struggle to get that black Chocobo. Purple Chocobo.
It's purple, they call it black.
I guess that means Faris has black hair.
I guess so.
You get 2 more jobs there from the Black Chocobo. You get Hunter and Bard, but they're both pretty useless. Bard will get some use later on for one of its abilities, but Hunter is not used at all. Just kind of waiting there for one of you to be like, well, actually, in the new route we use Hunter. It's just like earlier. Good to know Hunter's still not used.
Hunter is used in the route I'm doing, actually.
Where?
Dang,
How?
dude.
It's a rather silly usage, but it is there. You'll see it when it comes up. I'll point it out.
Everything I know is
Class left behind.
Next thing I know, you're gonna tell me you're gonna use Dancer.
No.
Yeah, I love that.
the day Berserkers in the route.
This is a funny thing. Like, I got to admit, I literally don't know what Dancer does. I've never used it when I played this casually. I have no idea what it does.
You're fine. You don't want to know.
Basically, use an ability called Dance that has one of like 4 different effects.
Yeah.
Sword Dance is really powerful and makes your attack like 4 times stronger. One of the dances is Confuse for the enemies or one enemy. One of them is like an MP Absorb and the other is just HP Absorb. So if you get Sword Dance, it's really, really good and really powerful, but the others not so much.
So is it like Mog in 6 where you lose control of them?
No, you just use it once per turn.
Oh, okay.
Or you can just fight as well, just attack.
I learned something today.
If you've used Dancing Dagger before and attacked with that, it's the same thing.
Right.
Except with any weapon. But you can equip some specific pieces of equipment to increase the chance of getting Sword Dance. Like I think having like a rainbow dress on or something increases it by 25%. And ribbon I think is one as well. I'm not certain. So it can be not too bad, but Sword Dance hits the damage cap so easily that the 4x multiplier kind of loses value.
Alright, so a bit of a recent discovery that Sue pointed out the other day. Whenever you attack in battle, you might notice that your character is moving to a certain spot on the battlefield before executing the action. So you can actually shorten the distance for that to happen if you set your characters to front row. So for the next portion of the game, we don't really take any attacks. We don't need to, so we just set our whole party on front row to shorten the length of that distance and save a bit of time there.
I totally should do that, but I haven't been doing it, so I'm not going to do it. Because I'm going to forget to put them back.
That makes a heck of a lot of sense, and I never thought of that.
Yeah.
That's why I don't route anything. I just steal.
Alright, so my boy Timmy. Timmy is a very threatening boss. He will murder you. He's surprisingly nimble for a turtle. He's like, he can outspeed like anything but a thief, pretty much. And Timmy always attacks. He always uses physical attacks, but we cannot really employ guard tanking because it's hard to set us a critical health. So what we do instead is grind haste. At least me and Zwanzig will. I'm sure that's web. But we grind haste on somebody to haste up or blue mage and then murder Timmy before he gets a chance to do anything with that level 5 doom spell that we got earlier. So I think that's a great example of how a lot of routing in FF5 culminates into making certain things happen. Like all of the AP management we've been doing was to get that strat going, just to make sure that Timmy doesn't murder anybody. So we also don't have to bother about redirecting Timmy's attacks or the like.
See what kind of luck Swed gets with this page 64. Oh, okay. I didn't actually see how long he was in this fight, but he got the level 5 doom, so I guess it was pretty quick.
If you didn't see the bad luck, it didn't happen.
Yeah, I assume it went well. That fight can be pretty bad as well. If that one goes on for a while, it can get bad because it actually deals some pretty decent damage. You can run out of potions and stuff if it takes a really long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's what is using Red Mage, but we could also use Cure on the whole party to help cushion the damage. That's pretty unfortunate. My record for page 64 not using L5 Doom is 17 attacks.
Dang.
I had like
pretty
50,
good.
I had like 50 something attacks with Goblin Punch, but I never highlighted or anything.
50?
It was
Oh my goodness.
Good lord.
It's when you just turn off the game.
People were dying.
It just wasn't
So
meant to be. Oh man, that's awesome. Now, granted, older iterations still had you scroll these guns down, but you still get to see how much damage they do when you get to exploit weaknesses, and they're, you know, a quarter of the price or something like that of rods, or a third or something like that. Maybe just half. I don't know. Either way, it's pretty good.
I think rods are 750 and scrolls are 200.
There you go.
Just over the corner.
I should have just, you know, no math. Should have just stuck to my guns. Act confident.
Yeah, it is good. The thunder weakness, obviously, and then the black magic equipped onto the ninjas. for extra damage. Easy fights.
I had actually never played this game casually before I speedran it. So I used to think all these bosses were like super free. And then, yeah, and they're not. I did my first Ford Job Fiesta. I got stonewalled by everything.
Yeah, for me, one that was rather disheartening to find out how easy it is in the speedrun was the Hiryu plant, because that boss just trolled the hell out of me when I was playing it casually. Just press the button, yes. Like, I had a fight that went on for like 20 minutes, because all the status effects that it just throws at you. And then in the speedrun, it's like, throw some money at him and it dies.
Yeah.
This boss effectively does nothing for like 5 turns. As long as you kill it quickly enough, you won't get hurt. Just a damage sponge.
Yeah, I'm employing the incredibly skillful technique of holding down the A button to finish the battle.
Yeah. That's definitely, like, if he does get that turn off, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
This area
I'm
is pretty...
still on step.
Yeah, still on step. This area is pretty tricky for that, I find. It's a pretty lengthy dungeon with lots of corners.
And this is really the last dungeon before one of the major parts where you really want to have the step route. That being the mini dragons grind.
You say grind, but it's what,
well,
2 or 3
yeah.
fights?
It's a short grind. Not denying that.
I almost botched my step manipulation. I forgot to do a steps before entering a room, but I think I corrected it.
What a
so
god.
Much yeah, there's so much stuff to memorize, I just flat out forgot.
Yeah, especially because you were, like, rerouting this up to a few days prior. I'm impressed that you are remembering as much as you are.
I'm pretty sure I'm using the same step route as you do. It just changes on World 2, by the end of World 2, so...
Right, yeah, it was mostly
it's
later
the same
stuff.
muscle memory. Alright, now... can anybody explain or boy RQAB is within your strand? Or should I take care of that?
I could try, but I feel like I would get it wrong.
Go for it. I'll back you up.
Alright, so this guy, he changes his elemental weakness every certain amount of damage you do. I want to say it's like 1200 damage or something. And then he'll change his elemental weakness to a different element. So I guess he starts off being weak to wind, and then he'll change to being weak to like fire or something. I forget the order. So
Yeah.
with very careful usage of different scrolls, different items, rods, whatever. I'm not sure what the strat is here. I've never seen this fight before.
Okay, so basically what happens is, like, it kind of counts his HP gates as different forms. So, what we do is we use that A-gear that we caught earlier to inflict poison on him, or HP leak, or whatever it is.
Sap or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff that does damage over time. And when when his HP depletes from that, it doesn't actually make the next form appear and just kills him instead, because good programming. So we skip like almost all of that fight. Oops.
Mhm. On a more technical level, when you do RQRs casually, you just keep attacking him and he just doesn't die. This guy is actually 5 bosses in one. Each phase has 1600 HP or so. So there's a script that says, oh, I killed the first phase, then I gotta move on to the next one. And with HP leak, we can, if we kill RQRs with HP leak, the game cannot engage that script, so it just terminates the battle right then. It's a little tricky. The battle is routed very, very well, so we deal a good chunk of damage to RQRs around the 1500 range, and then the rest of the way gets drained through HP leak. So it's a matter of managing, making sure that everybody survives by the end of the battle, and there's also another small trick to the fight. Whenever you guard, it actually increases the acceleration rate of the HP leak. I don't know, it just makes it go faster for some reason. So you want to get as many turns as possible to try and increase HP leak and just make sure that RQRs dies before it wears off. Because if it wears off, or if RQRs engages a phase transition, then you reset. You just cannot finish the battle because we're only equipped to kill the first one. So it's pretty technical. There is a lot going on.
I'm impressed. I like that.
Like I said earlier, it's one of my favorite boss strats. It's really cool.
Mm-hmm. I stole that from the task, so shoutouts to my boy Samurai Goro, the legend.
Oh, oops. All right, quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So does accidentally landing the airship in the water, does that take a step? I think it does, right?
Yeah. Well,
I would not be able to answer offhand.
Because I just did that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it increments a step, but it's weird because the ocean doesn't increment the steps as quickly. Like you need like 3 steps to get like a single step on land.
Mm-hmm. I'm not even sure if I can fix it anymore, so I might have just screwed my step count. So I think there's not a chance to fix it for the first couple of rooms in the ruins.
No, you don't get any you don't get any event tiles in all the ruins, so I think
it's probably dead.
Yeah. And I don't know, the ocean acts really weirdly, so you might still be on step count. Some other
We'll see, I guess.
It'll be a surprise.
The suspense, dude. I like it.
I'm like 80% sure it's dead. Which is annoying because, you know, we're right before mini dragons, but yeah. Landing the airship is too hard. I was trying to go fast.
Oh yeah, the ship moves around a tile per 4 frames, so it goes zoom really quick.
Yeah, and you have to land it on that one specific tile, so it's actually pretty difficult to land the airship up on it.
Yes. Wait. Yeah, okay. Hang on, I gotta go do something real quick. Okay.
Oh, by the way, we spent half the game looking for Lena's father and he uses drops now. So much for that.
Oh dang, I got really bad damage rolls. Oops. I'm screwing up right now. Not proud. Alright, we good. These rockets ideally die with 2 Thunder Scrolls, but I got bad damage rolls on both of them. Which would have been fine.
Yeah, at least you should have Lena as a backup with the black
Yeah,
command.
I should have multi-target cast the bolt because they were both alive accidentally single cast. So that's fine.
Alrighty, so why bother doing step manipulation for so long and torture ourselves? It's at this point where we where we obtain the last set of job classes, which would be Samurai, Dragoon, Chemist, and Dancer. So we really want a Chemist before we continue our next grind, so we can get a head start on the AP on that class. So we execute step manipulation through the entire game, used to terminate up to, used to align mini dragon sets, which is what we're going to grind right now. Mini dragons are by far the most rewarding experience per kill ratio you're gonna get on World 1. Like, they give a lot of experience, almost a World 3 tier experience. So they are really useful for grinding. They also give 3 AP per battle, so they are excellent to get the AP we want as well. Now, the issue with mini dragons is that they are the rarest encounter of the formations. They are pretty tough to get normally, especially considering that Ramu may pop up at any moment and murder us. So it's critical to maintain step manipulation, at least for this grind, just to make it really easy to just get going with the other half of the game.
Yeah. Way to rub in the fact that I probably lost steps. We'll find it soon.
You got this.
We'll see the effects of it, I suppose.
You got this. Everything's gonna work out for everybody for the entire
Hopefully.
I mean, it has been up until possibly that point for the most part.
Alright.
Actually, nobody has done any catastrophic mistakes or anything. It's been a very tight race.
I think I'm gonna get an encounter right here now. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And,
you said like getting 3 extra encounters still works out for mini dragons, right?
Yes, but I don't think you're getting enough inside the dungeon.
I don't know. I could force just getting those.
When did you last save?
Good question.
So I'd be worried about Hydra.
I'll save if I come by a save room.
You don't. It's out of the way, unfortunately.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Let's not encounter a Hydra then.
Oh boy.
There's nothing I can do at this point, so.
So it's going to start the mini dragon grind here. It's only, I think, 2 fights in this round. They give insane amount of XP. They're just kind of misplaced, I guess. These enemies are really strong, really high level, and they give crazy XP. So he's kind of just getting enough HP to be able to survive the run, which is like 300-ish on all the characters that I get.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that we are not concerned about like attacks for this encounter, even though we lack a thief on the party. Right before Gallup departed from the world, I set him up as a thief just to run into the air crystal room. But by doing that, I also make sure that his thief passes were severe on the party, like they persist.
Oh, hey,
so...
Hydra. Well, I got away.
Having a good time there, huh?
That's good.
Hydra can do an attack. I think it's called Poison Breath. It just kills you, basically.
So yeah, that was a little bit scary. All right,
Definitely
we good,
died.
guys. All right.
I can't believe I got to witness a Hail Hydra moment. Finally, dude. Finally. Thank you, ZellyFF. Thank you. Big up Wexel has my.
I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Archaeovis. Let's go. Nobody panic. It's all good.
Alrighty, now we got the Meteor Fetch side quest. We gotta just journey through the world, getting all the meteors back, just to power up a portal to go reach Galuf or whatever. But most importantly, we have perhaps the most technical battle in the run. We are going to try to duplicate items on Chimera Brain, because there is a really good item we can steal from him that we will enjoy. So if somebody can go ahead with item duping, that would be just wonderful.
That's alright.
Assuming it's the same method as I did before, essentially what he's going to be doing is an item underflow glitch. He's going to be moving an item into the first slot in his inventory, or a slot, and then throwing, or equipping it, the knife that was in that case, and then throwing the empty slot that had the knife. It's kind of just a glitch that you are able to do. And he's going to do that twice. So essentially he has 0 of the nothing in his inventory. So he throws that, and then he has -1 of the nothing in his inventory. Throws it again to have -2. And then he's going to steal from the Chimera Brain and hopefully get a Dragon Fang. And the Dragon Fang is going to enter that empty slot in his inventory. So he'll have, and that'll like add 1 to a -2. So he'll have
Wind Spears!
Oh! So the Wind Spear is a 3% steal.
Wow.
That was very unlucky. He actually wants the normal common steal, which I guess
So,
is 7%.
are you gonna reset, or?
I am not sure. Yeah, I think I gotta reset the route that needs Dragon Fangs, or it just gets horrifically wrong.
Yes, I get those items.
That's
another
extremely unlucky.
Just a classic instance of the rare just screwing you over, man.
That is a 3% chance of happening. Incredible.
Zin is a god. Unfortunately, being a god there doesn't work in your favor.
So yeah, the idea is you throw nothing in your inventory twice to have -2, and then when you steal the Dragon Fang, not the Wind Spear, you'll then have -1 Wind Spears, which the game doesn't like, so it gives you 255.
And then the constant spamming of Tame there keeps Chimera Brain from taking a turn.
I mean, it's true that FF5 doesn't have much RNG, but that's like the worst, worst thing that can happen.
I got the Dragon Fangs first try now, though, so we're good.
Perfect, dude. First try, flawless, everything's fine.
So yeah, unfortunately, because he had to reset, that also means he doesn't have step count now for the rest of the run.
Yeah. So now Choco and Tonberry, neither of them have encounter manipulation anymore, but I assume it's still kept it alive. I've not been paying full attention. I also don't know the round, so I'd have no idea. But I assume he's still got it. He's unfortunately not on voice, so we can't.
Yeah, at this point, keeping up a step route is not nearly as critical. It is nice because it lets me mitigate random encounters, but that's useful for me.
Yeah, there are a number of places that are like super heavy on encounters that you can minimize a lot of on step route, but it is what it is. That is just really unfortunate.
Classic video game.
Oh yes.
So yeah, since he has so many Dragon Fangs, he can sell a ton of them for money to Paladin, pretty much whatever he wants. He does still have to be very careful with money. It's not infinite, and it will get used later on to buy some rather expensive items, as well as using an ability called Guild Toss, which we'll see pretty soon. So we have lots of money, but it's definitely not infinite. And there has been a case, if you remember from last relay, where it can definitely run out, and it can definitely cost you 30 minutes. So
it definitely can.
Lots of money for now. Yeah, Guild Toss is a very powerful ability. I really forget how the damage calculation works on it, but it's super powerful. I'm not sure if someone here knows the formula.
I used to once upon a time.
Yeah, that's how I feel right now.
I know it's based on your level versus I think the enemy's defense stat.
Right. It's not based on how much money you have or anything anyway.
No.
It is level based.
And then per target, like, does more damage and costs more gold every level, and then you spend that per target, but I forget the exact equation.
The kill toss is going to be used for quite a lot of enemies from here on out, where it's either fast and affordable. You can't really kill toss everything because you would run out of money. And sometimes there's even faster strats than killing it with money.
Yeah.
This fight here, Titan, he's not really a threat, but he will use Earthshake when you kill him. So he does it as like a final attack when you kill him. There's a number of ways you can kind of avoid this. There's different strats for it. Zim's strat here is just using a giant string to double the chemist's HP to be able to tank it. Another way is to use the Remora summon. That'll paralyze Titan when you kill it. I think that's what ZellyFF going to do.
Yep.
You can also use a Dragoon to just jump and kill Titan, and then Dragoon will survive in the air. The intended way is to use Float, I guess. I don't know if you can even buy that at this point. I guess you can, probably. Yeah, it's a pretty powerful final attack, and we just don't have the HP to survive it normally, so some other method has to be used. And Zinf is done with World 1.
Yep.
Alright. That was a really solid World 1 if Wind Spears hadn't happened.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
It's just time for Swed and Swed to catch up.
Yeah, tied up the race. It makes things interesting, for sure. The Swed can keep in counter manipulation, he'll catch up a decent amount.
Yeah, because now we're just going to be bleeding small amounts of time pretty much everywhere from getting more encounters.
Yeah, exactly. We're past the point now where we don't need to encounter any specific enemies. Bar that one fight later on, X-Dev's Castle. That's quite a bit later on. If you keep it that far, that's pretty solid.
I'm not gonna be needing this step row document anymore.
Well, I learned firsthand that if you let Jesus take the wheel, good things can happen.
So,
maybe.
Speaking of bleeding time because of no step route, it's about time for mini dragons on my end.
Ooh.
So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, does anyone know if Sueda still has a step route? Because this is his chance to catch up, indeed.
Yeah, the common encounter here is Ramu. And he's very, very annoying. And the rare encounter that you want is mini dragons.
And if you do get him, he's probably killing someone.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna save before it, and you know, if that happens, just reset and do that a bunch. Probably. Alright, so let's see. Save. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can get lucky.
I believe. Give ZellyFF your energy.
Good start. Oh. Very lucky.
Like I keep saying, why get good when you can get lucky?
I like that saying.
Alright, just saving again, because I need two of them.
It's ultra suspenseful for me because my feed's lagging, so I didn't even know he got many dragons for like a minute.
Nice, wow. Back to back. Good luck.
I guess I was somehow just on the right.
Dude, this guy is a god, man. All three of these guys are good.
Alright, good.
Unbelievable.
Why even do encounter manipulation when you
Yeah,
can
dude.
Zwanzig?
Okay.
That's just like top tier manipulation, like not of the game, but of the viewers.
Oh, I am ready for the big bridge.
It's pretty close. It's still another like 5 minutes maybe. Cutscenes, Galoof solo section.
It's a couple minutes. Sounds
2
there.
minutes probably. But when we do get to the bridge, I swear to God, I better see a bunch of music Craigasm spam in this chat. I'm gonna be really upset.
This part in the run, Galoof is on his own. Since he's on his own, he's gonna be a thief, I assume, or at least has the dash ability equipped to be able to run around.
A thief, preferably. No, I would sort of step around.
Yeah, yeah. At the end of this short dungeon, he gets a one-on-one fight with Gilgamesh, the man himself. And you just throw money at him.
Just breaking to go away.
First try Dragon Fang, no problem.
Nice.
Oh my gosh, it begins.
I know a splice when I see one, dude. You can't fool me.
Yeah. Just, I'm throwing you off with the whole like losing steps thing.
My feed starts lagging. All of a sudden, Zwanzig getting all the god luck. I don't know, man. Coincidence?
So I gotta still pause on the other world to try and mitigate random encounters so that it's not a foolproof technique. I'm just hoping that I don't get the encounters basically. Music Craigasm!
There we go. Let's see the chat.
Better be some dancing.
Oh, I'm proud of you guys.
This is a case where he's taken off the thief for Gilgamesh, so you can't be ambushed. And I believe he changes phase after 3 guild tosses, or 4?
4.
4. So once Gilgamesh reaches half HP, he uses Protect Shell and Haste, which does affect guild toss damage. And Protect does.
Yeah, it's the haste that's killer, because then he just starts jumping around all the time, killing you.
He'll one-shot everyone, anyone who lands on him.
Yeah. Well, you could actually wipe in this fight.
Yeah, but we made sure to set up the battle, so we are always able to kill Gilgamesh after a couple of heal tosses,
Yeah.
so it's fine.
And then there are encounters on the bridge, but only on the specific tiles. So you're gonna see Zin take a very specific walking pattern to dodge them all.
Yeah, the encounters are easy to take care of with the guild toss, and it's not a problem. But the problem is you don't want to get that XP. The character's actually at a specific level right now where that XP could be bad. Because again, similar to learning level 5 Doom earlier on, we're now going to be learning level 2 Old later. So to learn level 2 Old, you obviously need to have your level be a more level 2, which it is at the minute. But if you get that encounter, then you might have an odd level, which might not work.
And even if that wasn't an issue, which it 100% is, I mean, that's time lost, that's money lost. Like, there's no reason to really take them.
So right there on my side, that was the Remora strat for Titan.
Alright, just unlock it with Remora. I have no idea which Titan strats Swad will be using. Probably one of those two. I don't think he'll do anything different. So now that Zinf is off the encounter manipulation, what he can do on the world map is, well, normally you would open up the menu one step before you're about to get an encounter, but since he doesn't know where the encounters will be, he can choose to just open the map, open the menu just semi-randomly, and hope that it kind of skips encounters. And it usually helps out quite a lot. It's still worth it. I'm not exactly sure how this works, but even if you open the menu a few steps before an encounter, it tends to help out. I don't really know the details. He just has to open up the menu a lot more than normal, and you'll still get some encounters. You can choose to forego the menuing entirely though and just hope for few encounters. Which can work, just depends on your luck on the encounters, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Either way, you're rolling the dice, so just whatever you want.
Alright, I'm gonna safety save before the river because we need. I need to set up my experience very precisely so everybody is level 14 or so. I need everybody to have an even levels when we need to learn level 2 all day. So we're gonna kill a few enemies to set that up. And I am hoping for some specific formations. So if I get really, really unlucky with what comes up, at least I will be able to reset and try again. The Underground River has fixed encounter tiles inside the river. You will always get these regardless of having a step rod or not. So it makes for a decent grind spot because you have to get encounters anyway. I gotta go with one encounter I needed, so I need another one now.
So ZellyFF suiciding in that fight speeds it up a little bit. If you kill him, you get a slightly longer cutscene after the fight. Plus, you'd have to come up with some kind of strat to be able to kill it in the first place. It's just much easier to suicide and faster.
Alright, I got encounters I needed. So regarding the abductor suicide cutscene, I actually timed the difference between killing the dude and committing suicide. And committing suicide is only a second faster, so it's not quite as dramatic as we imagined at first. Like, I mean, back in the day, like, people were calling blasphemy on that cutscene because it took forever, but it's not that bad. In my route, I need a samurai parts for battle, and that's a little too tough to kill, so I use smaller encounter.
This boss is basically some free AP for whatever jobs you think need it. Because this guy just dies to the Phoenix Down. There's a chance the Phoenix Down misses, which thankfully it didn't.
It's a 75% chance on most instances.
Yeah, my PB was great with that. I need to land 3 Phoenix Downs on undead things in the route, and I had a total of 6 misses.
It's unfortunate.
Shout out to
This is
FF5.
costly too. I don't know how many you'd have to use to run the risk of running out of Phoenix Downs. Probably quite a lot.
Quite a few.
One time, another runner, Kiwi, one time he actually missed the Phoenix Down at least 20 times. He sort of soft locked the game because he couldn't commit. He couldn't use the Phoenix Down to proceed. It was wonderful.
Alright, so that Moogle just showed the safe path through the desert. And you're supposed to, and you'll see Zinf and ZellyFF follow the Moogle around the path it took. So you're not supposed to step on the sand, otherwise you get a really, really difficult enemy that it's really difficult to run away from. Where you just
I know it's unescapable actually. Even if you issue the escape command, you cannot run away.
Right, you can't run away from it.
I
It's
don't know,
just
but
got a lot of HP, so
Yeah.
you got to go around unless you're on the step manipulation still. This is another one of the places where it saves extra time.
Yeah, there are some god routes that use the walk through the desert all the way, and it's quite scary.
Yeah, doing the walk across the desert without step manipulation is pretty suicidal. Unless you'd have to like save a lot, and if you're saving a lot, it's probably not worth it in the first place.
On a side note, we got my man ZellyFF getting to the bridge soonish.
Big bridge round 2.
Let's go. I'm talking with the Moogle here right away because it starts an internal timer. A lot of events in this game are ruled by internal timers, so you usually need to do a specific action in order to trigger them. And after you talk with the Moogle, you just have to wait like around 30 seconds, and then the blood will progress.
Yeah, you also got the 10,000 guild chest for extra money and the dancing dagger. Dancing dagger is useful because it gives, I think, 2 agility if you have it equipped. So it helps basically deciding turn orders and fight. If we want the characters to go in a specific order, we can use the dancing dagger, as well as the stealth armor to kind of shuffle around the agility or speed stat of the character. Kind of just shuffle the turn order into a more favorable one.
Oh, gotta put ZellyFF sound on. There we go.
Enjoy.
It's perfect too, because everybody else is in Cutscene City.
So I got a real taste of why using Void to prevent his buffs from going off is so nice when I had my PB. Because even with that, he still killed off all but one of my characters. So you can imagine how bad it is if you don't do that.
It's an
He's
interesting
a madman.
It's worth noting you don't get any AP from this Gilgamesh fight since he runs away, so you can kind of choose any jobs you want to get it done as quickly as possible. Hence the 4 samurais.
Alright, we did it. Nice and clean.
Yeah, one thing I messed up slightly is I should have waited a little bit before inputting one of the guild tosses so that I could do item menuing during his like buffing part. I sort of forgot to do that, so I don't know. I might do it somewhere else.
Menuing is literally impossible, dude.
I know the feeling.
Gotta go slow to move fast. It is what it is, man.
I'll probably just do it right now in the menu since I have to go into items anyway.
Oh, and you know the best part about having 3 teams? It means we will get to listen to Big Rich again.
50% more Big Bridge.
Alright. Sweat has to get his dragon fangs here, so we'll see what happens. We've
It's
seen
only
both
fair that he
spectrums.
misses the steal 10 times in a row.
He's got the most catching up he has to do. But he's well on his way. Well, not 10. Not even 5.
Still, it's not extremely accurate. It's got a 40% chance of succeeding or some such. So it can be tough to have a steal cooperate.
What are you talking about? First try every time. Did you actually get the wind spears first try, or?
Yeah, no second try. Good enough.
Seen it all today. We've seen the wind spear. We've seen step route not even matter at all.
Even seen the Hydra.
Even the Hydra. Oh my goodness. What a race. I couldn't be happier.
Just trying to make it entertaining for you guys.
And some of that stuff Swed's buying is very specified, like it won't be needing it for like a safety thing, really. There's going to be some potion mixing happening later on that stuff is used for.
Yeah, the reason Zim's using Chemist a lot now is to get the AP to learn Mix. I forget how much AP you need to learn Mix, but it's quite a lot. And Mix will be used for basically the final dungeon.
Yeah, Mix is pretty hot.
I can't quite seem to get the other encounter that I need. I might just run around here a bit until I get it. I don't know how common it actually is. I'm just gonna try to get it because I don't want to chance it on a different encounter because I don't really know the like XP and stuff routing for it all. So
Yeah, playing it safe. It's understandable.
I'm only getting blood slimes, dude. I tried this in practice with that step route, and I just got the encounters that I needed. pretty quick. There we go. That's the one I need.
You probably could have stayed close to the boss. Oh well.
It's fine. I won't get another one.
It'll still affect the next dungeon though.
It's fine.
You
Don't
heard the
worry about
man.
it.
You heard the man. It's fine. Everything is
Yeah,
fine.
that's true. I mean, this is the guy that gets mini dragons, no problem. He gets encounters.
Even when things have gone wrong, they ended up perfectly right. I don't get it, but that's how it's been happening. So it's fine.
That's true. That's true.
I just have my own way of manipulation. Don't worry about it. The new meta.
There's manip is no manip.
Not first try Phoenix down. Second try. It's not really a time loss though. Not much.
See, the thing with the mini dragons, like, I'm assuming I just did that thing that I was talking about, where it's just, it happens to work out if you get 3 extra encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I must have just had 3 extra encounters, including the Hydra. So I wouldn't really recommend it, but, you know.
Truly, hail Hydra. Hydra saving the run.
Yeah, exactly.
You're officially my new favorite speed hero. For at least the next few hours until the triple FF6 world record. That's still pretty good.
Alright, I'll take that.
Ideally, all 3 of these guys will finish just under 4 hours.
It's not happening for me, I don't think.
But from there, definitely under 410.
Yeah, unless I, like, die somehow.
Yeah. Ooh, so I made a mistake somewhere, apparently.
Oh boy, I think he's going to kill Black Flame Encounters. Probably.
So I guess that means Sephiroth officially dead for everybody.
Not necessarily for Sword, if you can come up with some kind of backup.
Not quite. He needs extra encounters because we put or chemist or sign chemist like is put on chemist duty for like the entirety of their crystal up to Gilgamesh on the big boat. Like every single battle up to that point, you need to have your chemist working on mix. I don't normally do this, but I'm gonna purchase some healing items because I'm sure that Golem will be happy to slap me around on the Dragon Valley.
I did say in chat earlier that we were all gonna keep Steprat for the entire run, I guess. I guess I was mistaken.
Not even World 1.
I almost never lose step count in World 2. It's usually if it fails, it's World 1. Or 3. Because Pyramid.
Ah, there's Golem.
Nice. The downside of No encounter manipulation on this mountain. Golem shows
yeah.
up, kills someone, and runs away.
The classic golem.
I honestly, I have no idea why I say route rather than route.
Because it's the right way to say it.
Yeah.
That's a compelling argument.
Yeah.
And for all we know, Zin could run into Golem like a gajillion more times when he's outside. You just never know. Hopefully not. He's just a big time waster.
Yeah, there's two sets of golem encounters. A golem is a summon in this game. On the first few floors, like the outside portions of Dragon Valley, you can meet a golem that just slaps you and then runs away. Later on in the dungeon, you meet the recruit encounter, which is not nearly as bad because golem will not murder you on that one.
It's a really good summon too, casually.
Sure. I get real tired of these encounters. Get here first.
And doing all these dungeons from here on out without step manip is gonna feel so weird. Just running straight through. I don't do it very often.
Yeah, it's kind of a strange relief when you do lose encounter manipulation because you just have to not care anymore. It's kind of nice.
Well, I guess it's all
stressful.
All up to fate now.
Yeah. Like at least I don't have to care anymore.
Because we all know that the step routing is technically cheating.
And here your plan is a pretty free fight, just for money. Pretty interesting fight because the main plant itself, all it does is just summon the little plants. And it's the little things that are actually meant to do damaging attacks.
Yeah, I remember in my first playthrough, the fight went on for a good 5 minutes after the main body was dead.
Because of the age stats effect is.
Yeah, because everybody was just like hitting absolutely nothing because of all the status effects.
Yeah, this game has a stats effect called age or old. It just lowers your level over time, and that's all your stats are lowered over time. Which is fine, but unfortunately there's no way to cure it once you are infected with it. Or I think like some spells might cure it if you do it quick enough. But you don't get your level back. And even if you die, you still keep the old status. Then when you're back alive, your level will keep going down again. So
That's good when you want to cast haste and you don't have MP.
yeah, most of the time when you get older, you'll quickly go down to level 1 and there's not really much you can do about it. You can't even kill and revive your character because they'll just keep the stats anyway. Which, whilst it's annoying for us, we'll be using it on enemies later on ourselves. So Sweat, I think, is still on encounter manipulation for now, at least. He's missing 5 Chemist AP. I'm not sure why he's going to make that up. I'll have to wait and see if he's able to recover it without ruining step manipulation. But at the very least, he should be able to keep it until, like, he absolutely needs the AP. Because he won't be needing mix for quite a while.
So how exactly did he miss out on that AP?
I'm not sure I missed it, unfortunately.
He must have died on the boss or something.
Yeah, the bombs, right.
That's unfortunate. So the best backup for that would be Object Art, I would say. Oh no, no worries. We are about to listen to Big Bridge yet again in a couple minutes, so get ready.
Yeah, just finished Big Bridge on Sweds, and I'm about to get it again on Zims. Getting all 6 instances of Big Bridge.
Just shut down the audio and play Big Bridge forever.
So this Gilgamesh fight coming up is going to be the last Gilgamesh fight. There's only 2 in the speedrun. There are 4 fights with him you can do in total, the 3rd being an X-Death Castle. But to trigger that fight, you have to open a chest. And if you just don't open the chest, then you don't get the fight. And if you don't get that fight, then you also don't get the fight in the Void. Which obviously we skip those, waste a lot of time.
So I think it would be a good chance to cover the mix command, given that there's some downtime happening. So for mix, the reason we've been grinding chemist so diligently upon obtaining it on the air crystal, chemist has access to the mix command. It's the second ability you learn. You get it after 45 AP in total. And what Mix does is it lets you enter your item menu, and it lets you pick a couple items, consumable items like a potion, a meter, or whatever, and you can take those items, consume them, and concoct them into a new, into an effect. So the thing about Chemist is that the range of effects you can mix through the command is incredibly versatile. There is a lot of things you can do with Mix. You can cast float on the party, you can clear status, you can cast haste. With Mix alone, you can effectively replicate every other job class in the game, so it makes for a very, very potent command. For intents of the speedrun, we use it quite a bit to replicate effects of all your classes. Like we use it to cast Dragon Armor, to cast Reflect on the party. We also use it for Death Potion, which you'll be seeing really soon, at least on my screen. And we also use it to increase our level. That is a really important one, because there's a couple mixes that can increase your level by either 10 or 20 stages, and that is pretty potent in conjunction with the Guiltos, because as we explained earlier, Guiltos is dependent on your level, so the run is gonna get spookier now that we will obtain the mix command. Music realism!
Yeah, the nice thing about Mix too is that even with some fairly cheap items you can buy from just any inn, can even have some pretty decent effects. But the reason we did the Dragon Fang dupe in particular earlier was not just for the money, but also Dragon Fangs are a really good item to mix with. You see Sweat here going across the desert because he has the encounter manipulation still. If he didn't have that, that would be very dangerous. He would almost certainly die. So just being able to run across or walk across the desert there probably saves a decent 20 seconds or something, I guess.
Alright, and on my body, the Gabriel Digak here, we end most of our grinding. We got the Guiltos on Bards, we got Mix on Faris, and I also set up my levels properly for the remainder of the run.
Oh, when we say mix, we mean combine. It's called combine
yeah.
in this version.
Yeah, I just say it like that.
There's quite a few translations for this game, and a lot of things change a lot depending on which translation you're talking about.
Right, so first we're going to mix a Kiss of Blessing on Gilgamesh to... Where are my graphics? To cast the Berserk on him to disrupt his AI script. I also want to kill Elena to set me up for Atomos. And that should do it. Now we're gonna mix Death Potion to insta-kill Gilgamesh, because he's one of the very few bosses susceptible to that, because he lacks the heavy flag and also death immunity. So that's a simple way of cheesing him.
Alright, you want Lena dead for the start of the Atomos fight. I'll explain that a little bit later when we get there. Kiss of Blessing is a pretty interesting mix though. It's not very evident there, but there is a glitch associated with it. Very important for the X-Death fight much later on. But essentially it's a mix that casts Haste, Image, and Berserk. So it's supposed to be like a friendly mix. You're supposed to use it on your allies to get Haste and Berserk and Image. Or Blink, depending on translation. But you can use it on enemies to inflict Berserk, even if the enemy is immune to Berserk. So the reason that's done there is to stop Gilgamesh from summoning Enkidu. I guess, anyway, I assume.
Oh yes, by casting that potion you heal Gilgamesh so he doesn't summon Enkidu. He summons him when he reaches a certain threshold of health, so by insta-killing you just skip Enkidu altogether. Which is why Dark Shock strats worked like they did. I need Berserker to stop him from getting his dialogue upon that. It just takes a little bit of time.
Right.
Yeah, let's talk about Dark Shock because its triumphant days are pretty much over lately. Like, if you were a fan of FF5 speedruns maybe a year ago, Dark Shock used to be a very integral component of the route. It is a blue magic spell that half as your level, So it was critical to set up
Level 5 Doom.
yeah, exactly. The level spells and whatnot.
Yeah, so in that case, Gilgamesh is, I think, level 31? Or is it 29?
I don't know, I haven't done Dark Shock in so long.
I think Gilgamesh's level is 31. I'm gonna say, and when you use Dark Shock, it halves his level to be 15, which is where you can use level 5 Doom, but it's an old method. And now Mix has learned in time to just use the Death Potion. And Dark Shock is kind of bad because it takes some time to learn it, but also has a pretty high chance to miss. Because we don't have Dark Shock, Atomos also has a different strat. Because that was another fight where it was essentially the same as Gilgamesh before, where you'd Dark Shock and then use level 5 Doom. I think Atomos is 41, and then you'd half it to be 20. But now I guess there's a new strat, which I think uses Guild Toss.
And still has its own pieces of RNG, I think. Its Atomos will actually take a few turns.
Yeah, I think at least back when I saw Sereth running this like 2 years ago, it was like you had to get Dark Shock first try, or you just used the reset spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reset's a cool spell. You cast it and it literally resets the fight. You get your MP back, HP back, everything just starts over. It's pretty nice. Especially if you're about to die. So the reason Lena is dead at the start of this fight is because Atomos is scripted such that if all your party members are alive, he'll start using Meteor or Comet, I can't remember which, but he'll basically kill off party members until there's one out dead. So by killing off Lena, we just get to decide who's dead instead of Atomos deciding who's going to be dead. And then once a character's dead, he'll start using turns to like suck the enemy in towards him, or suck the like dead party member towards him. So just so he doesn't start randomly meteoring people, killing off random people, we just let Lena die at the start of the fight.
Dragon Power.
Dragon Power, good mix. Increases level by 20. So it's going to increase skill toss damage. You can see the difference there between Butts' skill toss and Galuf's skill toss. Butts now has an extra 40 levels, and he's going to do considerable more damage than Galuf, who's still on his normal level. There's a few spells Atomos can still do when the character is dead. Thankfully he doesn't use Meteor anymore, but he can still use Demi, Slow 2. And that might be it. I think it's just those two.
I think the only one I've ever seen is Slow 2.
Definitely just use Demi, so there's that.
Oh, well.
He sometimes just doesn't do anything as well, I think. It's pretty random what he decides to do.
Yeah, most of the time he just doesn't do anything, as far as I've noticed.
If I recall correctly, his AI script is like every other round he just pulls a party member, and then he decides to either pull or execute a spell. Like a 1/3 chance of executing a spell. The worst thing that Atomos can do is casting a slow 2, because that targets the entire party and makes you take forever to get you next round.
Right. It's so insulting too, because you use a speed drink to give someone haste, and then he just overrides it with slow.
I forgot to use a speed drink on the battle. It still worked that nice.
Right.
Says no.
So ZellyFF's coming up to Big Bridge round 2. Music form at least.
Or, as I call it in my splits, battle on the big boat.
Yeah, big boat.
I just realized I haven't saved in a while. I really should do that. I was planning to right before this.
Don't imagine Gilgamesh can go too wrong as long as you have combine.
No, it'll be fine. I'll save when I'm in the tower. Which normally I think you can't actually do because like the save room actually counts steps and you have to go out of your way, but you know, that's not an issue.
Barrier tower? No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
We had this discussion the other day.
I know,
but
we did.
The step around document says so, so I don't know.
I guess
Blame Zin if the info is wrong.
I'm saying barrier tower doesn't count, but hey. Could be wrong. I don't remember ever getting an encounter in the save room, at least.
Oh, I forgot to double Galuf. For this cutscene, Galuf is taken momentarily off your party, but if you leave him at the top, you can get a copy of Galuf, because he was the last member that was
yeah.
checking for.
Double Galuf. That's classic.
It's worth the time it takes to do. I hope you'll do those proud one, Dick.
Hmm?
The Galuf dupe thing.
Sorry, what are we talking about? I was.
So if you switch Galuf to the party leader before Atomos, you get a double Galuf.
Really?
Which, yeah.
Okay, I've never seen that.
You'll just do it. You'll see it, I guess. It'll be an experience for you too.
Alright.
So I believe this is the same fight. I'm wondering why you have the hunter to suicide.
You'll see.
That's,
You'll see.
that's
Yep,
something.
that's what that was for.
It's a pretty nice use of the hunter. So it is in the route.
Alright.
You couldn't think of any other way to suicide, no?
Once again, I didn't come up with any of these strats.
Just a simple fire 2 or something, not good enough.
You tell me, Zin, why Hunter of all things?
So I went to use Hunter.
Fair enough.
That's reasonable. Like I said, I'd like to see Berserker used someday, if I had that opportunity. Make it happen. Use Death Axe on Gilgamesh or something instead.
That added to the queue.
Especially good because he now routed it out. But I'm still doing it because of his whim. I'm okay with this.
I think Swed was just making up the chemist AP there, but killing a random encounter.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's going to mess with his X-Def levels or not. I think Leonard's still 14, which is good. Not as many of the party members beat multiple of 2 as possible, I guess. Might be able to suicide the party members that aren't a multiple of 2. Because the thing is, when he's learning level 2 all, is it'll target their random party member. And you obviously need to get it hit on the party member that's a multiple of 2, so it actually hits.
Alright, should I escape a moor?
There we go.
So yeah, if you set Galuf to the lead before Atomos, it's worth it. For the relay.
I'm not gonna do like stuff that I'm not used to.
You can change it back. Don't worry. Don't.
I know, but I'm still not gonna do it. Like, just trust me on this. If I do stuff I'm not comfortable with, like I have a hard rule against never doing anything that I haven't practiced in a run, and especially in a relay. Even if it's so insignificant, I'm just not going to. Call me boring, but that's the way I am.
Yes, you just lost Speed Hero status sooner than I expected.
I'm sorry.
Dang.
Maybe the Spud will have our back on it.
Alright, see you later, more. Let's go.
No one's trying to sabotage ZellyFF. ZellyFF's trying to sabotage the entire relay.
So the area that Zinfin is in now is one of the worst areas for the encounter manipulation, at least in my opinion. It's really difficult to see where you're going because of the limited vision that you get. As well as just trees everywhere and everything, it's pretty rough. Thankfully he doesn't have to worry about that, since he lost his manipulation a while ago.
Worth its weight in gold, though. I mean, he's gonna probably see a lot of encounters unless he just gets really lucky.
The Forest of Moor is one of those areas that is nearly indistinguishable from a step-routed one. Because the rooms are so big, it's almost impossible to not get encounters.
So did you end up going to Moor or not?
No, we're skipping it, baby.
Alright. I'm gonna go there to purchase a couple of spells. One is for a boss strat and one is for a safety strat. Safety that my boy's in is not gonna have.
It'll be fine, I swear.
I believe Sweat has at least made up most of the Chemist AP, if not all of it at this point. I'm not sure what he's going to be like for XP and levels later on, but he's still on the encounter manipulation and salvaging the AP, so should be hopefully decent.
Oh hey, slow too.
There it is, like first turn.
There it is.
And now we wait.
That is unfortunate.
Just reviving Galuf there right before the end of the fight, so make sure he gets AP.
Yeah, this guy's worth a lot of AP. I think it's like 15.
Yeah. If you revive too soon, then Atomos will immediately start just meteoring and going crazy. Which is really bad, because it hits random targets, I think like 4 times. So I guess if you're really, really unlucky, it would hit each party member once each. Or something like that. But typically it kills like 2 people. Or he might just comet 2 people, I can't quite remember. But it's bad if he gets a turn when all 4 party members are alive. It's usually a fight that gives people a lot of trouble, because they'll just keep reviving people that die, and then he just keeps commenting. But the trick is to just let people die.
Yeah, I remember on my first playthrough I died to him like 8 times before figuring it out. I was so mad, and I think you were telling me like it's easy if you just pay attention. I was so mad.
It's easy when you know the trick.
Yeah.
Zinf is coming up to the Crystals fight, another pretty notorious fight for its difficulty. The strat is simply going to be just to use Guild Toss a couple times. Or 4 times, I think.
Pretty good strat.
Some stuff.
That's what I mean, dude. Like there's so many boss fights in this game that are actually difficult. You'll never know if you only seen the speedrun.
Mm.
Pretty easy.
The thing with the crystals fight is that they become really strong when they're on low HP.
Yeah, once they have like 25% HP left or something, maybe less than half. I'm not sure what the threshold is, but when they're low, they're very scary. So the idea is you're supposed to kill them one by one. But that's not going to be the case here, but they won't get a turn when they're on low HP, so it's okay. Everyone's got like pretty decent armor equipped, so ideally they don't all attack the same person, but if they do, then hopefully they'll survive, because everyone needs AP. Freddy's Butts definitely needs AP, I'm not quite sure about the other ones, but they probably do.
It's worth noting that samurais have a passive skill that gives them a boost to their evasion, so that's another layer of protection for everybody that's a samurai in the party. Excellent.
Yeah, those crystals are guaranteed to just use physicals in their turn, so you want to beef up your physical defense and evasion as much as possible. So if someone dies, it could be pretty bad, because people need AP. You don't really have many ways to heal.
When the crystals fall below 3000 health, that's when things could get really ugly. Because they switch AI scripts to spamming AoE spells, like Firaga, they use murder your entire party, so it's very important that we kill them all on the same volley, or make sure that they don't fall into the threshold before killing them off.
Yeah.
Oh.
So along with the decent armor that you have equipped on your party, you also equip Galuf with the bone mail, which is really powerful armor. It gives a lot of defense. It's like probably the strongest, or one of the strongest armors you can have for defense. But the catch is that it makes healing items hurt you. But we'll use that to our advantage in the next fight.
So, my friends, it is time for an epic one-on-one battle between Galuf and Exer. This battle is quite difficult. We set up Galuf as a samurai to make sure that he could survive attacks well enough. But I'm sure by throwing money we can succeed.
The mists.
Te voy. Galuf, no!
Wrecked.
So there's a few interesting queries to that encounter. Galuf is coded to hang on to 0 HP no matter what, and he also cannot die to enemies that are spells, though I could be wrong about that, I never tested. However, you can force Galuf to die in that encounter, and the programmers didn't really account for the fact that you could lose in the battle, because you're not supposed to die. So what happens is that if you force yourself to die through, say, the Undead Flag plus a light spell, then the battle is just dismissed and the plot progresses. Also, our poor boy Galuf is gonna get slandered with some healing items with bone mail equip. This does now but seal Galuf is fate.
Yeah, this cutscene makes a lot more sense when you have the bone mail equipped, the throwing elixirs at him and stuff. Just killing him more.
They can't. Obviously, they can't just take the bone mail off, even though they do, because you get to keep it.
Bone Mail can be sometimes quite annoying too, because of its high defense. Whenever you optimize, the Bone Mail will almost always be equipped, because it's supposedly the best thing that you can equip, and the game thinks, hey, it's got high defense, let's put that on. But more often than not, you don't want that on.
We never explained the Bone Mail really. We grabbed that back on Dragon Ball Z. It's pretty much the best defense armor in the game. It's got the highest defense, but it also gives you the Undead Flag, and it makes you weak to fire spells or some such. So if it acts like a skeleton enemy, like suffer damage. If you also use a Phoenix Zone or a Rarification item, you will die instantly, as you saw with Gallop there. But it's a very good item because we need the defense given our levels. It helps us buffer physical attacks where need be.
Oh, what am I doing? I forgot. For some reason, I forgot you can just warp out of more.
And then you kind of did it too late, that didn't really matter. But...
Yeah, I know, but I just wanted to show off that you can.
Seeing out of turn, style.
He's got the tech.
Well, so I went in there, Zin skipped it. I got Fire 3 and Bolt 3.
We're on the last big bridge for Swed now. The final big bridge. Until Type 0, actually, I think. You fight Gilgamesh in Type 0. All the way on Sunday.
So, Galuf is in the console, he's dead for real, and Kara replaces him as a party member. Fortunately, Kara inherits all of Galuf's skills, so everything that Galuf has been working on was transferred over to Kara, including all the AP we earned as Galuf. So, something we gloss over is that party members actually have innate base stats. Like some characters are better at certain tasks. So, like Lena has the highest magic. Faris is very well rounded, while Arts has the best strength. Galuf had the best stamina, but he was super slow, so he was bad. But and now that Kara replaces him, Kara has the highest agility in the game at +4 agility, so that will come in really handy with setting up Paladin Clergy.
Interesting quirk there with the shield that Zwanzig picked up. If you pick it up before you go down the hole on the ground, it's an Aegis shield, but if you pick it up after you come out the hole with the Moogles, it's a flame shield. Because I guess the fire makes it change.
Sure.
I guess
That
you
didn't
just
sit, I guess.
Yeah, most of the other chests become soot. But you can't even reach most of the other chests before the
That's
fire
true.
anyway. So I assume they hold soot anyway if you were to cheat your way over there.
You're probably right.
The shield is a lot better than the flame shield. It's got a 33% chance of blocking any spell, anything, like even life or whatever. Actually, one time when I was in a test run, I had the shield equipped on Faris, I think, and she died. So I tried using a Phoenix down on Faris, and the shield blocks that. It was wonderful. And when I say any magic, I literally mean any magic.
So it can block healing magic as well? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. probably not White Magic, but I'm not entirely sure. Still though, it was pretty insulting to see Faris block something well there. Alright, now for Magic Dragons.
Right, so your route needs 3 of these, right?
Yes.
That's gonna be fun without step route, I guess.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be too bad.
This place can be rough. Oh my god, it's the monk.
Oh,
I'm so
man,
excited.
The monks. This race is something, I tell you. Hunters, monks, I don't know what to think.
So they're gonna be catching some magic dragons because they bust out some good attacks as we've talked about before, but also learning level 2 old. Not sure if at the same time still.
There's a route change here with the different runners. Zinf is getting 3 of these. I think ZellyFF is only getting 1 or 2.
Correct. Only 1.
So here, you may have noticed for a long time, Lena was a mediator. This was to learn the control ability, which is, if you played FF7, it's like manipulate, you take control of the enemy. That's the only way you'll be able to use level 2 walls.
Nice.
So that went pretty well. Suiciding off the party members because they weren't a multiple of 2, I suppose. So they were? I don't know. Oh, they didn't have the learning ability, right? Because you need to be a blue mage to learn.
That's really smart. Yeah, I like that.
Alright, I'm gonna explain the route. Sorry, I got a little distracted with the menu. Anyway, what I did there was the exploder setup, which is... Ooh, wow, dude, why is step route when I can get lucky?
I know!
Oh my goodness.
It's very lucky. So he got the single magic dragon that he needed to learn level 2 order, and now he's got the 3 that he needs for catching. Well, he only needs 2 more. But that was perfect encounter luck without manipulation.
That's ridiculous. Dude.
Unbelievable. This fight can take a really long time to show up, for sure.
Everybody who spent hours of their life step route in this game are stupid. They're stupid. All of them
Get
are
on
stupid.
our level.
I think they have to be in that order too, because he was prepared for the single magic dragon for level 2 old, so if he would have got that one first, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Like, it had to be in that order as well.
That's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty intricate. Now I needed to grind 1 more encounter for some AP and we should be good. Why a step route when I can get lucky? This is amazing.
This encounter that you needed, I suppose.
Ah.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
This is ridiculous.
Right, I'm gonna safety save in case I like to come the guidance or something. Here I was concerned about having to do backups, saving. Sweet.
Oh. Took 2 tries for Galoof to land the Phoenix down. I'll take that over 4 tries in my PvE.
Alright, the extra fight I assume is still level 2 old and level 5 Doom.
Yes.
You changing the battle speed as well?
No, it's battle speed fight. The battle speed is not really relevant for the battle.
Okay. So the level 2 old, the blue magic was just
Ooh,
learned.
no, I gotta reset. forgot to set up cover advice. I mean, I could have tried it, but whatever.
So X-Def's level is a multiple of 2, so we can use level 2 ults to inflict the H-Taz effect. What that's going to do is gradually lower its level over time. So the idea here is to use level 2 ult, which will decrease its level, and then we want to time level 5 Doom very precisely, such that X-Def's level is gradually decreased to be a multiple of 5. So there's a lot of really delicate timing here with having the correct agility levels across, or agility stats across all the characters, as well as maybe some run buffering as well to be able to time level 5 Doom correctly.
Yeah, as you remember from Final Fantasy IV, when you run buffer, it actually holds all the ATVs active on the all the activate or ITVs, whatever, and that lets you queue attacks when you don't have any Gara. That lets you queue attacks when you need them to happen.
Whoop.
This is why you save.
Yeah.
Alright,
Yeah.
I swear I get it right this time. Let's go.
Third time's a charm.
X-Death also has 2 different moves he can use on the first turn. He can attack, which is kind of bad, but not that bad, and then condemn, which is whatever. I believe the Thief will have cover equipped and everyone's in critical HP, so if he does do the attack, then just Butts will die, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And then condemn, you can basically ignore. Kind of making use of the lava tiles on the previous floors that put us down into critical HP. It's also the reason we don't heal. So that's Faris taking the hit with cover. That's level 2 ult, and then careful timing of level 5 Doom. Run buffering there, counting the number of messages at the top. And after a set number of can't run messages, you know the timing is right for level 5 Doom.
Right, see you later, Exile.
Nice, well done. That's that for World 2 for Zin.
Very nice. A few hiccups there with getting to the fight, but not really that costly time-wise.
Alright, good timing. I'm just about to head to the castle now. So, what I need is, I need 1 magic dragon and I need to kill a couple of encounters for XP. So we'll see what I run into.
Probably everything you need to run into.
Probably. I mean, it's not too hard. The magic dragon is really the tricky part. The rest, I'll generally just run into while running through the dungeon.
Yeah, magic dragons can be really bad without manipulation.
There's actually 2 formations you can that are functional for the magic dragon. Like you can have a single magic dragon or a magic dragon with a couple dudes. Well, encounters would work nicely for the catch.
Yeah, since Zwanzig only needs 1 magic dragon, it's pretty likely to be fine, I'd say.
Should definitely save here. Yes. I always forget this cutscene exists. I'm like, okay, let's go. Castle, things. Oh, wait.
It's a pretty long cutscene too.
Yeah.
Well, I guess compared to other cutscenes in the game, it's pretty short, but... It's definitely kind of annoying, because you're going into the castle and it just stops you at the last second.
My gosh, nobody's gonna let me live down the lack of details.
I mean, I I don't know if you've had trouble living that down, that mistake from last relay, but probably not as bad as Hollow.
It would have been fine if you guys were on different teams. You have lost about 20 minutes, I think, from a kind of a silly mistake, but just happened to be on the same team. It made it worse.
You live and learn, my friend. You live and learn.
Yeah, let's hope you have learned.
Let's see.
So let's see.
Alright, this works.
Just get lucky. So I'm curious what the changes are here and like what you're using these magic dragons on. I'm assuming it's for a panda in the void. But I'm curious why Zinf needs 3 and you only want 1?
I'm actually not using it. No. The one I catch is for Marigine.
Okay. But the attack is when you release the magic dragon, it does the flame kind of tornado attack. I don't know what it's called. I think it's just called flame. It does 25% max HP and damage to any enemy, including bosses. But it's also fire elemental. At least I'm pretty sure it's 25%.
It's normally 25%, yeah. But if you use it against something that's weak to it, it's 50%.
So obviously it's really strong against bosses, but the damage does cap out at 9999, of course. But that ability will work on anything. So if you're doing like Neo-X Death or something, then it's pretty good. Because it hits multiple targets as well.
Oh boy, I love getting mediator for your fiesta. You just chop off so much health of new extra that way.
Using smoke there instead of escape. Same thing, slightly longer animation. I guess the routing doesn't work out to have Flea equipped here.
Alright, we got Lion. It's pretty trivial battle, much like as we will use level 2 all the plus level 5 gun to cheese the guy.
Oh, hello there, Yellow Dragon. I believe you recently lost a run to that very enemy in this very room that I was just in.
Yeah. It was 50 seconds ahead too. Oh well.
Oh, Antline's basically X-Death again, but a lot easier. Just level 2 Ald and then level 5 Doom on the next turn.
Yeah, this route Exit is actually the only boss where you need to run buffer for the biomat timing. And even then, it's not very tough. You just have to run buffer 6 times, and that gets you the alignment.
Okay.
setup is going to be slightly different to Zinf's.
That's right.
But the strat should be the same.
Yeah, it's as far as I know, it's the same.
I'm curious why you have Faris in the first slot now.
Most of the time when we're mixing on her. So it just helps with that.
So always gotta have the waifu on the lead.
What? Oh no! Oh dear.
Oh, you defended instead of
Yeah.
casting level 5 Doom. Nice.
Oh baby, time to spam and pray.
Yeah.
Just use it.
Oh
and hope for the
boy,
best.
I've never made this mistake. That's really dumb.
There's always a
Remember to
first time
use
for
ethers.
everything.
Kara needs an ether.
Yeah. Oh boy, the train wreck.
You could also revive Faris to cover another attack, possibly.
It's probably just gonna be a reset. I'm just gonna reset. Dang. I didn't reset on the last save point either. I saved on the one before. Gosh darn it.
What a maneuver.
Oh, why didn't you do that?
Like we said, FF5 is a Tonberry of a video game. One mistake, it's all over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
like
is.
I was run buffering, which means that I was holding LNR, and I just held it for a bit too long when I did my A input, so I accidentally defended instead of. Let's take this save point now, I guess. Might as well. Not that it really matters. It's you're quite close to each other anyway. I still need to fight the encounter here now. Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Also, we never mentioned, but all three of them are using the short menu option, which just changes the menu in battles to be up, left, down, and right to select the different abilities, the options. The default menu is kind of probably what most of you are used to, where it's just order like a list with the 4 options. It's slightly faster to use the setting that these guys are using. It's not mandatory by any means. It's just a little bit easier to switch between the options. Because then if you're changing from like any ability or any spell to something else, it's always just one button away. Whereas normally if you switched from like magic to items, it'd be 2 down presses, which is a little bit slower.
So, yeah, let's try this again.
But it also means that L and R are the buttons for change row and defense, where normally it's left and right. So that's where that mistake happens.
Alrighty.
GG. Not a huge time loss.
Yeah, I don't know.
Meanwhile, I'm almost done with the 5 years of cutscenes. This is pretty much the last big exposition Choco the game puts on you.
Yeah.
Afterwards, it's just boss after boss after boss. Quite the adrenaline boost there.
Yeah, FF5 has a huge boss rush at the end, for sure.
It's my favorite segment for sure. All menus and boss killing. It's the best.
Yeah. It's great. Great finale.
Yeah, it's a really intense and fun part of the game.
So I believe Sweat actually managed to salvage the AP issue he had, as well as keep encounter manipulation. It's been hard to keep track, but I believe he's managed that.
Impressive.
It just still cost him some time though, some like slower menus and kind of just thinking to solve the situation. But definitely well done if he has managed it.
Very impressive indeed.
He has yet to catch the magic dragons though, which is where the XP is going to be an issue. Because he's definitely killed some extra random encounters for AP. The only issue there is getting his XP values to be decent for levels. So we'll see.
I believe he does level checkers instead of magic dragons. He still needs the event level to get that.
Yeah. So he'll have some extra time to get XP. So I guess gargoyles probably give XP in the pyramid.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe.
Ah, fine.
That might affect it as well. Well, and actually, I guess a lot of things in the pyramid are going to affect the XP in that case. Because you have the snakes as well, and the machine head, which are about to see on Zimps. So.
Well, okay, so the thing about the machine heads, the Espis aren't really a problem because they just die to a Phoenix Down, or if you want to be more safe and not be able to miss, you can mix the Resurrection, which is basically the same thing, it just doesn't miss for the purposes of this. So those aren't really much of a problem, but machine heads, the backup to encountering one of those is using Mystic Knight with Bolt 3, but as you might remember, Zin skipped more, so he he never got Bolt 3, so he is just banking on the fact that he's not going to encounter a machine head. If he does, he needs to reset.
Oh baby, machine head skips.
Yeah,
Love it.
That's why he went back out after the gargoyles to save. Just so if he does have to reset, it's the least amount of time wasted versus saving and before the gargoyles. Also minor things as well, like saving after you've done all the menuing that you need to do, just in case you do have to load it. You've already got the menuing done. This room is pretty awkward. There's two snakes that spawn when you press one of the buttons. If you're lucky, you can avoid both of them, but it's pretty rare because they just move really sporadically and randomly. You basically just have to get lucky when you go across to skip them. But if you're lucky, you get one. If you're insanely lucky, you'll skip both. But it's pretty rare.
Alright. Will I choke for life or die here? Let's find out.
So he's intentionally there taking the poison damage to put his characters into critical HP.
This is a word.
Panic.
Alright, let me try it. The guy just went through me, dude.
Shoutouts to that being consistent.
It is consistent if I can maintain step out. Alright, reset.
Damn. Nice attempt.
I tried. Alright, I'm gonna wuss out and go to more together with Tonberry.
Oh, you can still go there now, yeah. I never really thought of that.
Dang.
It's definitely gonna be a time loss with Zinf then. Taking a small detour to go and pick up Bolt 3 to be able to kill this.
So when the boys catch up.
Change into Time Mage just to be able to exit out of town. I like it.
Sorry, if I got a machine head dodge now.
Naturally.
So he's potentially getting poisoned here and getting down into critical HP. If you remember way back to Gorilla, right near the start of the run, this is going to be essentially the same thing here, where he's going to be able to use a Knight to cover the attacks. Also the same as X-Death. So you can use a Knight, or just the cover ability to cover the attacks
Well,
that are targeting 1
potato.
HP people. Using Tame to paralyze the machine head, setting up Bolt 3 with the Mystic Knight, which when you attack with that, it'll one-shot these guys.
Alright, I'm a bit concerned about my MP, but I think we can make it work. Okay.
I have these mummies to deal with. They're pretty strong, and because this is pretty late in the game now, most of the enemies are kind of starting to go first if you don't use a thief. So I need to set up to be able to tank their attacks before we can kill them. So using the knight here, as I said, probably with the bone mail equipped maybe to take reduced damage. And then wait for the ninjas to get the turn to use the flame scrolls that were bought a really long time ago. Because these guys are weak to fire, they take a lot of damage.
Yeah, I lost the run to the mummies once because I somehow didn't get poisoned because I was on the tiles with the poison spikes when they came up, which apparently doesn't count. You need to walk onto them. So
FF5 is the best video game of all time.
yeah, and so my characters weren't in crit, so they weren't getting covered, so I couldn't kill the mummies.
Oh, no worries, we do see White Mage Kara. We do see it very briefly, but it does happen.
Cutest job, TBH.
I'm not sure, I am a fan of cute Sarkar myself.
Yeah, it's also pretty good.
Not sure what happened to Sweat there. He had to run away from the Magic Dragon. I think he didn't have the right setup, I guess. Did Time ever start dying? I don't know. I kind of just caught the end of that. I guess his setup for level 2 all didn't quite go well.
I'm guessing that's definitively rip step count if he still had it then.
Yeah, I would assume so.
If this is my step around,
Unless he somehow just runs it back again, I don't know. He has backups for the backups, dude.
It's
Yeah,
definitely.
Sweat is a good game really high, so there he'll know what to do. Alright, out of the pyramid, let's go.
Oh, he's loading his save outside. Okay, I'm not sure what's happened with Sweat Run, unfortunately. I guess it just messed up some AP somewhere or something.
Dang.
I wish I could explain, but I really don't know what went wrong.
Uh-oh. Something bad happened?
Dang. That means like all of us have had to load a save by now.
Yeah.
We are doing this in this version of the Final Fantasy V because it's the preferred version for speedrunning, at least among the runners at the moment. You get a couple of useful glitches for speedrunning, and it also has really fast loading times, especially compared to the garbage that is the PS6, the entirely release of FF5. So SNES is just idea. We are using a translation patch for the game though. This game was only released in Japan, at least for the Super Famicom. So
Yeah, you can only play the SNES version of this game in the Japanese version on Super Famicom, so pretty much all of the runners, except me, that have done runs on the
Because you actually
translation
owned
instead.
one.
yeah, real good gamers learn a whole new language at this point.
It's really okay. Yeah, gotta learn Japanese to run the game in Japanese. That's 100% accurate.
Oh.
Oh, I see. So Swed's level is so high he's killing the magic dragons because he had to do the extra grinding. I guess he can use Thunder Scrolls instead of Guild Toss or something.
You can
He
also
hasn't
mix
leveled
a Dark Elixir, that's a Dark Matter plus Elixir, to set them on critical health. That has a chance of missing though. Alright, here we go, Orgel merging. A little indecent, but it'll be over quick, don't worry. So for this battle, I'm gonna be releasing the dragons like earlier on the Xeris Castle, use Roast merging through the Flame command. Like we said earlier, Flame is 25% of max HP, merging has 20k, so that's 5000 damage, duplicated due to the fire weakness, and it hits the damage cap. So that leaves merging at 2 health, which is pretty easy to take care of through pretty much any damage command. The Merlin does have pretty high defense, so the fire spell is preferred to get that down. And that makes for a very easy battle. Zwanzig will be doing a different strategy. He will be using Fire 3 to replenish Merlin's health. It's a pretty legit strat.
Yeah, Swed is just killing them. His Guild Toss is doing too much damage.
Dang.
Can I think of any backups I might do?
Yeah, it's a rough place to be. It's also losing money.
Dude, everybody keeps being so surprised that I run 5. I don't know why.
If it gets too bad, I swear you could use like a skip the dragons and just keep Merlin through the guy.
Okay, he's got it. He just grinded to the Guild Toss to just slightly more damage. It's totally fine.
Perfect.
If you're too high level, just grind a bit more.
Yeah, just keep going. He's catching him now. I don't know if he learned level 2 ult.
Yeah, he must have. He does that on the barrier tower with little checkers.
Oh, right, yeah. I keep forgetting it. Alright. So that's that done. Interesting backup. I wonder if his guild might be an issue now, though. It's the only concern. He might run out of money.
It's been a lot of extra encounters he's had to fight through. Would not be surprising.
I just want to say real quick, machine head dodge, easy peasy.
Yeah, I saw that. Good job.
Ah,
Oh man. Just exposing Zin, dude.
I'm a force dude. I cannot play this game.
Should have skipped more, dude. Well, I can't in my rev, but because I do need Fire 3. It's...
I'm assuming you could probably just sell some dragon fangs for extra money.
And luckily, you need a lot for dragon power on the void,
Yeah.
unless you want to do Sanson's power.
You could do Samson's power. Yeah.
Alright, I'm not sure what to do about this. I just ran into an encounter that hit, killed Kara before I ran away. So now if I revive her...
You can use a life spell, switch somebody to white mage and do life.
I guess that's the only thing I can do.
Yeah, since Zwanzig needs his party members to be in critical HP, you can't revive them with a Phoenix Down. 'Cause Phoenix Downs give you 25% HP back, which is not critical HP. But if you use the life spell from a white mage, that gives you less HP, it gives you 1/8 of your HP on a revive, because it's slightly worse than the Phoenix Down, which is critical HP. So in this situation, you need to revive with a white mage using life.
Trying to think who to do that with where I wouldn't miss the MP.
You should have Spathers.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything like extra Sled can grab for some money.
Alright, my friends, I have enough money to kill Exa. Let's go.
That's the final shopping there. Zinfogel just done. I guess you bought some running shoes. I kind of missed it, like buying running shoes and selling off anything you don't need for more guild toss money.
I'll be saving and entering the final stretch here. While Swed finished off X Death.
Running shoes being one of the most useful accessories in the game to give auto haste.
This is it. The void.
The boss rush.
The void is by far and large the largest dungeon in the game. You get it's a little funky. We revisit a lot of areas that we have already been to. Like it's referencing pretty much every environment we visited in the game. Furthermore, there's a whole lot of safety. We'll have a boss gauntlet, and I better make sure that I don't mess up anything up, because we will have to repeat quite a bit of things if I wind up messing up a boss kill.
Hope this is all still correct. I assume it is. And antidotes. I think that's all. Alright, let's go.
I'm not sure what your strat is here. I kind of missed Zim's fight earlier. I was paying attention to Sweat's.
I think his fight is just use magic dragons, win.
Right. Okay. And you'll fight?
Use a combination of boosted Fire 3 and my 1 Magic Dragon. And also, we mix Lamia's Kiss on Merijin for 1 turn to make sure that she doesn't do stupid stuff that confuses her.
Yeah, another good mix to inflict confuse. Merijin is vulnerable to it. You can basically stun lock her every turn if you just mix the Lamia's Kiss. Which again is with pretty cheap items. I forget exactly if it's like a Maiden's Kiss and an antidote or something silly. Okay, so Zinfogel is setting up for quite a few fights at the same time, actually. Lots of running shoes on for the next turns. This first fight, FF3, you can abuse kind of her AI. She basically really likes Reflect. She bounces spells off herself when she has Reflect onto you, but if you have Reflect on one of your party members, then she bounces spells off your party members and back to you. And back to her, sorry. Like beneficial spells. But we're kind of circumventing that with this strat. He's used the Kiss of Blessing glitch, which is just kind of berserk the boss into only using physical attacks. Which makes it a free setup for that level 5 Doom.
Yeah, if you don't berserk with Sprite, like Sarah was saying, it's like she just does a whole host of horrible things to mess up the deadline map timing. She can cast haste, she can Esna Age, like it's a nightmare. So Berserk just gets rid of all the counter actions she could execute and lets me get a consistent strat going.
Also, a quirk with this Merijin fight is that she uses Barrier Shift on her turns sometimes to change her elemental weakness. She always starts off weak to fire, so that's where the Fire 3s are coming in, plus the Magic Dragon, which does fire damage. This is going to do quite a lot of damage because she's weak to fire, plus it's percentage damage, and obviously she's a boss, so she has a lot of HP. But the confuse there is going to stop her from using Barrier Shift and changing her weakness, which would ruin this strat. Now Zinf is setting up for the next fight. This is a panda. I hope he saved before I mega.
All these menus are super involved, so sorry if I'm not explaining very well what's going on, but every boss in the world will require a dedicated menu just to finish all our AP management. We still have to learn some skills. We want to combine on everybody where possible. And then also the actual setup we require to beat the boss. Where my camera is good.
Yeah, since like the Merijin fight, you start getting a lot more AP from the boss fights, so you start being able to learn a lot more abilities, including combine on hunter characters, like Zoop said.
Okay, we need to mix Kiss of Blessing on a panda because he counters any damaging action. He can counter with Drain, which will obviously bypass the guard tanking, so we needed to erase his AI before we can damage him. And this is where I released the other Magic Dragon I called earlier.
Very nice. A panda is also weak to fire. But just to kind of re-explain the Kiss of Blessing glitch, it's basically it's a way to cast Berserk on bosses that are otherwise immune to Berserk. Because the Kiss of Blessing is supposed to be a beneficial mix, it's like Berserk, Haste, and Image. You can also use it on bosses, and for some reason it still works on bosses. It'll inflict the Haste, the Berserk, and the Image on bosses as well. So unfortunately the boss will get Haste, but they also always get Berserk, which is much easier to work with than random AI scripts. But also, it'll in some cases change a fight completely just based on what the script is. So in this case, with a Panda, it's kind of stopping him from using counterattacks. Much earlier on is probably a better example of the Gilgamesh 2 fight. It was stopping him from using dialogue in the fight. Because he can't, because he's berserk.
My apologies about the Furious typing. That's actually Furious Got Gaming because I play this game with keyboard. So
I do
it's
that
not
too.
terrible. Okay, so should be good. Alright.
Just using Bard in this fight to get some AP on Bard for the next fight. It's not the next fight, but the one after. I was going to notice the Lenner is floated. That was menued for quite a while ago. But this boss is a pretty funky AI where he'll use gravity 100 if there's any party members that are floating. Because he really wants to use an Earthshake ability to deal a lot of damage. But he won't use it if people are floated. So we'll just keep refloating Lenner.
Well, in this strat, you kill him so quickly you don't have to.
Yeah.
You don't even have to
I
refloat.
thought that might be the case, yeah. But if you wanted to, you could keep spamming float.
Yeah.
You would basically never do anything except gravity 100. It's a pretty easy fight to choose.
Yeah. By the way, I don't think we've like really addressed this, but Dragon Power is the thing.
We briefly did earlier, yeah. Dragon Power, pretty good. Increases your levels by 20 for the rest of the fight. And yeah, Guild Toss scales with your level, so it's pretty easy to get Guild Toss up to 999 damage. Another fun use of Dragon Power, not in the speedrun, but you could increase the level up to 255. So if you wanted to, you could increase the level of a boss or any enemy up to 255. And then use level 5 Doom, because obviously 255 is a multiple of 5. And it's not the highest level you can get. So when all else fails, when all the strats fail, just increase level to 255. Level 5 Doom.
Alright. Good news. I have enough gil.
Yay.
that was really never a problem, but
I mean, yeah. Everything works out for you.
alright, let's save.
Kanase is a pretty easy fight.
You ready for Frog Force?
Frog Force. He actually always uses Kurururudu on the first turn, which turns everybody into a frog.
I'm actually shall we save here? Because I've gotten into
probably yes.
I've gotten into an encounter here with like hydras, which kill me before I can run away. Let's just make sure that can't happen real quick. There we go.
Also
Equipping
for
those
that fight,
range.
if everybody is a frog already, then Kali Kanase will turn you not a frog, because she'll still use the spell. Kind of a fun way to do things if you are able to frog yourself before the fight.
I knew this was going to happen, so I set up a default escape. Oh no. Oh my gosh, please, not today. Alright, you're not making this happen.
Oh my god.
The mini, you should be good. Just mini. Mini doubles your evasion in this game. And with the shield he has, he should have a decent chance of surviving.
This is ridiculous.
This is scary.
Okay, I need Bart's up. Please don't hit Bart. Oh man! I refuse to give up!
Never give up.
Never surrender.
So I think you have the crystal shield, right? Which is
90% evasion.
90% evasion right now, yeah. 10% chance to get hit.
Please stop killing Bart, dude.
Your HP is going to be bad now too.
Okay. Alright, get fucked. Get out of my life. Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Scary.
Ah, jeez.
Oh my gosh, my heart. My heart.
Okay, Twintania, this is a pretty interesting fight. After 5 turns, it will start charging its Giga Flare. Whilst it's charging the Giga Flare, its stats weaken across the board, its vulnerabilities weaken. And this is a kind of an intended thing. Actually, if you go back to the library where Apanda was and read the books there, it tells you that Twintania is weak when it's charging its Giga Flare. It's with the hide ability that we learned on the Bard earlier. We can just hide for 5 of the turns, or 4 of the turns, and get hit by Wind Slash for safety. And then whilst it's charging the Giga Flare, you can use level 5 Doom, because its Twintania's level changes to be a multiplier.
Yes.
But there are a number of ways you can kill Twintania. You can use like Break on it to petrify the boss. You can use Mini even. You can use Frog on Twintania. Just a Death Potion would work as well. Just about everything while it's charging Giga Flare.
Hi, Kara. Hi for your life. So under this under
I
this
didn't know that
context-
worked either.
Yeah. If all your characters are hidden and you can escape away from battle, then you can actually issue a flee command. This also shared with your characters are dead. So under this context, I can use hide as escape command. Okay. I'm not a big fan of Kari's HP right now.
MyOhMyke.
Right, this time we have enough money to finish checks that I swear, let's go.
Good luck, it's just one more fight.
And even if that doesn't work, I have a backup, so it's okay, dude.
Alright, so I don't have a magic dragon for a panda, so my fight is just going to be straight dragon power and gil toss.
Using a flame doesn't save that much time on that. It just saves you like a round of defenses, so it takes like, what, 8 seconds maybe? Not the pivotal for battle.
Alright, we got the last set of cutscenes here for Zin, and then ideally he'll be done soon. 6 will be coming up. Who's backing up my man Zin? That's Ellie.
Get ready, Ellie. It's time.
Right.
Yes, of course, I choke again.
Did you save before Omega? Zinf, did you save before Omega this time?
Hmm.
Oh my god. That made that Iron Giant fight even scarier than I thought it was.
Yeah, no worries. I say it on a panda list.
Okay.
For the record, I did save before Omega.
Good. Okay.
I'm glad.
So the final boss is a rehearsal of all the knowledge we have applied throughout the speedrun. We won't do anything fancy like a Dead by Mad Canyon, but we will dragon power, plentiful of level boosting shall be had. But this is also the most important boss to get the Keys of Blessing glitched up. So casting Kiss of Blessing adds Berserk, and Berserk overrides AI scripts. So you know that our boy X3 has a second place in NeoXR. The thing about NeoXR is that much like way back earlier on Arcade is like a boss cannot engage, cannot summon something else if you cannot engage its AI script, because bosses are tied to their script to do special things, such as engaging dialogue or summoning other bosses or revealing an enemy or whatever. And by casting Berserk, we can prevent X3 from summoning the second phase. So it's only a gauntlet against the 3, and then we'll be good to go.
Zwanzig going through the void with no problems whatsoever, it seems. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck in an Iron Giant fight.
Okay, let's move.
Not too far behind.
Alright, here is the white mage Kara somebody was asking. Alright, let's go. Dancer Kara, let's go.
Oh, right.
What?
Knight, a combine, optimism,
Just because you can, I guess. No Berserker? Shame.
We should be good.
Switching party members around now, but wouldn't do it for double Galif? Unbelievable.
I'm sorry. This is what I'm used to doing.
Let's do Piece of Blessing.
Sweat just missed the skip. He had it. Just had one little bonk.
That's a shame. He skipped one of the snakes, which is pretty impressive, but shame.
Alright. With Berserk, Exile is now neutralized, so he's only going to attack from now on. And as long as I get to Faris' turn and I'm able to guard, then we'll be safe for the rest of the battle. So I'm gonna keep Bart's around just in case.
Yeah, Faris has 90% evasion and she'll cover everyone except Takara. Oh,
X3 please.
10%.
Oh wow.
The Phoenix down off before another turn.
I'm surprised Karis is still alive because she doesn't have she cannot be guarded.
Yeah, X3 likes Kara.
Right, looks like everybody is going home, my friends. Just one more Gildas. Faris, no! Forgive me! Time, go, go, go!
Time.
Alright, great job, dude. Great job.
GG. Good job, Zin.
Good job,
Oh,
Zin.
Good job.
Thank you, friends.
ZellyFF has a pretty different setup for Twintania. He's only healed just enough with Bloods to survive the Wind Slash, but also be sent into critical HP, which is less than 1/8 of his max HP. So he hasn't healed the whole critical HP.
Unless I get the lowest damage roll.
Unless, yeah, what was it, like a 1 in 7 chance or something?
Something like that. It happened in my PV.
Right. So hopefully Wind Slash will put him down to critical HP.
What's up,
That's
everybody?
fine.
Hello.
What?
Hello.
Oh.
Fine.
FF6 is starting.
Bit premature there.
Oh.
Fine. Doesn't matter.
Nah, I'll let y'all finish before we
Uh,
go crazy with FF6.
I was very confused there for about 2 seconds. Never mind me. Alright.
Alright, Sweat made it through finally. And then, man, yeah, ZellyFF made up a lot of time.
Yeah, for sure.
The Iron Giant fiasco of 2017.
Who would have thought?
Maybe next time. Maybe next time.
There are a million things to talk about for 6, but we do got 2 others, thankfully. I'm sure they can get it done then.
Getting quite a few encounters on the way through the void here. It's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel the difference. Like in the step route, I only get 2 encounters this whole area.
Makes a huge difference, yeah.
Yeah, we're through.
It's all good though. We'll have Welk in the background anyway.
Hopefully get some slightly better luck on next Earth at least. Ferris getting hit twice for Zinf was pretty unlucky.
We'll see who has the best Ferris.
This is a pretty safe fight though. Unless you run out of money. It's like the only thing that can go wrong, really.
There's really no way I should be able to run out of money unless I just start ill tossing too early? Question mark? I don't know.
That's probably science we don't need to do.
let's just do it
Let's not
normally.
think about it.
Yeah.
And Sweat will be starting up the boss rush himself soon. Just getting through basically the last cutscene. Just kind of one more cutscene after Midgame, but after that, let's go. Go time.
If there's anything to talk about for FF6, I suppose.
Don't
you
worry,
can.
we're in a cutscene right now in FF6.
Ah, good.
It's very exciting.
Right at home with 5. Looks like Swed goes with the double dragon strat here for Marigine.
Alright, quick final menu.
This
you know,
is it, man.
My party's kind of dead. Kind of want them to be alive, ideally.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's important here that the revives are done with life and not Phoenix Downs. So if they're done with a Phoenix Down, then the Knight won't cover the attacks. Or whoever has cover won't cover the attacks. Which in this case is Kara. And mini doubles Kara's evasion. She has a shield with 45% evasion, so she's got 90% evasion. 5 hits at field toss.
Alright. Good job, Kara.
Getting off his party members just to not keep getting their turns. They don't do anything anymore.
For me, it's hold A to win.
Dude, I love holding A.
Yeah, that's the entire game of FF6.
Commentary over. We can all go home.
Pretty much.
And done.
GG.
GG, congrats.
Who's up for you now? Lynn?
I'm going.
Lynn? Yep. Good luck.
The races.
Good luck, buddy. You'll need it.
Oh, dude, I got 1 gold that run. Like 0.4 seconds somewhere.
Nice, dude.
Already going with the Chocobo background. Wow. Halloween colors.
Alright. That's,
Could I represent?
We'll see how long I can actually stand to have this on my screen. It might not be very long. Or it might be the entire game.
That background color like confuses me when I try to sell stuff.
Yeah, I
I was
know.
looking at it before.
Oh, why isn't Lynn's stream working?
Probably using the
I recommend removing the 1.
Yeah. That.
Ah.
let's
Interesting.
see if I can get Swid
Trying
stream
to trick
up
us,
real
dude.
quick.
Are we allowed to talk about our game yet?
By all
No.
means.
No. No. No.
I'd rather have this deafening silence.
Okay. I'm not talking about anything then.
Good.
I won't talk about how I'm running away from encounters to manipulate experience. I won't talk about how
Don't talk about any of it, dude.
you can run away with single characters.
Yeah, opening up in this game, it's pretty much what he said. Like, what you want to do is get Terra as a high level as possible, because anyone that joins the party ends up being levels higher, because there's level averaging in this game. So you end up killing off any enemies that have a can't run away flag, which in this case is like the 2 mams in front. And then at the end of battle, while you're running, during an animation, it will trigger the run to happen, and then once the animation's over, they'll start running away. So it's all individual characters in this game, unlike the last 2. So the main goal is get Terra to level 6 by the end of Nourish, so that Locke will join 1 level higher, and then as a result of that, Edgar will join 1 level higher, which will make Mount Colts way faster, because he can one-shot enemies with auto crossbow and so on and so forth.
That's a good point. We should mention this is 80% all stages.
Percent all stages, of course. Except O-Gang.
Except most.
And the first boss in the game, you're supposed to wait for him to go into a shell and then have him exit the shell. But you actually glitch out the AI by hitting the back part of it. So whenever an enemy gets its turn during an animation, and then it triggers a counterattack at the same time, the AI actually glitches out and doesn't do anything for about 20 to 30 seconds or so. And the shell is what actually controls when the head goes inside. So what you do is you end up using relative timing by throwing 2 tech missiles, and then after the second tech missile goes off, you fire beam the shell, and the shell glitches out and the head doesn't go. And anytime he's opening up the menu while animations are happening, that's pausing any ATB from filling up. So many of those bars on the right side are pausing. Same thing with the enemies. They're not getting any of theirs either, even though you can't really see that.
That was slow, but I had to play it safe because of how bad my ATB was.
Yeah, one problem with the bulk fight is if you actually, on the second tech missile, if the head gets its turn before you fire beam, and then the attack goes off, and you're not in the menu waiting, it's actually not going to be timed out correctly. And then the boss will just go inside, and you'll be losing a ton of time. Avoiding that, more or less, with what he did there. On Ellie's side, he actually skipped past all the enemies in the mobile fight. So during a walking animation, you can actually walk directly past them, and then they won't actually trigger. So just by timing that well, you can go past them and then kill the boss pretty.
Looks like Sweat is selling off quite a bit of stuff to make sure he has enough money. Alright, looks like he's satisfied.
Pretty tight on Gale with 3 running shoes.
Yeah, Zin and I both only bought 2 running shoes, so he's using some different strats, it seems.
As you might expect, not that you can read it on my screen, but we name people 1-character letters because it's faster. Except sometimes you don't, like Ellie didn't, because he's not as tryhard as we are.
I mean, you got the menu. He has the name. You're both silly.
The trade-off.
It's true.
This is true. But what will Fathlo have? It's a real
Fathlo will
question.
probably do nothing because it's Fathlo. No, he's the true tryhard.
He's the true hero, yes.
He wants that world record.
What? Sorry, I was like half listening.
No, it's okay.
You're the
Just trying
best
to
from
determine
now.
how
That's what we're
tryhard you
trying to
can
say.
Yeah, that's pretty much the game right now. This is the race for the world record, by the way. Whoever finishes this will probably get the world record.
Pretty much if we don't die, it's guaranteed.
Get excited for that.
Is that like actually true? Is there
Yes,
like some
that's
new
yes,
or
it is.
something?
Yeah.
We actually save 7 minutes of our PBs if we don't die. So
Okay, so what is new? That is.
we'll get to that in 4 hours.
Okay, fair enough.
Spoilers, man.
Warps, man. Warps.
There's some warps going on, yeah.
If you've ever played
solid.
Donkey Kong Country, you'll know.
I mean, I'm gonna be asleep for it, but
We will be,
Essentially,
we'll be
you
doing
get
some
to store coordinates on characters on a different map and work with the same coordinates on a different map from that. Which kind of translates into warping to the end of Kafka's Tower and skipping everything.
Solid.
And somehow, some way, no one's completed a run until
because the game is actually
today.
awesome.
We're all too lazy at the moment.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
I'm just gonna pretend Fathlo's PB doesn't exist and say no one's finished a run.
Hey, is Toru no one?
Yes.
He
Okay.
runs the Japanese version.
He's irrelevant to this current conversation, but he is the man.
He is the man, yes.
He actually did save the full 7 minutes he was supposed to.
But he was also running Sketch, and Sketch involves not dying, because he
That's
can't
true.
die.
That is true.
But for this game, for this run, it's going to be a lot safer than normal. There's a lot of different ways you can do the World of Ruin in this game with the way it's currently laid out. You can get Sabin and Gao, or you can get Sabin and Go-Go, or you can get Gao and Go-Go. Skip Sabin.
Yeah.
But by far the safest way is Sabin and Go-Go because you get Thunder Shield, and the magic route's a bit easier to work with. Thunder Shield is very important for the final boss because it lets you live.
Without the Thunder Shield, you have like about a 50, maybe probably a little bit under a 50% chance to actually beat the final boss.
Something like that, yeah.
I'm pretty interested to see Swed's Kalos strat here because I'm pretty sure it's something different. I'm not quite sure. Oh,
Feel free
right.
to talk
he
about it
uses
because
the
we're in
reflect-
cutscenes.
Right. Okay. So instead of using Kiss of Blessing on her, he gets reflect up, and then I think that just entices her to not do stupid things somehow.
Yeah, if there's a party member with reflect, she'll just bounce spells off that person.
Right.
Like armor and shell and regen and stuff.
Otherwise, same like level 2 old, level 5 Doom dealio to kill her.
Also setting up Levitate for the catastrophe fight later on.
Yep.
Instead of using the float magic, use the mix for it. Hopefully he saves here. It's the last save point. For the speedrun anyway. There are 2 more save points, but you have to fight bosses to unlock them. So this is as close to X death as we can reasonably get in a speedrun.
Yo, what are these talking positions?
Hey, he wants to talk to them from the front.
Like a respectful human being?
Yeah.
Man, spoilers. I don't see you for another 12 seconds or so.
Sorry, man. The hot commentary streams.
Dang, that is some tech right there. Thank you, Ellie.
For sure.
Ellie is the true gentleman of this race. The rest of us are just jerks.
It'll take about 4 hours, 50 minutes. 4:55 maybe.
Unless
5
we
hours.
actually don't die, in which case it'll take 4 minutes at 4 hours and 35 seconds, 35 minutes.
That's the ideal
happen.
scenario.
I don't even know if I get 4:35 with this with like marathon route, but
Maybe.
oh, it's over. I forgot what I was doing and asked for an explanation of how to defeat the guards.
I think
you know now?
You can still get world
I
record though.
actually couldn't read it.
Say, it's not over yet, but
I believe in you, dude.
I might be able to
Still
come back from it.
Still on pace.
Still on pace, stuff. Hopefully I don't forget anything actually important, like I'm not paying attention.
Suppose I should also talk about the run buffering in this game. It's almost useless, except for times where it's slightly useful. So if an enemy is going to do an attack, and that text box is opened up, it'll delay that attack the amount of time the text box is open. So it's only actually going to be useful if an enemy has its turn at the same time that message box actually pops up. So at the start of the Marshall fight, you do that to delay his first action, so that Monk gets his turn a little bit faster, relative to when Marshall starts charging his second turn. So that'll make it so Mog can actually get his second attack in before Marshall attacks the second time. And then that'll line up everyone's turns a little bit better and let you finish the fight faster. And you do take out the Mithril Pike and Mithril Shield. That's for damage later on for Edgar, and a little bit of extra defense if you want to use it for the shield, which is good.
Can't hurt.
And of course, all 3 runners, I believe, are on a step route.
So far.
So far, yeah. The primary goals on it are for early game encounters to be easier to run from, to prevent pincer attacks from happening, because not all enemy packs in this game actually have the option of pincer attacking you. So if you know which ones can't, then you can kind of get a seed put in place where all the encounters you get can't do it.
You could kind of see what we were talking about earlier with how you can just keep casting float on people during the catastrophe fight to ensure that he never gets an attack off. I'm guessing Swed's route does this because he hasn't learned Combine on everyone, so you can't just kill him fast enough, so you have to recast float.
Another thing about running away in FF6 is that each individual enemy adds to a run difficulty value. So typically enemies add 2 to it. And then every character in the game has kind of a running stat that's hidden. So an example of something like this would be if you have 2 enemies on the screen, each add 2, puts it to a value of 4 for running away. And then a character, when it's running, has a check. And then every time it checks the character running, it adds to their running value. And then once it hits 4, they'd be able to run away. And then once the run away is triggered, they'd run. So if a character has like a running value of 3, then it's going to add anywhere from 1 to 3. It's just random for every time it checks they're running. So the bottom line with that is, whenever you're running away, it's somewhat random and it's individual characters, and they're not always going to be running away at the same time. So sometimes a slow character will actually run away before a fast character if the fast character just happened to get bad luck. And in preemptives, everyone just runs away immediately. So the battle itself has its running value set to 0. And everyone just runs away insta. However, recently there's been some discoveries with some encounters that you'd run away a little bit slower on with a preemptive. So if there's actually 2 or less enemies on screen, the game triggers a runaway to happen too quickly, and then some of the characters actually lag behind, and then taking a couple extra seconds to run. But if that happens, you can actually input some commands to delay the runaway from happening, and it ends up actually making it faster. So that may or may not be seen a little bit in these runs. It's kind of new.
I didn't get any preemptive, so I couldn't show it off yet.
Yeah, but like if you get like a single leafer or a single enemy at all you have to do is just defend, and then you save 1.5 seconds while running.
And it doesn't waste time if you mess it up either, so it's completely free.
Yeah, like you don't actually do any commands while you're running. So it's not like you defend and then you don't have your turn, so you can't run anymore. Pretty much you input the command, then you just run or you don't. And then if you don't, you just run away a little bit later. But if there's 3 or more enemies, you don't have to worry about that. And if there's only 1 or 2 characters, oftentimes they'll just run away quickly anyways. So for the next section, so Tara gained her levels. She got to level 6. So then Locke joined 1 level higher. Then as a result, Edgar also joined 1 level higher. And for the next couple of sections, our goal is to actually get to Edgar level 10 and Locke level 8, and or Locke level 9 and Tara level 8, which will then make Sabin's level join 1 level higher as well as making everyone else's damage increase by having extra level ups. And it'll also give us some money to use. So it's kind of routed out in that you want a certain amount of damage for all the bosses to an extent. Because running away early on does take a bit longer because you don't have smoke bombs, which let you just use an item to run away instantly. Fighting enemies doesn't really cost that much time, and then it ends up just helping you out for damage on bosses and money. So that's the main reasons why we do it. Also helps for survival because you have more hit points.
It's all over. I've messed up.
I don't
Terrible.
know. Didn't get the
So
steering
bad.
contest.
Might as well just reset now. Ellie was the true man.
What happens?
I went for the tech and didn't get it. You just talked to him to the front instead because you're cool like that. We'll see if Fathlo can be the hero we deserve.
Can Fathlo make up a half hour?
Yes. Because I can
believe
time
so.
for that long. This is true. Fatho will the crap out of the burning house, and I'll get owned by every bomb.
Pretty good at burning house.
It's all that donkey, you know? Just roll past them, extendos, you know.
It's exactly the same.
It is. The world record will be determined at the end of this marathon. We'll finally know what it is.
Hopefully below 440.
I'm on the final cutscene.
Yep.
Alright.
Get ready for trouble. Hope I have more jails to complete the run.
So on the mountain, Locke does want to run from one fight against the 4-pack as well. That's just to adjust the experience route. If you don't get it, you can still fight 2 extra encounters for backup. Because you do end up running from a lot of brawlers, and then you do run away from 2 sets of trilliums as well. So if you don't get them to run, you can just fight the extra trilliums and not really worry about it. And this is actually one encounter that we try to avoid that he's getting. Is the triple Serpius encounter, which is avoided primarily because it has the potential to pincer attack you, which is actually what's happening here. So he's behind him steps by like 2 or 4 probably at this point. I think 2. So if he wasn't behind, he would have got the encounter right after that room, which would have been against double trilliums, and he wouldn't have been pincered.
At this point, it only matters for pretty much that one fight, though.
Yeah. That fight is better if it doesn't pincer you, because it does give you more money experience, and it has no real potential to poison you either, because trilliums can actually poison you. But pincer is way worse, so that's why we avoid it. Because trilliums cannot pincer attack you. And brawlers cannot either. The only enemies in this mountain that can really do it are the triple Serpius and the double Tuskers, which we do not get any of, ideally.
Yeah, the 2 Tuskers are really ugly sometimes. They hit really hard.
Yeah, double Tuskers is not very good for a lot of reasons. If you attack them, they have a chance to counterattack you for a lot of damage, and it requires using fire, so you waste magic points, and the battles just take a bit longer for how much they actually give you, so it's not very good.
Alright,
keeping
final
the frogs
boss time.
alive.
Good luck.
Frog ball stream. So it's kind of a waste of time to use Maiden's Kiss on the frogs. There's no reason to, really. That's why he's still got them from Helicon SO. You do need to defrog one person to cast level 5 Death on Titania. But you don't need to remove frog on the other 3.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay.
He actually
no Kiss
hasn't
of
used
Blessing.
Kiss of Blessing?
You probably should do that. Otherwise we're gonna get Neo-X Death. Okay, good.
Alright, we in there.
Scaring me then. It's like, okay, you can survive, but Neo-X Death is a thing. Time.
GG.
Nice.
GG.
Thank you.
GG, all the FF5 runners. Great job, guys.
Yep.